Hi! Happy time zone, everybody. I don't know how watching a timer still, like, it's not a jump scare, but it's just like it catches me by surprise more and more often more and more often recently. So, hello. It's real stormy here today. Got woken up by massive cracks of thunder. So, for the third week in a row, I'm just going to warn you all, if we cut out suddenly, it's probably the weather making streaming not possible, but I'm not expecting any problems because we haven't had any recently. Hello! Oh, there's so many people here today. Hi, everyone. Happy time zone to you all. Okay, so I have so many Pokemon to show you this morning. So I'm just going to kick that off real quick and then we'll get into the vote, okay? So last week, we'll start there. We'll start with who we made on stream. So we made Mewtwo. You can come over here so he's a little less exposed. I think he turned out really good. Really pleased. Trying to remember the name. It was Davogenes. That's what it was. You think it's because I'm expecting a bing at the end of the time, but instead 90 people turned to face me? Yeah, that's probably it. It's just like, I suppose it's the equivalent of suddenly where my monitor was. Suddenly there's just eyes. Okay, alright, cool. And then we have our little toddler Grimer, who managed to maintain his toddler energy. Like I said it last week and I'll say it again. He's reaching the doorknobs. He can access all the shelves. He's just right at that perfect mischief age. And he's also giving like kitten vibes to me. So like pat. They are, so we have a babysitter and a baby. So we have those two. Then I also finished Thunderstalk. But I left Thunderstalk on a shelf over there. Hold please. Always leaving Pokemon all around my room. Ah, my chair flew away. Back over here. Thunderstalk. Sorry, tangled up in a little bit of yarn. There we go. And we're back. Thank you all for not panicking. Panic skeleton noises. So we have Thunderstalk, who I think was just missing his wings last time you guys all saw him. So there's that. And then we have Venomoth, who has a little bit more of a story to him. But tried that new technique on the wings. Pretty pleased with how it turned out. We got like rather than like stitching lines on, I think this was a way better way to do it. Then we had, okay, I'll whip through the rest of these. We had Wobbuffet, and we had a girl in the game, so I finally remembered to do one of the gender differences. Dustox, who I have named Dustine already. This is Lady Wobbles, and this is Dustine, and oh, that's Mothyu. I forgot to say that. Mothyu. And Grimer's name is Grindleberry? Something like that. Grimbleberry? I think it's Grimbleberry. Yeah, okay. Venomoth did get a little mega potted. There's Dustine. Then we have Crawdaunt, who didn't get named. Hello. She's also just a little front heavy, but we can make it work. Nearly there. We have Kraken. Cleffer is keeping the name Kraken just because it's too good. The tail, and does have arms. Did add those at the end of the video. And finally, we have Latias, who I turned her back fins into little legs, and I think that works for her in general. And finally, there's another one. So, Seeking isn't finished, but I did manage to get a lot of work on him done last night. So he's missing his lips, which is giving him a very mop appearance. But he has progressed since we saw him last. He's been an orange ball for weeks. So Seeking should be done by next week as well. All right, now let me just get all these little mischief guys out the way. That means that our Pokédex was looking like this. You ready? It's now looking like this. Just take it in. I'll shuffle all these Pokemon off stage left. Yeah, you can go back there. And you can go over there. Okay. Yeah, there was a surprising amount of love. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize. I thought I turned that off already. Grandma, get out of there. There was a surprising amount of love for Latias and Wobbuffet in the comments. I didn't realize that so many people like had those as their favorites, but it's really cool that I managed to tick off 2 favorites for people. Time to yoink screenshots. Hang Yang, if you just... if you leave me a reminder in live stream, I'll send you one afterwards. So yeah, the coming soon is just seeking. But we have just 5 little spaces left to fill, and we're going to fill a couple of them today. So now that that's out of the way, I can show you something. So I had to lie to you guys last week, and I think I did it effectively, which almost makes it worse for me. So basically, Mothyu had come up in the gameplay, right? But we were using the same boards, so I couldn't just like not put Mothyu on the board because the board was still there. And we have, what you might see here is that we have Grimer behind this door. I very sneakily, before stream started last week, put Grimer behind what was the Venomoth door. So technically y'all picked Venomoth last week. It's just there's... the Grimers are taking over my screen at the moment. He's overstimulated. Oh no, he's got the zoomies. Yeah, so Grimer has been hiding behind 2 of the doors for a week, and I didn't want to keep that going, which is why we pushed out the Soul Silver video when we did. And there won't be another Soul Silver video now until we're finished with Gen 1, because I just can't take it. My nerves can't take it. So yeah, there is now no options left for Purple Menace, and I couldn't even tell you guys that last week, that you'd picked the final Purple Menace option, because you picked off Mewtwo and Grimer, both in the same episode. You kind of just like, that's done. We're all out of purple. Jackie, I did see somebody say, hang on, that purple's too light. And I was just like, I'm just going to not acknowledge that. And we're just going to carry on. And it's going to be fine. And then it kind of, yeah, it didn't go out. Alrighty. So, that does leave us with options 3 and 4 and options 3 and 4. So that's going to make this poll pleasantly confusing for everyone. Let's do this. Start a poll, start a poll. Now, I can't do it that way. I'm sorry. The options for the poll I've just got listed as 3, 3, 4, and 4, and I'm not going to do it that way. It's too confusing. So we'll do that. Hold on. Hold, please. That's what I'm looking for. Sorry. Forgive me. Okay, good. I've come up with a solution. We have solved the problem. Was there a more obvious solution? Yeah, there was. Am I going to use it? No, I'm not. So as you know, we currently have the complicated board and we have the not board. And I'm going to tell you guys at this point, all the Pokemon that are left could all comfortably fit on the complicated board. It's just I had to make the call to put some on one board and some on another, just to get them all done. And I probably could have consolidated for this week, but I didn't. So here we are. Hey CK, I can do Wormio and Julia Ratson. Oh, thanks for the reminder, Daiquiri. Yeah, I'd forgotten. Purple finds a way. Maybe Purple finds a way. Gen 2 before Christmas. I don't know about that. We do only have, like, this is crazy. This is a crazy sentence. We have, what, 69 Pokemon left in Gen 2? We're very industrious. We work very hard. That's not the screen I want open. That's the one. Yeah, 69 Pokemon left in Gen 2. Oh, I should show the other one on screen as well. So that's, you guys have absorbed the complicated board. I'm swapping over to this one here. Will the boards be merged next week? Very few hidden. Yeah. Voss, next week there's a chance that it'll be our final stream in this series. So things will probably be a little different next week. He's here. Don't you worry about that. I actually thought he could be a fun addition to a bun as well. But he kind of also just looks like a brainworm. And I don't like the implications that my head is full of rocks. Yes, Kangas Khan's baby is purple. So I'm going to give you guys a second to come up with what you want to make today while I just make sure I've got all my tools and materials. J of all trades, if you cannot work out the magic ring, all you have to do is chain 2 and then work whatever you were going to work into that magic ring into the first chain stitch that you make. Worst case scenario, you're going to end up with the tiniest little hole in the middle of your starting point, but it can be a lot more accessible if you're like than a magic ring for if you're just trying to get started on something and you're not super familiar with it. Yeah, we may only have 2 streams left in this series. That's correct. I'm fully intending to be working on the Gen 2 streams. Wait, long before the end of the year. So you don't have to worry that we're going away. And also there's a pretty good chance that there will be no interruptions to the streams at all, and we'll just keep streaming, just maybe not Pokemon straight away. Because while I have to edit the Gen 1 video together, because I'm going to be doing a Gen 1 video on the main channel, I don't know how much patience I will have to both be streaming and be editing hundreds of hours of stream. So just for my sanity, I'm giving myself the out of we might be just doing some sketch or freeform design sessions or working on the 12 days of crochet or doing some other stuff. And then we'll kick back off with Gen 2 where we only have 70 Pokemon left to go. I'm worried if I say the fun number too much, people are gonna YouTube might have a problem with it. And that's of course if Australia manages to keep access to YouTube, but that's a whole other story that we won't be getting into today. I just realized that CK may as well be speaking classical Greek. Am I the only non-crocheter that watches? I don't know Angry Bear Ironworks. I have along the way collected this group of people who I adore you. I'm not sure what you're getting out of this interaction, but I'm happy that you're getting something out of this interaction. It's the people who don't crochet. I can't wait to know the plans for the biggest one or the bluest one. Synth Assassin, I hope it doesn't underwhelm. But I'm also looking forward to knowing the plans for that one there. I got to admit, I'm a little bit tense about the fact that I haven't had a proper strategy session about it yet. Because there's been a lot of build-up. And that's a little nerve-wracking. I guess I was just waiting to see how today goes. And then I can work out the logistics of how many there are left. Also, update from last week. You met your nephew. Oh, you met your nephew. Oh, congratulations. I'm glad that he loves his baby jellyfish. Kind of a variety channel of sorts. Yeah, a little bit of that. I just kind of do what I'm interested in, and I'm not always interested in crochet. Well, that's the wrong way to put that. I'm not always interested in watching crochet. So, whatever I'm watching at the time kind of filters into my content a little bit. For a while there, I was watching a lot of Zane Games and his quizzes, and that's actually how this choice screen came about. I should actually close the poll, sorry. I'm just sitting here nattering away. And so I was like, oh, I'm going to introduce a game element into mine. And so that's where we got this, and or I'll be watching somebody else do something with a wheel. I'm just like, oh, I want to do something with a wheel. And we did. Let's close this poll off. You guys picked something from the nice board. There we go. Okay, so it was not close. So 4 came first at 33%, then 3 came second at 24%, then 3 came third at 21%, and 4 came fourth at 20%. So thank you to everybody who voted. You have officially chosen this little guy right here. He's a little Is this Rhydon or Rhyhorn? Oh no. I always get them confused to the point where even during one of the streams previously, you guys actually picked what I thought was him, but turned out to be the other one who I happen to have sitting here. Hang on. It is Horn? Okay. Rawr. Yeah, cool. So let's update that Pokédex counter. We have just 4 Pokemon left now. There we go. And we have just one left on this board. And it would actually be... Like, I don't want to do this one either, but I definitely don't want to do this one last. So we're going to be picking this one today. I'm just telling you that. Bum, 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 bum. He's coming to bully the Diglett. Bop, bop, bop. No, they're friends. They're buddies. Don't you worry about that. Okay. There's our little rhombus. Where are you? Rhydon is the big man, the Don. Well, see, Luke, that would help, except what I think about is, okay, he must be the Horn because he's got the big horn. And the little guy must be Rhydon because he looks like a little carnival ride that you would ride on. And so, like, the naming tricks are just backfiring on me these days. I'm too good. Too good with this. Okay, so he's a very frilly little fella, and I'm not really sure what that anatomy is, but we're gonna work it out. Oh, I've been tagged. Where have I been tagged? Somebody tagged me. Boom, 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 boom. Somebody tagged me on the live stream channel. I didn't see what it was about, and I'm sorry. Okay, we are gonna sketch us a little Rye. Pause, Horn. I'm gonna be pausing every time. I'm so sorry. As I wait to hopefully get a few more reference images from folk. Currently, I'm thinking he's kind of just like a gerbil prepared for battle. Kind of nuggety. Oh, there we go. Thank you, Bonesy. So yeah, he is. He's kind of just like a nugget with some frilly little armor plates on him. Corey, that got me. I'm sorry. I'm scrolling up so that I stop looking at it and giggling. So, oh, the eyes are really low down. The shaping of this headpiece is actually going to be pretty tricky, I think. Because it's not just like a flat overlay. It's got some real shape to it. Bony protuberances. That act as like... like the anatomy is like really like linked in with itself and doing different things. It's going to make him kind of hard. That's alright, we'll get there. I believe if you believe. Be aiming for safety eyes. Oh, he's got tiny teeth. Okay. Huh. Turn him into more of a nugget. See, I don't like it when I'm drawing, I'm just trying to represent like the shapes of the sprite that I can see. I prefer it if I have a firmer grasp of the anatomy and then like I'm just working with that. That's not the case here. It wasn't the case with Latias either though this week, and like she turned out fine, so we'll do a little bit more of a shape breakdown. Make the base pieces and then see what pieces we're missing. He's almost like a little woodwind instrument. Like he's got all like those little fluting holes. What's that swirl down his side? Ooh, the reference image I'm looking at is missing one of the details that it has in the sprite. That's the problem. He's got like this armored swirl, and then he has like this other little leg spiky thing. I'm gonna brave a scroll here. Oh. Okay, he looks a little different. He's evolved since this original sprite, I think. I think they also realized that they were working with nonsense anatomy and updated what he actually looked like, because I'm not seeing a lot of commonalities here. Y'all are just going to have to... I'm just going to finish bashing out this drawing, but I don't think it's representative. And then we won't have another go at a portrait, but we'll break it down into shapes a little bit more. Just opened his mouth to try and give him a little character. Hey, honey, what's up?
Hey, pretty lady. If you want, just because the anatomy is kind of weird.
It is weird.
I've got a 3D model on my screen and I can rotate him while you're looking at him.
No, that's okay.
Like,
what was confusing me is that on the sprite, which you can't see at the moment, it looks like he has like this solid armored swirl. But when I look at the 3D models, it's more of a separate plate. Like it's this bit here, and like it was on yours as well. It's just
there's a shadowy bit on the sprite that makes it look like it's different anatomy.
Yeah, or that like it's curved around the body and it's not. So like I'm just gonna have to be careful on this one here, but it doesn't change my approach. It doesn't change my approach because we're still just gonna make like a base nugget and then we're gonna make some armor pieces to attach to it. It's just that changes the nature of some of the armored pieces.
Also, he doesn't have toe beans, but he does have kind of foot pads.
He has foot pads. We're investigating that claim.
Top picture, the one that I did. Up.
No, there's this one. You've just sent this one. I couldn't see it because the colours. No, he has no foot pads.
No, they're kind of a darker colour.
No, there's no foot pads there. Those are just the shadow that falls under a foot.
Okay. He doesn't have foot pads.
No foot pads. He doesn't. Thank you to everybody who sent through some wonderful reference pictures. One could make an ocarina out of him, that is correct. You think I'm welcome to pick any iteration of a Pokemon's design because they definitely didn't plan on 3D. For some, yeah, it's pretty obvious that 3D wasn't anywhere on the radar when they were designing these original ones. Whereas, like, I think 3D was a little too on the radar for some of the later ones. Would apricot or pink be the best pink colour for Clefairy? I used a non-Marvel yarn for it. I would go with pink. Apricot is too orange for it. I actually went with a carnival yarn for it, if that helps you, if you've got big W's over there. Just because I'm pretty sure I used that for Clefairy and Clefable as well. At least that was my thought at the time. It does not mean it was an accurate thought, but it was my thought. He is a very talented skeleton. Alright, so to break this down into how we're going to get started, we're not going to start with a breakdown. So we want... Similar to how we built Venusaur, I think, is the way we're going to go here. We're going to build a chunky rock, and in it we're going to incorporate kind of what would be the underside of the head, which is just going to be like a triangle spoke, but it needs to be in proportion with what we want it, the body and everything else to be. So let's bring the body down, and we'll bring... He has quite a long head. The head is about 2/3 the overall length of the body, so... That's about right. And that can slope more because the head will fill in like this gap. So that's the body starting shape. We don't need to worry about changing colours for inside the mouth because the mouth will be closed. That's where we're starting. And then with the legs, we can get away with just making little tube legs. We'll use loop stitching to give like a bit more of a definition to the bottom of the foot. And we'll use colour changes to do little toenails depending on scale. There's every chance I'll just sew toenails on if he ends up small enough. And I think all 4 legs are kind of going to get away with being the same pattern. 2 toenails, no toe beans, love that. And then we just kind of have to work out the armor after that. So the head is going to be the hardest bit, I think. Where it's kind of like long and... Let's just move you out the way, buddy. Don't look at me like that. Actually, you know what? Let's flip you. He just twerked himself off screen. Do the horn as a separate piece to give myself an out there. Though if he ends up small enough, we'll do it as a doubled over treble. Current name list. Brutus. I don't get Rhinoceros. Oh, rhinoceros with an ocarina. I get it. And chunk rock. I liked Rhombus. Can we have Rhombus as the name on there? First time back in 6 months. Hi Mary, welcome back. You've picked a great time to rejoin the streams. We've only got like 5 Pokemon left to go in Gen 1. In fact, I think we'll do this as the head base, right? And then build just a separate eyebrow that goes over the top. Which gives us a lot more flexibility to design this piece and insert eyes and whatever else, and then just lay the eyebrow over the top instead of trying to like build in a ridge as we go. Of course, I could just like work extra increases along the V and then pinch them in. I do think it can be a nicer look, but I think it's harder to plan on the fly, and I think it's makes assembly more tricky for anybody else trying to do assembly later. Which isn't necessarily a primary concern for this series, but it is a secondary concern for this series. I know some of you have been trying to play along, and I love that. And I want to make sure that it's not impossible to do. We've got the back ridges are kind of shaped like that. I'm picturing a lot of tiny little like frilly little armor pieces for us in our future. But to start with, we just need some grey. Some grey for the anatomy. Hey, there you are. There is only one choice, right? Right? The sketch does look a little like an angry squog. Yes, it does. Have I been? I've been good. I've been good. My voice is back. I've got a little bit of allergies today. Anyone else get allergies during thunderstorms? But no, we've been good. Getting that most recent video out was a little bit of a push, but worth it. It was worth it so that I didn't have to like. I like sitting in front of you on stream unencumbered by secrets, if that makes sense. And so I'm currently unencumbered by secrets, so I don't have to like carefully think, don't say Venomoth, don't acknowledge purple, don't careful on this vote now. Instead I can just be like, guys, we have 4 to go! Ah! Alrighty. Rhombus sounds like a not pretty Portuguese word. Oh, I'm sorry. Rhombus is a quadrilateral because he's got square. Yes, everybody, don't forget to hydrate or dihydrate. Oh, Rosalind, that's actually a very helpful explanation for you, because I've always wondered about that. It's like, I've known that like asthma and allergies seem to coincide with thunderstorms and whatnot, but like never really like to know that it breaks pollen up potentially is very interesting. Rhyhorn is named Donathan. I'd forgotten that. That's a great name. What's a similar name? Well, I mean, we could go with like Jimothy, or we could go with Megary. I love mashup names. We already have Bob the Boulder. Sorry, book person. Good name though. Bob the Boulder is Gollum, I think. Now, for anybody who doesn't know, in the Discord currently there is a pinned poll on the live stream channel that has a name vote going for Beedrill. I have managed to not look at the result. I started it last night. The poll will close in about 3.5 hours, and so it should close while we're still here on stream. And the name suggestions were from people in the Discord as well. I scrolled up, Daiquiri, actually, your name list is the one that I ended up using. I think I ended up like adjusting a couple of them because I'm allowed to have a vote as well. I picked 4 that I liked from the suggestions that I saw, and I think I sprinkled one in that was just for me. I'm not telling which one. But yeah, there is a poll running on the Discord just because we have a few Gen 1s that are still missing their names, and it's too much to handle naming 15 Pokemon one after the other on the stream. Hi. Did you just come in here to flex at me?
No. There's Aim Loop posted a video.
Yes.
What? And it's got like he's doing like a horn thing, but it gives you
yeah, he does this little thing that's just like
gives you a really good idea of his anatomy.
Oh, he's so affronted. He's so angry.
Like, yeah, it's just a conglomeration of plates on a ghastly.
Yeah, that's like, what I mean about his anatomy. It's just like he doesn't.
It's just ghastly.
You are killing this GIF game. You are so good at this.
It's yeah.
I gotta stop that. I'm sorry. Well, after seeing that GIF of Totodile clinging to Rhyhorn's, the paws is not going anywhere. Nose and spinning around. I kind of want to call him like what Nosest Un or something like that. That famous surrealist painting, the "This is not a pipe," so this is not a drill. Anyway, we do have a Dwayne Hornsby. The Victorian Health Department now issues thunderstorm asthma warnings. That is so validating. Huh. You forgot to vote. I'm sorry, Duchess Cassandra. That's all right. The vote, you can still go in over there and voting. That's why I'm telling you that. And if I remember before 3 p.m, I will remind again closer to it closing off because I'm not manually closing it. It's going to automatically close at 3 p.m. Western Standard Time.
That one was right on in the GIF.
Oh.
Right on. Mm.
I apparently cannot tell the difference. Alright, I have made this 9 stitches around and I wish to adjust my approach. I don't wish to go back though, so we're going to adjust it on the fly and that's fine. We have a circle. We have 9 stitches in that circle and I want to start building out on 2 sides. Now because there's 9 stitches, that's not an even split. I'm going to make sure that my starting point is in the middle of the mouth or underneath the chin. That those are 2 options. If I do it in the middle of the mouth, then my starting point is going to drift off down the back as we work up the rest of this body piece, which will be fine because there's no color changes or anything. That is where most of the increases and decreases are going to go though, so maybe I'll put the starting point under the jaw instead. It'll be tucked away still, and all of those increases and stuff will be hidden under the body, so that's a better idea. We know we need 2 stitches there. We know we need 4 on one side and 5 on the other. So I'll do 4 on top and then 3 and 2 just to split that number. I could also do 3 and then 2. That would work just as fine. And that's where my little increases are. And it's a cat. we could call him Rhydon is my father. Call me Rhyhorn. You had to scroll up? Yeah, it's pinned though. If you just, look, I'm not the most Discord literate, but I definitely pinned the poll. So rather than scrolling all the way up, you can just go to the pinned messages and it should be the most recent pinned one in that particular channel. Just call him Rydont. You know, it's accurate. I don't know if he approves, but it's accurate. Change my mind. I want the long bit to be at the top, the short bit at the bottom, because I want the top to curve up and out, and so having a middle stitch will be helpful in terms of that. That's why I'm making that decision. I do try and remember every so often that I'm supposed to be talking through my decisions. Oh, Hornelius is great. I'm not gonna I can't pronounce that probably, but it's what Nepas un Rhydon. It's like basically this is not Rhydon. I recognize a joke in any language. Well, that's not true, but like I recognize a joke in that language. Hornelius is pretty good, though, folks. Donathan and Hornelius. I think we have a contender. I've got to say, Rye Don't is also pretty good. And Rhombus was my favourite up until that moment. Oh, I forgot to take something into account here. That is that those 2 stitches are being used. See? It's like we have stuff happen all the time. So that would be... So now the numbers are 3 and 4. I'm still going to keep the odd number on top. Landmarks helped me identify that, and using a stitch marker at the end of my row. I knew I was running out of stitches. Rhyperia. I actually don't know if we named Rhyperia. Hold, please. What number was Rhyperia? It's only a recent thing where I've started just like, if a name comes to me while I'm making them, I just let it stick. Skull, Snowrunt, Huntail, have I gone too far? There he is. Nope, Rhyperia does not have a name. Someone did say Hornsby, but I think we really liked Hornelius. Hello?
Hello.
Speak.
I have a new strategy.
What is it?
And you know how when we have like 18 names and we got to remove some of these?
Yeah.
What I do is whenever I post a name list, I sneakily remove one of them.
To see if anyone cries out about
And
it.
if anyone cries out about it, I go, oh, I'm terribly sorry. And I add it back into the list, but I remove a different one. And I keep doing this until people don't know which one I removed. And then, poof.
That's
that
very
gone.
sneaky, Mr. Bones.
I know, it's amazing. No one complains, and it's been working.
But they all know
wonderful.
you're doing it now, so they're all going to be paying attention.
I know, but I've been doing it for like 3 episodes now, and so like, I've solved this problem, and so I need to come in here and flip a table or
You
something.
see what we
like,
have to
"Let's
put
make a
up
new
with?
Problem."
It's just like the mischief, solving things through mischief.
Yeah, but it's solved, and so I need it to be not solved. I need them to catch on to this, and then I'll find a different solution.
He needs something to keep him mentally stimulated. Oh, yep, the section of the Discord is the live stream channel. You know, the one that we take over every Sunday. You're a slow typer? That's fine. Yeah, I saw the contractor name suggestion. I'm sorry it didn't make the list, partly because I don't know if I get it, but I'm sorry because I did see that name suggestion. Well, yeah, I give him total discretion to include or exclude names. If I want one on there and I don't see a reason why it shouldn't be on there, I'll sometimes request it. Now I know what's happening, I'll be more careful about requesting it and not just assuming he's removed it for various reasons. Okay, current name list: Brutus, Chonkrock, Rhombus, and Hornelius. Oh look, the name list is down to 4 all of a sudden. Oh, butter wouldn't melt. Mr. Bones, no, he would never remove names from the name list. Not when you all work so hard to request them. Alright, I'd say... I actually need you on the screen, buddy. You want to come back on now? Trying to work out if that's wide enough. I think it is. I'm just basically working up rows of 13 because I'd say we're approximately here in the overall scheme of things. So I want to do a couple more rows of 13 and then I'll start thinking about the next round of shaping. So whip that up. Mr. Pants. See, I liked Rhinoceros. I did. But I am also of the opinion that Hornelius is pretty good. All the other names are feeling a little superfluous. Mr. Bones out here, not fooling anyone anymore. There you go. Love watching the lives to have something in the background. It makes working on knit projects move along more quickly. Well, that was always kind of the intention of these streams, is that like it's kind of a hosted crafternoon where we're all just sitting around, we're having a little bit of a chat, we're working on our projects. I'm filling the air with as much blah blah as I can manage. Sometimes y'all carry the conversation far more than I do, and that's very helpful for me as well. And we all get our work done. Now, it is August now. For anyone who hasn't been paying attention to the calendar, it's been August for several days now. So that's relevant because I think back in January, I made that call of just like August. I think August 23rd is the finish off your work in progresses day, and it was based on the principle that, now I picked the date arbitrarily first of all, but it was based on the principle that when I cleaned out that cupboard, I had that sewing that I had been like agonizing over for 4 years, and then when I sat down and did it, all of the sewing took me like 20 minutes total. And so we decided that instead of agonizing over things all year, we would set a day, and I set the day for August 23rd, and that was the day we're going to sit down and do all of those little bits of sewing and get that monkey off our backs. That's the plan. So August 23rd is coming up. I don't know if we're actually going to make it into a thing or not, but it's definitely arriving. Oh, did I just do 3 rows instead? Who knows? One. I should know. It's my job to know. 3, 4, 5. 3, 4. Hey, don't bait Mr. Bones, please. Current name list. I mean, your in progress bin is overflowing. Well, that's what I mean. It's just like, cool. That day, find half an hour, a couple of hours if you've got them, and just like tick some items off the to-do list. I've always found that always makes me feel a lot better. Okay, Rhyhorn has a male or female difference. Males have longer horns. Honestly, I don't think it's going to make a big difference given the crochet of it. I don't have a huge amount of accuracy when it comes to being able to control how little or big the tiny pieces are. The horns are all going to look roughly the same, and I can say that with confidence because, give me a Goldine, all of the horns end up looking, where's Seeking gone? Seeking the Seeking. There he is. That almost sounds like one of those like monster romances, Seeking the Seeking. All the horns kind of end up looking exactly the same. Can that be the theme for that week's live stream? Yeah, potentially. We may even move it to Saturday just to make it work. Because we should actually be done with Gen 1 by then. Because, like I said, this week and next week, I think it's going to be it. I'm getting very tangled here. Okay. So we are underside of the jaw, and I want to start curving up the head. So I'm going to put a bunch of increases along the top of the mouth, and I'm going to put an increase on either side of the smile. Hello. Yum, num, 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 num. It's been a while. To just help flare the body out a little bit as well. So, looking at it, because I can't just do this from a pencil perspective, or I could, but I'm not gonna. I think I want the increases to be like here and here. That balances it out. So that's 1 stitch in from the end and 2 stitches in from the start. So I can just start writing this down. So it's 2 single crochet. I think we'll make it as an increase 3, and then insert instructions here, increase 3 and a single crochet. And now I can start drawing it out if I want to. So Please note that sometimes my diagrams reverse direction. They are demonstrative only. So that uses up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of my stitches, leaving me with 8 across the top. And we need to get up and around this jaw, so that'll be 1, 2 on either side, leaving me with 6 across the top. And we may just do 6 regular increases. I don't know. It's going to give us quite a distinctive curve, but if we have the room to do it that way, that's a pretty good way to do it. Don't name... As if I'm not going to let you name this one Rhydon. Because its name is Rhyhorn. No pause. The pause is going away. Where'd the pen go? There it is. It's not an aspirational name. It's a messing with the creator. Cool. I have my row sorted, and now I'm going to stitch it and see if I like it. And 2. Ooh, this flaring out into the body could have potentially gone up another stitch on both sides. That might be too far under. I'm still going to finish the row though and see. Because by putting it there, I'm growing it down instead of out and across, which is kind of what I wanted. So I'm not going to finish that row and see. We're going to move that stitch right now. Makes that 3 and 1. So what I'm doing here on my little diagram is we're changing this to 3 and that to 1. So we're changing that to 1 and that to 2 as well, just to keep it all like in balance. Because we don't want it fully on the side, but we definitely didn't want it fully underneath, like that just was. Naming him Rhydon is like naming your child doctor or astronaut. You will attain my love and affection once you have lived up to your namesake. Oh, no. I don't know about that, but I did see on the Discord that somebody always names their Beedrill Pikachu. And that tickled me for some reason. It didn't make the poll because I thought that it was a little mean, but something about that was very funny to me. There we go. 1, 2, and then we do. We're flaring out the body. That means that we added, what, 10 stitches in total to this round? So we should be at 23. And I'm actually going to count the row and check. I know, shocking. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 20, 21, 22, 23. Excellent. And we're there. Can you imagine naming a baby adult? That's awful. Or grown up, that's even worse. It's just like, oh yes, this is a little baby adult. As long as they're healthy. My friend always names his Pokemon after various Digimon and Yu-Gi-Oh monsters. I'm not familiar enough with them to make those jokes with mine. I tend to just go with what feels right in the moment. Depends on how frustrated I am with the playthrough at the given time as well. Though, I gotta say, Soul Silver really cooperated with me this week. Good things happened. I'm looking forward to getting back to Victory Road now just to see if we can keep that good luck running. But I'll be working on that behind the scenes. I just couldn't, yeah. Because there's every chance now if I tried to do another episode like now, not only am I too tired because those are a lot of work, but there's a chance a Gen 1 Pokemon would come up and just crash every possible imaginable timeline. So it's just better for everyone if I just stay away from that game for at least the next 2-3 weeks. Soul Silver said, sorry, I was a never-ending nightmare last time. Yeah, I thought we were going that way again when Venomoth, Circumvent turned... I can't remember who they turned into. Bagon. When they turned into Bagon and we lost our last evolving Pokemon again. I was like, okay, do we need to call this? Like, is this just one of those, is it going to be just one of those things where I just can't keep people on the team now? But I'm feeling good about it. We still have one legendary dog roaming around out there. Sorry, this is just spoilers. A spoiler stream for anyone who hasn't watched that episode yet. I'm sorry. But yeah, it ended up really good for us. I'm trying to work out how I want to approach these 6 across the top, because we just worked them as increases, right? I'm just like freely scribbling all over this page at this point. So we had our 6 increases, right? 3, 5, and 6. Each one of them turned into 2 stitches. Now, in growing this back, I don't want to grow the whole, like all of these out again, because if I did, I would just go 6 repeats of a single crochet and an increase, or like do a mirrored thing so it's the same on either side. Still might do that, but I don't know if we want to grow it that much. I think we want to grow it maybe half that much. So that means we only want 3 increases across these 12 stitches, which isn't too bad, because like obviously 12 divided by 3 is 4, which isn't ideal. Ideally, this would be 15 stitches, not 12, or 9 stitches, but well, we'll make it work. We will. So let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Those 2 are the middle stitches. And obviously there's not just one that I can put an increase into, but I can put them mirrored on either side of that, if that makes sense. So that mirrors those 2. And rather than 3, I'll do 4. And we'll do it like this. That's good spacing, and it means that I can write it really easily as well, because it becomes 4 repeats of a single ink, single, single ink, single, single ink, single, single ink, single. So like, I try to keep an eye out for things that make my notation easier as well. Because if the notation is easy, the pattern is easier to follow just in general. That's something that it took me a few years to work out. The channel turned 5. The channel turned 5 this week. I got a notification from YouTube. I didn't even remember. But the 28th of July is technically the channel's anniversary, because that's when I created the channel. The first video didn't go up until I think it was the 1st of August. But yeah, we turned 5. Do you know that the average lifespan of a YouTube channel is 5 years? I'm not leaving that there as a threat. I'm just leaving it there as an acknowledgement. I've still got a few more years left in me, I reckon. But like, yeah, 5 years. And do you know that 5 years ago, life was very different than what it is now. But then, like, I think about it, and I think I've only been full-time on this. I can't even remember if it's been 2 or 3 years, but, like, it's been a while. I've been full-time for a while. It's, I'm just very lucky and very grateful. But I'm also just not very good at celebrating milestones, including birthdays and apparently channel anniversaries. I have had a bottle of like champagne in my fridge since I hit 10,000 subs. Well, no, since before I hit 10,000 subs. And the plan was that, okay, maybe I'll drink it when we hit 10,000. And then I didn't. And I was like, okay, well, I guess maybe I'll hit it when we hit 50,000. And then I didn't. And then it was like, maybe when we hit 100,000, and I didn't. And 3 days ago, we hit 150,000 subs as well. Sorry, I'm just like burying the lead here. We have had a lot of very exciting milestones come up. And it's just like that bottle of champagne is probably bad at this point. At minimum, I should pop it just to get it out the fridge. We're not big drinkers, me and Mr. Bones. I actually don't remember the last time. Maybe I had a scotch like 2 years ago. It's been a while. We don't really drink. Uti birthday? Oh, we are not calling it that, Sith Assassin. Hi.
I had a beer last night.
You lush.
With the boys.
With the boys? Yeah. I'm so proud. Anniversary? Okay, I like anniversary. In fact, I might use that for my birthday. These are not balancing quite as nicely as I would have wanted them to. 1, 2, and then we had 1, increase 1, 1. We're still going to give it a go. I'm obligated to open it by the anniversary of my first video. Or maybe bin it. Yeah, well, I think the anniversary of the first video was yesterday. So I will open it today. And honestly, it was a gift from, a co-worker way back when I worked for other people. And it was just a very thoughtful gesture that meant a lot to me, even though I wasn't a drinker. And so like it came home with a special meaning to me. And it slowly over time turned back into just this object in my house that I have not drunk, and it's probably not okay anymore. So yeah. Wine goes bad when exposed to air. Well, it's been sealed the whole time. I'm given to understand it's quite a nice bottle. So like not like a fancy or expensive bottle, it's like a Moet or something, but like just haven't done anything with it yet. This is not turning out quite the way I expected it to. Hi, that's a candle.
Probably not in the craft room.
You want me to light a fire?
I was thinking your breakfast brownie, but it's already been eaten.
It's already been eaten. Maybe tomorrow. We'll get it tomorrow. See, that's what I mean. Like, milestones are just not a thing for us. We're just like, yeah, we'll get it tomorrow. And then we won't.
Do you want to put it on the camera?
He's offering me a candle.
You now have candle.
Please get the candle out of... It's still factory sealed. It's still got like the wire thingy on it. We are making rye horn. I'm sorry, it's tickling me so much that I can't get the name right. And that pause is me looking at what the name of the sprite on the screen is, because they've all got the Pokemon names in them, and that's how I'm checking every time. Okay, let's try this again. 2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8. I can always make mimosas, maybe. Could always save the bottle, make some crochet flowers and use the bottle as a vase. Yeah. Saving the bottle is very on brand for us. We have a lot of jars in our house. I'm sorry, I can't quite get past the I don't know, the old world peasant in me that sees these beautifully crafted glass jars and just appreciates them too much to get rid of them. Just like my ancestors screech beyond the grave of that was somebody's life work, even though I know that's not how it works these days. I will not be starting a fire, though I appreciate your support, Andy. Fire is how we... Like, candles are how we keep fire as pets, but because it's been so cold here, we've been having to keep the house closed all the way up. So I have been quite specifically... I do not have enough stitches for this row. I've been quite specifically not lighting candles, even though I like them and I would only normally do it at this time of year, to keep the air quality okay in here. And no open flames by the yarn. Okay, what is going wrong here? Please, sorry, talk?
It's just a little flame.
It's just a little flame.
Yeah.
I'll put it over here with the rest of the fire.
I was hoping you'd say the next line.
I don't know it.
They'll get bigger.
Oh, maybe it'll be on our side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Team fire.
It's 23. What's going wrong here? Five, 6, 7. Sorry, guys. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Yeah. Where did I gain a bonus stitch? That makes sense. 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 And that makes sense. Why? Why? Huh? Oh, I'm not the brightest bulb on the tree sometimes, but we do our best. Sorry guys, I worked out what happened. Three, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, there was only room for 5 increases across the top. But I like the shaping, so I'm going to keep the shaping of this row as it is. I'm just going to... Okay, we're going to have just a brief little moment of quiet time, so if you needed a break to go grab something while I just, like, calculate some things, it's going to be like a minute. Just, like, bear with me. Crochet, and then an increase 3. Crochet. No, apparently we're not having quiet time. Apparently she can't shut up, but that's fine. And that will get us to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Using up 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, 11. That's only 12 stitches. Where has this gone wrong? No, there it is. Increase 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, increase 3. There's 3 back to the start. That's so weird. Might have to go back a row. 1, 2, 4, 5. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. Huh. Nine, 14. Alright, the wheels apparently fell off this very early. But I will solve that problem earlier on. That's fine. Thankfully, the problem appears to have happened where I gained a stitch before the shaping really started. And so I can fix that mathematically. I don't have to frog all the way back and try and put it back. I can just go with it and run with it from where we're currently sitting. And that's fine. Thank you all for your patience. I love the idea of being in an echidna mood. What does that encounter? Is that like you kind of want to be small and cozy but for no one to touch you? Because I relate to that. Doily cloth for an altar, a frog army, stuff for market, unicorn, more temperature blanket, mushroom lady with yarn chicken. Huh? What's happening? CK, I crocheted 2 of my 12-day snake pattern. Oh, yay! You wanted to try again after the first one turned out wobbly. Did the second one turn out alright? Because I know that you've kind of been like psyching yourself up to start crocheting, right? I saw people saying fuzzy yarn was a pain to work with. Yeah, no, fuzzy yarn's awful. I won't use it willingly, even if it does give a lovely fuzzy result. It's not worth it. In my humble, fuzzy yarn is something I would like. Fuzzy yarn creations is something that I would purchase. I would not try and create myself. Echidna mood means sticking your head under a rock in search of snacks and staying there because there aren't any people under there. You know what, bug? I love that. Today is just a spiky butt day. It did? Oh, good! The shape is much closer to what it's supposed to look like. Well, that's all just practice. It's like, sometimes get a little bit read the riot act in the comments section of people who don't find my patterns beginner friendly. And that's okay, because my patterns are not beginner friendly. But, a brave, like an intrepid beginner, a brave beginner who is willing to like go slow and learn along the way can still absolutely jump in using my stuff. I'm saying that. It's Because, like, I was someone who wanted to start with more challenging things. And I was perfectly happy to, like, Google what I didn't understand as I encountered it. And so, like, now I create the content I was looking for as a beginner, which does not suit everybody's preferred way of learning. And that's fine. A sticker or a name tag like that? I missed that. What, Echidna Days? Or the prickly butt thing. Fuzzy yarn is like scorpions to me. I think it's neat, but I would like to not touch it. And I would also like it to not be touching me. I'm like that with satin lining or that like polyester plasticky stuff. I hate it. I can't handle touching it. Don't want it on my skin. And they use it to line so many warm jackets and so many pockets and stuff. And then like I put my hand in a pocket and just ugh. Get it off me. It's all horrid. Horrid. Makes my teeth all itchy. It's not nice. What was this row? Because this row would have been perfect. 2 single crochet. Except for that bit. I've got to work on that bit. Crochet and then ink 3 and then 3 single crochet back to the start. That's all well and good and all. But now I have 10 stitches and not 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Sometimes I have trouble where I'm not actually counting. I'm moving my like pencil along and my brain is reciting the numbers in order, but the two aren't syncing up properly. So it's like that, and it's like that. That'd be wider, but I think that's still okay. All right, so this is the new plan, which is single ink, single ink, single, single, ink, single, ink, single. All right. Filled in the gap. On we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. Increase. Single crochet. Increase again. You like that with suede? Yeah, I kind of get that. I'm not the same with suede, but I understand it's probably the exact same feeling. Ooh, you do have a crown. Your aunt just got some fuzzy yarn today. It was so soft. That's the problem. It's so soft, but particularly like chenille yarns, they have like a really hard thread through the middle of it that honestly cut my hands up. And you're working blind the whole time, so you can only really approximately make things. Like, mad props to the designers who use it, because like I see them on Instagram and TikTok and stuff, and like that seems to be their main yarn of choice. And I don't know if I'm just not using the same kind of yarn, but it's awful. It's awful, and they have a higher pain threshold than I do to be using it like that. Can't do microfiber or the sound of lenticular plastic. Oh, okay, yep, I get both of those are very similar to the thing that I have the problem with. And then it's 2. And this second jaw. I think we've actually possibly reached the size that we want this guy to be now, because he's got so much armor. I can kind of get away with making like the nugget itself smaller. Oh no. I don't know if I've made the jaw long enough. The head will make up for that a little bit, but for some reason I think I expected the flare to take longer. This jaw is long enough as long as I stop the body like here, and that is so tiny. Okay, cool. Maybe he's just getting like pidgey-totted. Maybe we're pidgey-totting the boy. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31. Love the fact that we're working like just exclusively in prime numbers. That's fantastic. We're loving that for us. It has definitely been discussed before, but I never have a satisfactory answer for people. My favorite project. I like many of the things that I've made for many different reasons, and it also depends on what I've been working on recently and what I'm most frustrated with recently. Like, by the time we finish Gen 1, for a little while, making all the Gen 1 Pokemon will probably be my favorite project, but I know that's not the spirit of the the spirit of the question. Albert is up there because he's a big and cool piece. Peaches is up there because she's getting close to what I want to be as a fiber artist. Peaches is the raptor. Oh, lean the other way. Peaches is the raptor back there. But then there's also things like the slug, the articulated slug. Love that because it's like me experimenting with like movement and you know what I mean? It's just like anything where I've tried to like push myself forward tends to be something I think of very fondly. Anything that I've embroidered or I've been playing with beads or that sort of thing, it moves the whole craft forward. I like a lot of that stuff. Hi. Oh. Who are you calling a
Mega Chunk, because Mega Chunk.
Mega Chonk? I liked that project because I actually took enough time to do that project. I worked on it for a month behind other videos, and that is a lesson to learn.
What are they called? Deep sea fish.
Anglerfish?
Anglerfish lamp.
Yeah?
Because, you crocheted around a lamp, and that was really cool.
Technically, I inserted the lamp after it was crocheted.
Mr. Bones, because of course.
Of course.
And the Patu puppet.
You like the Patu puppet? You like Mop?
No, these aren't my favourite. These are the ones I petitioned to be your favourite.
Oh, okay.
Like, the Patu puppet is like the first time you did a puppet.
You're pitching for my favourite, I understand.
Yeah. And we'll vote on which one is your favourite, and you have to adopt that as your favourite.
Okay, sure.
And the large mimic chest.
Oh, that was an original one, but that
I think they're all very good patterns.
all of the ones you've listed though fit the criteria of what I'm saying, of just like they're a project where I've tried to drive myself forward in some way. Yeah.
Love you.
Love you too. You agree on the lamp? You're also a big lurker. That's okay. We love our lurkers here. Oh, you love the lamp. That's cool. Yeah, I have no idea how it's picking who gets the crowns and who doesn't, but it seems to be a fun thing that doesn't seem to be encouraging too many, like, or any bad behavior, and so it's just a bit of fun. YouTube kind of just was like, here, you've got crowns now. I'm like, okay. I think it's relatively arbitrary. Oh, he's so fat. Not that there's anything wrong with that. But he's got such a little face. I'm like, I'm gonna have to make a very wide head to make this work. I don't know. I don't know if this is really coming out. I know that we've been going for over an hour and I should be further along. But I just don't think this mouth is right for the amount of like scaling up I have done. And I'm having a hard time trusting the process because that's a lot of an underbite to make the head shape, like the top of the head, the right size and shape for this piece. All right, how would I fix this if I had to fix it? I would go back and I would make the jaw bigger, or I would go back and make the body flare slower. This can be the width. Even this now, it's too wide. All right, well, that's easy. What I do is I go back and I remove that increase, and that just becomes a regular single crochet. And I remove that increase, that just becomes a regular single crochet. And we'll start there. In fact, that size even. I think I just got carried away. I will mention something about the crowns here, in that, and I'm mentioning it not as a form of encouragement, but as a way of eliminating it as an option for y'all. You do get extra points if you do like donations to the channel. Please don't pay to win the crown game. That would just be really yucky for us all, I think. After thinking about it, I do have a favorite crochet piece you've made. Dimetrodon pattern by Katya's Yarn Boys, turned into a potato don from Ginger and the Vegosaurus. It's the size of a medium cat. Oh, I love that. And also I like the description of a medium cat. It's very specific, but also vague. It's just a good description. It's the anything but metric. None of this Game of Thrones. We don't do that. go. So I just removed all of the increases from the previous row and replaced every single one with single crochet. And honestly, it's a lesson in like happiness is found where expectation meets reality, and just like sticking with achievable ambition. I'm just going to do a bunch of rows of 31, not 31, 23. That was our first one. Move the bobby pin and we'll do like 5 or 6 more. Your first crochet project ever was the roly-poly. My goodness. That's what I mean though. I have slowly collected a group of people who are my kind of crafters, my kind of people who want to start with things like the roly-poly, but like I still respect it. That's crazy. Oh, hi Heather. He's wonderful and helped distract you while your partner was in hospital. Oh, I'm sorry. Do I measure your weight height in metric or imperial? Okay, well, I can't talk about that without some pretty intense trigger warnings, so I think I'm just going to avoid that particular one today. But in short, I do use imperial, but it's for a personal reason. I made a dragon out of blanket yarn. It's my emotional support dragon. It's huge. It's almost half the size of your 4-year-old. Wow, that's crazy. Sorry, crazy. I gotta stop saying crazy, but like, oh my goodness. Excellent. Go make some noodles. Everybody should go get a snack, should the urge strike. In Canada, height and weight we usually measure in imperial, but everything else is metric. Yeah. That's funny. I can use either. But like, distance should be metric. Though of course, distance is just an expression of time. Because like, there's like the physical distance, but the way we use distance tends to be as an expression of how long it takes to get from A to B, which is really the only functional distance that you really need. But it means that some things are closer together than others, or that the relative distance between things is closer sometimes than it is at other times. Because like, I don't drive. That's a fun fact about me. I don't drive. I don't have a driver's license. So I walk everywhere, the grocery store, and walking to the grocery store takes approximately 10 minutes. So that grocery store is 10 minutes away. It's about a kilometer away. We're not running to the grocery store. But like, in a car, the grocery store becomes 2 minutes away. So the relative distance is it's 10 minutes for me, but 2 minutes for somebody who drives. So like, it's just, I don't know. I don't know why I'm talking about this. Think I'd be lost on metric and your brain has been so conditioned. That's fine. It's just what entertains me isn't the existence of imperial. That's fine. That's fine. If it works for you, it works for you. What amuses me is the anything but metric measurements that come in, where people describe things as, forgive me for picking on you, because I don't mean it that way. I genuinely got a lot of joy out of it. The description of something as the size of a medium cat, or the size of a house being 2 T-Rexes tall. It's just like the approximate weight of 3 angry squirrels. It's just like the use of like, it's actually very communicative. It's very expressive, and people tend to grasp the size and scale of what you're talking about a lot easier. But it's also just really funny that it kind of just comes across as like this obstinate refusal to use the metric system. Yeah, it's 6 seagulls and a pail of rocks. You find the nonchalant interchangeable measurements so confusing. At work, we use metric for weight. Okay. Mr. Bones, is that wet sand or dry sand? They're different, so you have to specify. Well, technically it's the added weight of the water that makes that different. The meme that Americans will use anything but the metric system is so true and hilarious. And it's great. I get a lot of joy out of it. It's never a mean-spirited laugh on my behalf. Same as typos. It's just like, I'm not making fun of the person who made it. I just find great joy when communication doesn't break down but falters and still manages to succeed anyway. I almost said still manages to succeed, which is like a verbal typo. Okay, so an LB is a pound, and there are 2.209 pounds to a kilo. Yeah, and the reason that like that illustrative descriptions are so like can be so effective to communicate is because if someone in the chat speaks pounds and I'm speaking in kilos, that like there could be a lost in translation there, but we both know the approximate size of a cat. And okay, cool. Now we're communicating effectively, and that's just really fun. It's kind of like the whole 1 million seconds is 11 days, but 1 billion seconds is 31 years. Yeah, exactly. It's just like numbers past the point of fathomability are better illustrated. It's like too much air in a balloon. A medium-sized cat makes more sense than 2,000 ounces. Yeah, I don't know what ounces are. I only know what pounds are. Night, Nibble Drake. I'm sorry you fell down the stairs earlier. I hope you're okay. You've mentioned this before, but working in a fabric store, I've become very comfortable measuring in inches and meters, which do not actually work well with each other. No, they don't. Plus, then you've got the whole yards thing, which is yeah, no. That's actually true. Like, I mean, I can't talk about that out loud, Duchess Cassandra, but like, it's funny that they wouldn't use that as their standard measurement except for that one particular substance. I have chosen to traumatize the cats further by assembling another of your bookcases you got at the end of May. Yay! More bookcases means more room for books. And that could mean that it's old books that you already have getting a proper comfy home. Or it could mean that there's room for new books, which is a different kind of fun. You're fine. No. As somebody who has fallen over a great number of times in my life, mostly to just bruise my ego, I'm glad you're okay. Smurf. Oh, I didn't know that Smurfs were described as 4 apples tall. Maybe things like that is where this whole thing originated. We use fruit and objects to describe the size of things at work. A golf ball sized bladder in a cat is fine. An apple-sized bladder is bad. Sorry, I shouldn't laugh at the size of cat bladders, but that description is inherently amusing. And what's funny here is I have no frame of reference for what size bladder should be a good or a bad thing, except for what you just provided. And so I'm just like, is that a people-sized bladder? Or is an apple-sized bladder in anyone bad? It does seem large for what would be the size of a standard cat. So we're still going. We haven't quite achieved Nugget yet. I do think he's going to have a little head and a big fluffy body, but I think we're going to just make our peace with that. I don't mean fluffy literally though. I just mean big and chunky. Just got a new book and was like, I need another shelf. Yep, exactly. I had to move things off a bookshelf recently because my Dungeon Crawler Carl books arrived and they needed to go on the shelf. That's the rules. In fact, they made it onto we've got like a couple of shelves here in the house. We've got the shelves of like any book you read on these shelves, you'll have a good time. And then we've got the shelf of like, you got to kind of be in a specific mood for these ones here, or you remember them fondly, but they're only really here because of nostalgia. They don't hold up in various ways, or they were just never that good to begin with, but you've got them and they're books. And so we respect books. So like we have the two different realms of book in this house. And the Dungeon Crawler Carls, I had to make room on the anytime, day or night bookshelf because like I've read them like 8 or 9 times through. There's also fluid ounces, which are a unit of volume versus ounces a unit of weight. That's why when you bake via I measure my ingredients by weight. Because did you know that the US standard cup size, meaning like cup of flour, is different to the Australian standard cup size? There's like a difference in volume. So if you're following an American recipe, it's like kind of like US versus UK crochet standard terms. It's just like we've gotten used to at this point, people at least labeling what's what. That's not necessarily the case with recipes. And baking, you got to be a little bit more specific than that. Don't get me wrong, you can measure a lot of stuff with your heart, but like certain ratios need to be okay. Hi, Coletti Spaghetti. Your name always makes me smile. That's not fair when they use the same words. Yeah, so that's what I mean. It's just like we're using like... Yeah, exactly. So we're all using the same words to mean different things, and then we wonder why we're not communicating well. Troy ounces, which are 1.1 ounces and pretty much only used for gold and silver. Well, I also know that there is the kilo somewhere in the world, which is like... Basically, the idea is that this is the one true kilo that all kilo... When you say something weighs a kilo, you are saying it weighs one of this particular object, which is the kilo. But, like, it kind of opens up the door to, like, if we chipped a little bit off the kilo and it became, like, 0.9 of a kilo, it is still, by definition, the kilo. Does that mean we have to, like... check the weights on everything? But then I suppose we're moving to digital currency now too. You've lost me in a thought. Look at you. You just sent me out. Like we work with like non-fiat currencies now as well, which aren't based on physical objects. So I guess the presence of the kilo is perhaps less important now than it was 20 years ago. Anyway, Maine Coons are very large cats. I don't know where I went just now, honey, but I was gone.
So what's everyone working on today?
Oh,
also,
we have a breeze. See? The webs are moving. I don't have webs in my craft room. What are you talking about? But the webs.
It could just be because I'm hot.
It could be because the computer too. The vent points upwards now.
Yeah, there's that too. Yeah.
It's fine. It's fine. Hi.
It no longer does the kilo thing. Now they use a watt balance.
Yeah, so that's why I thought it's not relevant
balance?
anymore.
Watt balance.
But we used there was at one point an object that was the kilo, which I think is still an interesting thing. You remember working at Joanne Fabric, customers would come in asking for an amount of fabric in meters, but we measure in yards or inches? Yeah. People who cook a lot but never bake get angry when eyeballing it makes the cake not work out. Well, see, cake is kind of one of those ones where it's my one exception to when following recipes, because I have made so many of those over the last 30 years that I do pretty much measure with my heart. That said, I have a very specific recipe that I make as part of my meal prep for breakfast in the morning. It comes out looking like a brownie, but it's more like a baked oats type of thing, and that I measure by weight, because I'm trying to hit like certain things. You just got a Bengal cat. They are so pretty. Like, you just look at those cats and you're just like, that's a fancy cat. He has his own YouTube channel? Do you all prefer thick, heavy forks or thin, lightweight? Thin, lightweight. Oh, no, they have to have a certain weight to them, but I don't like thick. We have thick, heavy, and thin, lightweight, and I would use the thin, lightweight every day of the week. A heavy fork is gross. A heavy spoon is worse, but... got opinions on that. Also, if I'm spreading butter, I spread it with a spoon, not a butter knife. It's easier, okay? Butter knives cut up the bread, or whatever you're spreading butter on, whereas like a spoon has the curved edge to it that allows it to be like smooth. And if you warm up the spoon a little first, it spreads really easily. So yeah, spread your butter with spoon. Thank you for coming for a TED Talk. You want to share the recipe? All right, look, I'll tell you what this recipe is, but you'll probably be disappointed in it. So, what I do, this is how I make my breakfast brownie. I take 3 large bananas and I mash them up in a bowl. And to it, I add 40 grams of cocoa powder, which is probably a lot. I add, sorry guys, give me a second. And you add the cocoa powder at that point because it's hydrophobic and it's the only way to get it to incorporate properly. 40 grams of brown sugar, or you could also use maple syrup if you're so inclined. I add about 60 grams of chia seed and about 60 grams of protein powder. 220 grams of, no, it's 180 grams of oat flour, which we just literally grind up raw oats because you can get them for like $2 a bag, rather than buying oat flour. In fact, Mr. Bones uses a coffee grinder to do that for me. And then 220 grams of milk, or mils of milk, but when you're doing it by weight, it's all the same thing. And floof powder. It's basically the equivalent of a teaspoon of floof powder for every cup of oats. And so there's 1 cup of oats in there. So you use I'm used to talking about like baking powder, that stuff, floof powder. And that makes it rise. And I think that's it. And then I put like 50 grams of dark chocolate bits across the top and bake it for half an hour in a medium oven. And that is 6 serves of breakfast brownie. I serve it with a big old scoop of sugar-free vanilla Greek yogurt. And I eat that most mornings. It's very good. I'm very much a sweet tooth in the morning. And so like, it's what I just described tastes great as long as you don't ruin your palate with anything sweet first. Because, like, obviously dark chocolate is on the bitter side and we're not putting a lot of sweetness into this thing, and Greek yogurt is on its own kind of sour. But, like, you eat it together and, like, the bitter and the sour kind of go away and it just becomes, like, chocolate and creamy. And, like, afterwards you can have your juice if you want some juice or something with breakfast. Don't eat anything sweet before eating this and it'll taste sweet. If you eat something, like, it's a health food. Moo juice! Yep, no eggies. Yeah, floof powder isn't mine. It's from, what is it, B. Dylan Hollis or something? He's a TikToker who does these recipes online. It's fun. Baking powder, that's the one. The reason I flinched from saying it was just like, is it baking powder or baking soda? It's the one that you add to non-self-raising flours to make them raising flours. Yeah, it's quite nice. I don't mind it at all. It's basically porridge that I've baked. It just helps because like having a sweet tooth in the morning is rough. Like, because like a ham cheese croissant is all well and good, but it's just not. It's just, yeah. And a bowl of cereal, it's just hard to get decent protein from. So this sets me up pretty well. Husband can wake up and have a rack of ribs covered in barbecue sauce right away. I've never understood. Oh, see, cold pizza for breakfast is the perfect breakfast. But I consider, don't heat up the pizza. You eat it cold. All right, Mr. Bones and I have this argument sometimes. It's like, no, the pizza should be cold. Because that's why it's cold pizza. That's the best breakfast. Cold pizza is the best breakfast. But second best is probably this thing. Because, yeah, this thing's pretty good. Did you know the inventor of baking powder did that because his wife was allergic to yeast? Okay. I like that. It's just like, some people don't communicate their love in straight lines. Sometimes we have some lateral thinkers who go out of their way to invent yeast alternatives. Just like that is love, okay? I don't care if that guy doesn't know how to like say the words. That is him expressing his love.
Does he know your love language? Oh, no. He just revolutionized cooking for me.
Yeah, right?
He just made me 3 birdhouses himself.
Yeah. But yeah, while we're talking about flour, because I have changed over basically to oat flour, point blank, though I have recently discovered I can eat sourdough bread, which has been very exciting to me. Something to do with the proteins in the flour or some nonsense. But like, basically, oat flour is the best dupe I found for baking. In swapping out like a wheat-based flour for any other type of flour. Oat flour, but you got to add the floof powder in. I get made fun of for loving cold pizza, especially cold stuffed crust. No, that's the good stuff. And it's like straight out of the fridge. Like you don't even want it room temperature. You want that pizza to be cold. And like that's particularly odd for me because I don't like leftovers. I have a hard time with leftovers. They taste wrong or stale or bad to me. So we eat a lot of fresh food, or like you freeze it straight away and you heat it up that way, and that doesn't count as leftovers. That's meal prep. But yeah, cold pizza is good. Cold pizza is just good. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, now we're going to close off the back. Is he proportionate? No. Is he doing his best? Yes. Maybe we're not done yet. Maybe he needs a little bit more. I feel like this is taking a really long time for what it is. I'm stressed. I'm stressed because we're at an hour and a half and I've not even finished a single potato. Out of fridge, into my mouth. Thank you. Ideal. Exactly. I'm glad you all agree. Cold pizza is the breakfast of champions. Yes. like, Mr. Bones likes cold pizza, but he likes his cold pizza on a plate in the microwave, turned back into hot pizza. I'm feeling very seen right now. Thank you all for validating me. I appreciate it. I think it depends on mood. Sometimes cold pizza is the only way, and other times I'll reheat. It's just like, yeah, if they want to be leftovers, then they need to just embrace what they are at the temperature they're at. Bit late for the subject, but we have a kind of butter spatula. Well, see, I feel like the spoon thing is like my solution to the butter spatula. Sourdough is actually the only bread I need to be cautious eating. Its aged yeast can make my blood pressure spike. Huh. That's interesting. I just think there's just a lot of stuff in our food. And I think the closest you can get, like, I'm not like a... I don't even have a label for what I'm not. But, like, I'm not like militant about this, but it's just like the notion of, like, the closer your food is to resembling what is recognizable in nature, probably the better it is in general. There's obviously a few exceptions to that sort of thing, but, like, I saw a TikTok recently of somebody taking a slice of bread and scrunching it into a ball, and there was so many things in this bread that were just, like, not bread, that the piece of bread reinflated and turned back into a perfectly formed slice. And it was at that point I'm just like, that's not food, that's an alien organism. I like my bread to, like, if I screw it up into a ball, I want it to sit on the counter in ball form, looking at me accusingly until I have to eat the ball of bread. Right? That's what I aim for. I will legitimately buy a pizza with the explicit purpose of eating one slice and putting the rest in the fridge for breakfast for the next couple of days. Yeah, I used to do that living alone. I would get, like, take advantage of the coupons and get, like, the 2 pizzas. Sometimes the 3 if I was feeling particularly lazy. And then just, like, that was my meal planning. So it's like, plenty of cold pizza, the next 3 days, lunches and dinners sorted. It's like, okay, I appreciate everyone trying to discuss, like, reheating methods, but, like, we don't need them. Because pizza is better cold. Well, that's not true. Hot pizza is great on the first day, but on the second day it should be cold. Oh, yeah, and lasagna always tastes better if you've let it sit overnight in the fridge. Freezer also counts, because, like, everything just, like... Yeah, lasagna is always better the next day, too. That's kind of my one exception to that. Like, it's not leftovers if it's pasta-based, because then it's just meal planning and meal prep. Like, we do big batches of, like, bolognese sauce and taco meat. It's like, that stuff is meant to sit for a few days. Happy time zone rain. Pizza is not yucky, but you are still welcome here even if you're wrong. Nerdity Master, I don't... Oh, Night's House Sprout, sleep well. Nerdity Master, I don't want to openly admit to that, but something about that description sounds achingly familiar to me. And I don't feel like I want to unpack it. Okay. This is our boy. I know he doesn't look like much. I don't know if he ever will. But we're doing our best. And I think with the head covering that bit. And I think we're closing off the butt now, but I'll close it off slowly. That's the plan anyway. So if I line everything up, the bottom jaw flat, I need to work out where to put my decreases. And I'm going to put them here. I'm going to put them here. So that's... there and there. So unfortunately the end of my row has drifted right into a really inconvenient spot, but we're still going to try and make it work for us. So I'm going to work 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 stitches and then a decrease, and I'm going to, the last stitch of my round is also going to be a decrease. Now this is going to be slightly twisted. Maybe I make it 9. I'm going to make that 9 instead, just to push it up one more stitch. We'll go back to drawing around. And we're like here. We're going to do a decrease here. We're going to do a decrease here, and there's 9 stitches there. There's 23 stitches total in our row, so this is 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 stitches of that used already, leaving me with 10 stitches across the top. If I did that math correctly. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. No, we have 31 stitches. I'm so frustrated with my note taking. I'm so sorry. Just give me a second to correct it. I've crossed out a row that we definitely did. I'm just gonna reset the row. We're fine. I'm just rage baiting myself at this point. Increase, 2 single crochet, and 2 increase, and a single crochet, and 3 single crochet, and an ink 3, and then 3 single crochet, and then we did 9 rows of 31. And we cross that out, and now we can build up our next row. I'm just going to cross all that out really firmly and aggressively. My notes never look like this. Can I just show you? Look at this. This has just not been a good day. But it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. So, 9 single crochet and a decrease, and then a decrease at the end of the row. Leaving us, so that still uses 14 of our stitches, 13 of our stitches, 13 of our stitches between there and there. So 31, that's what, 18 more across the top. And we want to put a decrease like here and a decrease here. So we're really going to encourage like a square shape at the back because this guy has a square butt. Does anyone freeze milk when going on long trips? Afraid not. No, but I used to get like vanilla soy milk and freeze it in those popsicle holders and make popsicles. I thought I saw an ocarina yesterday at a medieval festival, but it was labelled flute. And I was like, okay, isn't it one of those things where like, this is all flutes? And this is all ocarinas? Where like, not all flutes are ocarinas, but all ocarinas are technically flutes. But also I'm not willing to die on that particular hill. Do I want to take my break early? No, I'm fine. I'm fine. The pattern is just being really mean to me today. It's fine. We're good. I appreciate the offer. 2, 3. We'll do 3 up the side. On either side. Hi, honey.
The pattern's being mean.
The patterns are being mean.
Pass it here.
I don't know if...
I'll give it a stern talking to.
I don't think it'll help.
Okay.
But I appreciate you.
What about a pat on the head?
No, but I'm trying to do math. Give me a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
So don't say numbers. Now it's better time to talk.
Get out.
Okay.
Alright, I think I mathed that correctly. There was a distraction. So we can never really tell, but we'll work it up and we'll see. Admittedly, I have fewer coping mechanisms around milk because I was lactose intolerant growing up, but I was also on a dairy farm, and so we just always had fresh milk. Like if we ran out, we just sent Dad down the hill with a bucket. And he'd nick some out of the vat. Flutes, I believe, as a flute player, anything that uses wind channeling as a method for making sound. Yeah, that's what I thought. It's just like, yeah, that was my theory. I was friends with a lot of band people in high school. Was not in the band, but pretty much all of my friends were. Okay. Good news, everybody. I think I mathed correctly. Grime is sure excited for me. He's here to cheer me on. He's bringing up the mood. Your family's always just chugged the last of the milk before we leave. mean, that also works. I'm also just not someone who goes anywhere. Like, at most, I go away for a weekend. So I think that also plays a part here. It's too early to stuff, but I need the catharsis of stuffing. Well, Loot, I do believe that raising chickens and eating eggs are two different hobbies, kind of like crocheting and sewing your pieces together. It's like, raising chickens is about the chickens. Eating eggs is about the food. Oh, you are a nuggety little fellow. It's fine. I'm gonna have to keep the armor plates really minimal. Because they're gonna add a lot of bulk. He should be so much smaller than this, but we've spent 2 hours making it. I'm not going back. We're just making it work. He's just gonna look like the Rhyhorn. Dang it. He's gonna be the Rhyhorn who stole the Christmas pudding, okay? That's the plan. It's fine. It's fine. It's all gonna be great, and we're all gonna have a great time. 4 single crochet 3 together. Uh-oh. Just becomes 1 single crochet and a decrease, which means that should be 1 single crochet and a decrease, which means that needs to stay as 9. Trying to keep this balanced. Oh, it's so stormy outside. Oh, wow. Uploading your first YouTube video in 10 years. That's amazing. It's so stormy outside.
I saw a little bit of debris.
There's debris?
A tiny bit, but it flew past the balcony.
Okay. Sorry. Look, lactose intolerant people will never not eat dairy. Like, yeah. Though you can grow out of it. You can. And it's all just an inflammation thing, as long as you're like not inflamed in other ways. I don't know what I'm saying. Like, I've yet to meet a lactose intolerant person who does not have cheese in their fridge. And if you suggest they shouldn't be eating the cheese, the response is pretty much unanimously, fight me. But I think it's the same mentality that has some people drinking. It's like they know they'll be hungover afterwards, but it's worth the experience, I guess. And so, like, the lactose intolerant people are aware of the consequences and they accept the consequences of their actions, but they're still gonna eat/drink that. Any like lactose-free cheese is so gross. That doesn't surprise me at all, because any food that's masquerading as a different food to try and give the shadow of the experience to somebody who can otherwise not have that food, it's never good. Like, sometimes I think it's good that they exist, because I think that people should still have access to things. But overwhelmingly, they make me feel worse than eating the food I shouldn't be eating. The one thing I haven't tested that on is, like, peanut butter, but I don't think they really have an artificial peanut butter. The vegan kind of cheese doesn't melt. Now, that is the most vaguely threatening sentence I have read in a while. Oh, there's lightning. I can see this much out my balcony window if I crane like this. That's why I keep going, oh, it's stormy. Oh, I'm starting to get a little allergy. Again, the itching stopped though, so that's good. Ooh, nearly knocked my glass of water straight into the microphone. Yeah, white chocolate is nice, but white chocolate is not chocolate. Dark chocolate is an excellent source of magnesium, so if you get muscle cramps and that sort of thing, you have a valid reason for eating it. In fact, that's why a lot of us ladies crave it at a certain point. Yeah, anyway. It's also why you're valid in wanting to eat it at any point in time, because people tend to be like chronically under magnesiumed. I'm gonna go cry for a bit and come back later. No! I'm sorry, Purple Dolphin. I hope you're okay. According to your mum, who has celiac, Disney World gluten-free bread is actually pretty good. Yeah. Like, don't get me wrong, I'm sure it's out there, but one thing I learned is that I was gonna have to cook if I wanted to eat tasty things. And that's fine. Peanut-free peanut butter is not peanut butter. That's right, it's just butter. I was riffing on it. It's like yeah, it's just like it doesn't bother me. We're gonna decrease. When Mr. Bones hears this, I would like him to adjust the opening in the door so that it stops whistling, please. Thank you, honey. Nope, nothing is going to stop the whistling. That's fine. The wind would just be whistling today. Five single crochet and a decrease. Sorry, we're closing this off. Well, okay, the farm was there for 100 years but closed about 10 ago now, for various reasons. But we had Frisians, as well as a small handful of Jerseys and a few Angus on the side, just because they made for healthier cows. Okay, Mr. Bones is getting up to some... I mean, there was like some crazy skeleton zoomies going on out there.
It's so stormy. It blew the towel out from under the door.
That's what the whistling was. Why am I working when it's this stormy? I should be small with hot chocolate in a chair.
I'll get you hot chocolate.
No.
I'll get you a chair.
I mean, well, technically I have a chair. It's just not a very supportive chair.
What if?
No, hang on. I've got a lot of stitches in my brain. Pause. Just pause. Don't go away. Shh. Shh. You're a menace. I have no idea if this row is even remotely correct, but that would match the theme of this Pokemon. Hold on, I'm gonna have to count now. No, just say what you're gonna say.
I've got the Mr. Bones theme stuck in my head. It's like you know the big comfy chair?
Yeah.
If we had a break, I could.
They don't fit through these doors.
Oh, it would fit through these doors. Look, anything can fit through these doors if you wanted to. If you just smile at me and say, "Oh, could you please?" Yeah.
Actually, you know what? This door is 5 centimeters wider than the other door, and you did get it through that other door, though you did have to take the legs off, and I just don't feel like that's an in-stream activity.
Oh, I could totally get it done in 10 minutes. But yeah, and so if you wanted that chair in here, and you could just sit back and relax in like comfy chair, yeah, and I could bring you hot chocolate.
But no, but like I would be like down here, or I would be all the way up here.
Well,
like,
if only the cameras were adjustable.
Quiet, you. Get out. You've been banished. Shoo.
You're a pretty lady.
I know. Get out.
If you change your mind on hot chocolate, let me know.
Thank you, honey. Yeah, we don't have any marshmallows anyway. I have no idea what this last row was. That was way too distracting in the middle of it, and now I have to try and work it out. Like, what kind of decrease is that? Because it looks like I've done 3 together, but I think I only did a regular decrease on this side. 1, 2, 3. Let's just go back and check. I did do 3 together. Huh. This is fine. This pan's a mess. It's like, some days I can design super complicated swirly shapes. Other days I struggle to design a potato. And like, both things can be true at the same time. We'll do 2 and then another single crochet 3 together. We'll adjust our notes because what's one more scribble on the page? And we'll do a single crochet. This is a challenge, you say? Like maybe we should name Rhyhorn Torment Nexus, given how it's being really mean. And like, I'm looking at this and I'm just like, this doesn't look like anything. I don't trust the process. And we're down to 13 stitches. It's all prime numbers too, which is just rough. Like, there's no reason for this to be as prime as it is. Single, decrease, 2, decrease, single. Decrease, 2, decrease, single. Leaving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 across the top. And we'll go single, single crochet 3 together, single. That should leave us with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Finally. Finally a multiple of something. Feel you on that, but with sewing, like some days I can make a dress and some days I struggle to make a bag. Yeah, it's like, I don't know what the block is today, but I'll do some run. You know what it is? So I had to change from whey protein to pumpkin seed protein. Today's my first day on that stuff, and so I reckon it's just like fogging up the old brain cells. Prime numbers are the best. I have no... Look, okay. So, prime numbers have their plus side. Their plus side of a prime number is the fact that you can easily find a middle stitch, because they tend to be odd. In fact, they're all odd. All prime numbers are odd. But they don't make nice multiples if you're trying to evenly place things. Or evenly decrease. So you kind of, like, there are ways to work around them by doing, like, single crochet 3 togethers. Or, you know, placing an odd number of increases, but like, I just would rather work in multiples of 6 or 3. So prime numbers have just like slowly become my nemesis over the years. It's like in general, when multiples of 3 turn up, I know that my shaping is going to look right, and when prime numbers start turning up, I know that we're in struggle town. Oh, excuse me. I know that we're in struggle town, and I know it means that the notes are going to look something like this. This is the sign of prime numbers in notes. It's like, see how these rows are like non-repeatable? Like they don't have like nice sequences to them. That is a surefire symptom of prime numbers in your stitches. And we're just going to go 1, 2. He has no tail, he's just got a square butt. 3. Yeah, we'll put the single. No, we'll do 4 and then 4 and a single, because why not? We did it! We finished a potato! It only took us 2 full hours. I feel like we lost a lot of the start of the stream though to various bits and bobs. I had like a dozen Pokemon to show off, so that all takes time, and then I natted away during the poll a lot too. The name list, the name list is Chonk Rock, Rhombus, Hornelius, and Brutus. Hang on, we're missing one. Like sometimes patterns just like happen fully formed, and on those days I kind of almost feel like I'm like connected to a cloud or something, and I'm just like downloading from the ether a pattern. Whereas like some days they fight you every chance they get, and it's rude. No, he doesn't have a tail. Don't tell me that. Going back to my reference images here. No, there's no tail. There's absolutely no tail. I'm looking. Oh, I see what you're calling a tail. I'm thinking of that as part of the armor, so I understand what's happening there. I kind of want to like rotate him so he's more vertical and like squash them out this way, which I could do, except it makes it very far off the ground, so we're going to put it back the other way. You're a bad potato. You're a good potato. I'm sorry, potato. Let's make some little legs. The catharsis of making legs will help me here. It'll chill me out a little bit. The vibe has gotten a little bit agitaty and spiky. We need to be a little bit more boba, a little bit less kiki. Legs. Here's a little brute. Angry Bear is helping to encourage you to write your own, though. Honestly, writing your own patterns is a very rewarding process. Even if you're just doing it to, like, keep a record. Because that's all I was doing. I've got my little notebook back there that I was just using to keep a record of the patterns before, like, I became this. I find that a very rewarding record. Like, some people scrapbook, some people journal. Keeping a record of the patterns that you've written with no intention of distributing them even. It's just, it can be it's just a very nice thing to have. It's a nice little memory. Particularly if you've got, like, still got the items, or even if you're giving the items away. And you can put little photos in there. It's nice. And I like that. I like that he's encouraging that. That's a good thing. And yeah. Or, I mean, there's always, like, the world always needs more good, solid crochet patterns. Less AI slop. So take a deep breath. We got this. We do. I just realized that I have yarn that's like a solid inch in diameter and a mighty fondness for the snake pattern. Nerdity Master, I'm just going to go ahead and say that if your yarn is that big, unless you have like a skein or a ball of it that's like this, you will not have enough to finish the snake pattern. Because, like, big balls of big yarn don't go as far as small balls of small yarn. But I'm so excited at the idea of that, I still want you to do it. Wait, it can totally just be one of his back spikes. Yeah, who needs a tail? Thank you. You know where to buy more? Okay, cool, do it. I want to see it so bad. I get really excited whenever I see any of my patterns recreated super, super tiny. So shout out to, like, a couple of you on the Discord, because, like, some of you, my goodness. Or really, really big. Fiendish glee for both. I think he's just going to have little triangle feet. Oh my gosh, look at the size of the foot compared to the size of the him. This is not okay. I should have gone up to 12 then. He needs bigger feet. He might be getting megapoded by accident, just by virtue of existing. Sometimes I megapod just for the virtue of existing. I think it's okay if he does too. You made the howling wolf out of burnt blanket yarn. Like, oh my goodness, it's up to your waist? Either you're really tiny or that's a really big howling wolf. Compared to the size of the him. Well, yeah. Can't write 3D patterns, but you still figured out how to create a rhombus and offset granny squares. So I mean, that's a whole different skill set, Becky. Seriously. Like, that is some incredible talent, because, like, I'm fascinated with complicated granny square patterns, but all I just mean is that, like, crocheted squares, the ones with the really, like, intricate 3-dimensional beautiful stuff to them, like, fascinating. I don't think in squares. I think it's something I could potentially learn, because I feel like most people have the potential to learn just about anything if they're determined enough. But yeah, I don't currently have that skill set, and so they just look like magic to me, and then making them feels like magic. So I'm kind of preserving that magic at the moment by not engaging with it. But 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Okay, he has 12. They're still not big, but they will do. And he's got 2 little claws, I think. That's how he sounds running across the floor. We're going to go back loops, and we're going to do 3 single crochet, and we'll do a treble for a toenail, single crochet, and a treble for a toenail. And how many stitches are left after that? That's probably 6. 2, 2, 2. I don't know, guys, don't ask me. Let's put 2 in the middle. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and leaving 5 out the other way. Want to make something that size out of DK, but I'm very impatient. Yeah, I see, like, Chonk is, like, scratching, I suppose he's from last year now, but helped belay my urge to make giant things, because I also want to make giant things out of thin yarn so that they look super, super detailed. And it's not actually something I've ever done to my satisfaction on this channel before, because I've always caved and double-stranded for the sake of time constraints. My dream is to be making giant dragons with DK level detail on them. That is the goal. But honestly, I'm just having fun vibing. I have so many fun video ideas happening at the moment. I don't want to talk about any of them though, because as soon as I talk about them, they end up getting like descheduled. Not rescheduled, descheduled. I end up doing them. And so I'm going to keep it all bottled up so that the only catharsis I can possibly get is having to actually do them. But I'm going to be filming one tomorrow. It'll be a sloth pattern next, by the way. We're using that video to give me some time to work on some other things. But I'm pretty keen for this next video. I hope it turns out, and even if it doesn't, it's going to be a fun bunch of suffering mess, and the internet loves a suffering mess. So I found my place in the world. Dude, that would be an insane task. I'd also watch that. Yeah, so would I, but it would also take me 6 months to do it. And so that's almost kind of like my retirement plan from Complicated Knots is to go down to like 1 video a month. Like this is down the track, but like go down to like 1 video a month and just make it one really cool freaking video. Oh, you should see my Trello board. I use a Trello board. This is a non-advertising space, but like I use a Trello board and it has over 100 ideas on there at the moment. And that was just what I came up with on Saturday. Like I got the ideas. It's just my problem is that a lot of my ideas are too big for the weekly format. And so I have to try and find a way to balance the scale of the idea with the amount of time resource I actually have. Because I don't actually have a week to work on a project. I actually have closer to 2 days to work on a project. It would be 3, but we like to stream. And that's good. I like to stream and I think it's necessary. For me, not for any of you guys. I'm just jazzed that you guys like to show up. You finished the Silver Run video yesterday. I knew you had a Gen 1 Pokemon. Yeah, I did. And I fibbed about it. And I did it on purpose. You go? I do go. Yeah, like I got the ideas, and some of them would be absolute bangers too. But I've just kind of been focusing this year on, I've tried to be more consistent, and I have still missed, I think I've missed 2 uploads. I'm not counting uploads that came up late, because they still got out there. I'm talking about weeks actually missed. I've missed 2, and I've missed 2 streams. But both of them were rescheduled ones, and so they're different. That's different than missing. So I've been trying to be more consistent. I've been trying to like finish off really long running projects so I can like free up the space to introduce other long running projects. And so the Pokemon's actually one of those really long running projects, because that's been going since what, 2023 now? And like early 2023. And so with Gen 1 out of the way, the other gens will just sort of like happen as they happen. But the Gen 1 has been going on for a really long time. And then Gen 2 is going to happen really fast comparatively. Because if you do the math on it, right? Gen 1 has been going for years because it took us a really long time to find our feet and like what the format of it actually was. But Gen 2, not only do we only have 69 Pokemon left in it right now, but we still have the rest of the Soul Silver run. So there's a pretty good chance that, let's say we do 3 more episodes of that. That's probably could be less, it could be more than that. But let's say we do 3 more episodes of that. That's 6 Pokemon, and arguably a third of those end up being from Gen 2 because there's only 3 gens that they're fishing from now, 2, 3, and 4. So that's 6 more Pokemon from Gen 2, leaving us with 63 Pokemon left to go. Let's say we get through 2 Pokemon a stream. And now that's really conservative, because the reason that we've had to cut down to, I've pulled up a calculator. The reason we had to cut down to doing just like 1 or 2 Pokemon per stream is because we hit the really hard ones and we haven't had time to do the easy, like we haven't had time to fit more in. But Gen 2 has a lot of really simple Pokemon still in the mix. So an average of 2 Pokemon per stream is still 30 streams. So that's still 30 weeks of streaming, which gets it done by like June next year. Like, Gen 2 is going to happen really fast, is all I'm saying. And in the meantime, Gen 3 and 4 will continue to be chipped away at. And at that point, with the end of the Soul Silver run, we have to make the call as to whether or not we're going to start a new challenge run. Or not necessarily the same kind of challenge. Sorry, I bumped the camera then. Not necessarily a different kind of challenge, but like for example, and like we could do the exact same thing again, but in say Emerald. Let's say I randomize a Pokemon Emerald file and we do it using just Pokemon from Gen 3, 4, 5, and 6. So it introduces all of the Pokemon from Gen 6. I'm going to flash the Pokédex up on the screen so you can see what I'm talking about. Sorry, buddy, I'm going to need you to go away for a sec. So if I scroll up here, that's Gen 2 with so many of the Pokemon already filled in. If we, the next challenge just is 3, 4, and, okay, maybe even just 3, 4, and 5. Like, 5 is the biggest gen I think there's ever been at 156 Pokemon. And so, like, we start chipping away at 5 while also still filling out 3 and 4 while focusing on 2 on the streams and not have that overlap, I think is good. Because I think having Gen 1 as part of those games actually really complicated the timing of a lot of things for me. I didn't have the freedom to just, like, do them when I felt like it. I had to fit them in around specific streams. And there was just always the chance of spoilers. It was not nice. Okay, sorry, I can catch up on some chat now. I have a list of ideas. My problem is editing. Yeah. Yeah, honestly, at this point, the biggest bottleneck in my process would be solved by hiring an editor. But yeah, I have some concerns about that sort of thing. So I feel Gen 9 will take the longest when we get there because of all the legendary type Pokemon. Yeah. It introduced all the early babies. Yeah, and also I think that in terms of the easy shaping from Gen 2, it's just I think that they took a step back from some of the complicated shapes of Gen 1 and they just kind of bubble-fied everything. Whereas I think they moved into a very Digimon type direction the further in you go for some of the gens. And so, like, just acknowledging that as well. Could be fun to do a randomized one with some of the newest gens so the Lechonk has some friends. That's true as well. Like, that said, I know how to randomize the early ones. I don't know how to randomize the later ones. But I have also only played Scarlet through once. And so, like, even just a non-randomized playthrough is pretty random for me because I don't know who any of these Pokemon are. There's just a bunch of strangers in my house. And I still end up with a Gyarados on the team. I think that's as much little leggy as you get, buddy. Such a roly-poly little dude. Let's untangle that. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4. And we'll just close that off as well. We have a leg! Progress. There's a few stone evolutions, but stones are hard to come by in that game. Oh. Is there a way to avoid the evolution loops happening in a possible new, different randomizing game? Or is that just an unfortunate but unavoidable thing? Well, I would consider it to be an unavoidable thing. It would be avoidable if I had somebody read through the file, like randomize a bunch of them and read through the file and find me the one that has the fewest, like, it's avoidable by design, but not without spoiling myself or causing somebody else to suffer by knowing all of the possible spoilers. And so with a producer. So, like, it's avoidable that way, but if you're familiar with database structure, the issue that we are encountering is that it has a many-to-one structure, which basically just means that you have a Pokemon, right? Let's say this is Pokemon A. Now, Pokemon A will always turn into Pokemon B. And I honestly believe that even with, like, the Shiny Stone, I think that's still just going to trigger this same evolution, but I want to try it, and I'm excited at the notion of it breaking the cycles or whatever. But Pokemon A will always turn into Pokemon B. However, Pokemon C might also always turn into Pokemon B, and that's where you get that many-to-one relationship. Ideally, we would find one with just a one-to-one relationship where A always turns into B, and B always turns into C, and C would always turn into something else. But unfortunately, we have this kind of thing where you can have like 15 Pokemon all turn into A, which is a converging, that just converges the loop. And because it's something that I'm doing and I only have like just enough knowledge to do it, I don't know how to minimize that outcome. Midnight bowl of soup acquired? That sounds like a good idea. Midnight soup. It's good soup. Leg. Thank you for your enthusiasm. I'm losing my voice again. That's so weird. I thought it was back. Ocarina of Time randomizer where I crochet every chest I open up. It's just like, and it's a rupee. Rupiah? Rupee? Anyway, yeah, well, I mean, there is potential there for us to do other games. Like, I did that Don't Starve one briefly, and I think that that had potential for a longer playthrough. I was testing the waters. I haven't checked the analytics on that, but I don't think it performed particularly well at the time, but it also came out at, like, Boxing Day, so I didn't really give it a chance. What would I do for adding Pokemon on the team rules in a new gen run? Well, we could do the same thing again. That's what I'm saying. It's like one option is that we do the exact same thing again, just with, instead of gens 1 through 4, gens 3, 4, and 5, or gens 2 through 5, which broadens the pool of Pokemon. The other options would potentially be just standard Nuzlocke rules. I can catch a new Pokemon on each thing, but I feel like that doesn't take advantage of the evolution mechanic as nicely. And if I did that, the reason I didn't do it this time was purely because it means that the start of the run, there's too many evolutions and not enough game, and by the end of the run, it balances out. Whereas instead I decided to take the option of, at the start of the run, there's fewer evolutions, but the right ratio of game, knowing I would reach a point with it where I would not get enough evolutions. I did not foresee so many of them converging into the same loop, but it is what it is. Chaos had to close his loop eventually. He was collecting too many. You loved the Don't Starve one? I don't think I interacted with the channel. That's fine. That's what I mean. It's just like, Don't Starve, I think has real potential to have a run like that. And it's a shorter run because I'm definitely going to die. Like, at most, I'm going to last a year in that game. And so, like, yeah, that makes sense. So, yeah. We've already made the seasonal bosses in that game, though, but it has had a few updates since I played it last, and there's always, like, the ocean version, which I'm less familiar with. Yeah. So, like, there's options for things like that, or even Core Keeper. Great critters in that. I've done all there is to do in Core Keeper, so I'm familiar with it, which is a problem. But it could also have potential for a fun playthrough, but it's a little bit more base buildery, which uses a lot more time. You have a leg, and I'm procrastinating. I'm going to make another leg. You like the idea of doing the next few gens and filling out the Pokédex? Yeah, well, the Pokemon will always be a thing. It's about whether or not I'm still doing playthroughs on, like, as a series. Bugsnax I have purchased. I own that game now. I've heard that it is quite dark. And I don't know how blind a blind playthrough should be. Because it makes pacing a little bit difficult. Like, I'm just a little nervous about it. It makes pacing a little bit tricky if you're not familiar enough with the game to pace it out properly. But we could always give it a go. And they seem to be quite simple, like bobbly kind of designs. It's just I don't know if I really want to collect all of them. Because, like, with the Pokemon, I don't mind having them in the house, but with the Bugsnax designs don't strike me as particularly pretty, but then I also haven't seen that many of them because I'm trying to preserve, until I decide if I'm doing a blind playthrough or not, I am preserving my knowledge of the game, to, like, keeping it to a minimum. So, okay, so I'm hearing that cute but dark, so that's actually not bad. That's kind of me. You like the idea of gens 3 to 5 too? Yeah, because, like, I really only have space on the channel for, like, one playthrough kind of game challenge at a time, just because of what it is. Okay, all right, good. This is good information. It's not too hard to pace. That's good. Oh, I just mean make sure you play it. Can you imagine if my evolution as a YouTuber was just like, okay, I'm playing a game today, and there was just no crochet to be seen? That's funny. They're cute and that they're goofy? Okay. Slime Rancher? Yeah, see, Slime Rancher I've kind of eliminated for that reason, is that they're all, like, at most they're color changes with, like, a few extra details, and I'm just like, that's just not very... With the Pokemon, the crochet segments work because they are a little break from the gameplay and there is actually stuff to talk about in terms of their shaping. I experimented once with not having any voiceover on those shaping moments and everyone missed the voiceover and voted that we bring the voiceover back. But I don't know how many times I can talk about... I wouldn't know until I tried it, I suppose, but how many times I can just talk about, and we made the standard slime, but this time we made it in green. Flesh that out for 2 minutes. It's like, no, that feels like I'm not respecting everybody's time, you know? Full throttle variety channel now, yeah. Oh, can you imagine on April Fool's I just drop a video and it's literally just me playing a game, but then all of you like it better, and that's just what my channel has to be from that point forwards. Like, the crochet is still in the background without any kind of explanation. We just turn into a gaming channel. Would it be feasible to make one video crocheting all the Slime Rancher slimes? It might be, because I have got a whole series in the works. In the works, I just mean it's a list of ideas that I can't get out of my head and will probably happen at some point. I think of it as the I Crochet Every is the series. It's kind of like the Will It Crochet series where I tried a bunch of random stuff. It's just like the I Crochet Every. And it's stuff like I crochet every slime in Slime Rancher. You know what I mean? Like, that's the idea. But it's kind of what I mean when I say my ideas are a little ambitious for the time frames that I have. But I am willing to add that to the list. Because there's other ones on there that are at least as ambitious as that. For that, I would feel like I would have to include some gameplay element to make it authentic. So I would have to also play the game, which makes it a longer process again. You're just obligated to make a third gaming channel that takes off the most. Well, I've already reserved complicated games. I've had that for years. Because I kind of thought that, like, that, it's before streaming sort of settled in as, like, the pressure release valve and my chance to hang out with you guys, I thought gaming was going to be the go. But no, this worked just as well. It's settled in just nicely. But yeah, no, I've had complicated games for a while. It's the brand. We're complicated. You know how in gaming channels you have that little window so you can see the player in real life? You just have to have one of those in the other corner with someone just crocheting, no explanation. You're just like, my hands are just making the slime as I'm like sliming it up or whatever. I have seen Shawnee Doo's playthrough of that. I really enjoy his channel. I've watched him back when he was just started content, but these days he does the I 100%ed and he hits up a bunch of different games. Easiest click ever. Wholesome dude too. Really appreciate it. So yeah, I've watched his Slime Rancher playthrough and honestly, I don't know if he had the most fun with that game. But again, it seems to be very base buildery, which isn't my usual go-to. And that doesn't mean I won't do it. It's just games with like strong linear storylines are really easy to cut together in terms of like editing video content. When you have to kind of build the story yourself, it puts a lot of creative pressure. Like to see my take on some of the creatures from Sky, Children of Light. Okay. You know how in gaming channels... Oh, I've already said that one there. Gaming channel would probably be easier, but I don't think I'd like it better. I do enjoy your reactions playing Pokemon. No, yeah, that's it. It's like... I don't think a gaming channel would scratch my creative itch well enough. Gaming is something that kind of comes and goes in my life. Like, sometimes I'll be gaming for my free time, sometimes I'll be reading or other things, whereas like crochet has stayed pretty standard. Animal Crossing's on the list. Don't you worry about that. Don't you worry about that. I got all the main ones on that list. Oh, well, I'm glad you're feeling a little bit better. Sometimes crying can actually, like, can be a healthy thing. Slime Rancher does not have a very linear story. It's pretty open. Yeah, sandboxy. Okay, we've summoned Daiquiri back to the chat. I was talking about how one of the ideas I have for like a series would be the I Crochet Every series. And I've got plenty of things on that list. In fact, I have too many things on that list. But I was just talking about the fact that Animal Crossing is one of the things on that list of like I crochet every bug from, every villager from, every piece of furniture. I don't know. Just pick something from Animal Crossing and crochet every of it. Yeah, so if you can think of a mainstream game, it's already on that list. I can assure you. Have I played Fantasy Life? I have not. I'm still interested in going back and doing some of the, is it Horizon Zero Dawn? Is that the game I'm thinking of? With, like, the giant mecha dinosaur combo creatures. Or is that Ark? Anyway, there's a bunch of monstery ones out there already. I also think it could be really funny to make, like, adorable versions of, like, Elden Ring bosses. I've not played Subnautica, but I really, really enjoy watching people play Subnautica. It's actually one of like my comfort games at this point. You're allowed to be doing whatever you like, Daiquiri. It was just funny to see you suddenly emerge just shouting. Yes, Horizon Zero Dawn, that's the one I was thinking of. So yeah, like there's so many options out there, but I'm sure I don't have to like explain how they don't really fit into a weekly format. They're kind of like very big videos, and that is the problem. If a week had 16 days in it, I would be doing that content, no worries. But in the meantime, I have to come up with enough achievable content in the meantime, and then also I'm having a hard time balancing my schedule right now to work on multiple projects at a time. But I'm putting some more things in place. I've been an evolving structure for 5 years now, but we are getting closer to something that's a little bit more humane in terms of a schedule, which I appreciate. Okay, I'm seeing a lot of excitement for the Animal Crossing, and I gotta tell ya, it's not a game I've ever felt the need to play. Particularly with the whole time locking of it, even if you can like adjust the time on your console. But I'm not ruling it out, and I understand that everybody's excited. Every fish in dredge. Night, Heather. Sleep well. Okay, if you are a Animal Crossing fan, you should look up, I think it's called Nook, Line and Sinker. It's a song by Stupendium, and it's from Tom Nook's perspective, and it's just a bit of a bop. He does, I can't even remember what the name of it is anymore, but basically like game-based music, and that one's fun. It's an Animal Crossing song. Nerdcore. There we are. Night, Angry Bear Ironworks. Thanks for hanging out. Have I heard the Doom Crossing Eternal Horizons song? I think so, but I don't know if I'm thinking of the same thing. I've definitely heard the song that's a crossover between Isabelle and Doom. I don't know what it's called though. You are shouting, and that's okay.
You have heard the Doom Animal Crossing.
That is that one? I didn't want to say yes if I didn't know, but like that is that. Yeah. All that I need. Okay, well the legs are adding some width. That's not helping, but it's the thing that's happening. What's funny is that his little back legs, I'm going to have to stick to the literal back of him because there's just no room along the belly. He is not in proportion at all, and we're all just going to be okay with that. We're all just going to be all right. We're going to make the head next, because I feel like... Oh my goodness. From my perspective, it looks like this. I just love his little face. Oh, thank you, Annie. Night bun. Happy time zone. I appreciate you. Deep in the dark in the woods in which we sleep. That's not Animal Crossing, honey. That's Cult of the Lamb. Stupendium is non-ironically one of your favorite artists. I listen to music most of the days. Yeah. Yeah, he's awesome. We listened to him a lot a couple of years ago. I haven't listened to much of him recently, but I know a lot of his songs. That and Dan Bull. I don't know if you needed a suggestion there, but they collaborate sometimes, so you've definitely heard of him. What guy is this? This is meant to be the Rye... Horn. It's Rye Horn. No, I appreciate you, Annie. Thank you for the super chat. I saw it, but like, good night. We're going to do the head. We're doing the head because the head will either tell me if this is going to work or not. Are you okay? He's still moving, so I think he's all right.
I'm okay.
He's all right. I now have the Cult of the Lamb song stuck in my head. Seen Dinkum. Don't know how I feel about it as an Australian. But we haven't done the flathead yet. Like we're doing it now. One, two, three, four, five, six. Okay, that's 6. Now I could do this as a single layer drag and overlay type piece, but I actually think we're going to be way better served by having a double walled piece. So I'm going to be making it round that can squish and bend and hold its own shape, because I think there's going to be a little vacuum in the middle, and that's how I'm going to cheat space to make this work. So he does have this tiny little beak. I'm staring at as many reference images as I can. It's not really a beak as it is like, it's more square. I'm trying to get the perfect top-down angle. Oh, that's a really good one. I bet that's loot, isn't it? It is! Thank you, loot. Coming through with those 3DS pictures. Appreciate you. This is kind of the shape we're looking for. And I think I am going to do the eyebrows separate because the shaping is just not with me today. The magic is not working. Have I done cryptids before? Like deep urban legend stuff? I have. I have done the Jersey Devil. I've done the Chupacabra. I've done the Nightcrawler. The something Nightcrawler. I've done, I think, 3 different episodes of cryptids at this point. I did the Bunyip. I did a bunch. The Jackalope. I did the Jackalope. Like, the Jackalope turned into a main channel pattern. Night, Kim Pokey Trainer. Thanks for hanging out. Yeah, the Fresno Nightcrawler. That's the one. Alright. So I will go straight out, but I need to do that carefully. We'll go up to 12 though. We will. We'll start with 12. It's going to be interesting for us all. The yarn cryptid. Yep, that's a different one. That was me trying to make it move. I have another idea on how to make it move. I've got my kit over there. I think I can make Crochet fly. That's not the next experiment I'm doing though. The next experiment I'm going to start filming tomorrow, because it's going to take a little while to mature. I'm always willing to try and mash random stuff into Crochet and see what we come up with. Have we done a wheel makes the creature? Not recently. I don't think I've ever done one quite like that, Nerdy. Because I've done ones where I'm like chopping up my existing patterns where I have to take like the legs from, like spin the wheel. Okay, it's the legs. Spin the wheel from the... I want to say turkey, but I don't have a turkey. Just to be clear, I don't know why turkey is what I'm thinking of. So I've done those ones before, but I don't think I've ever done just like a straight... Okay, we have to make 3 legs. This is coming across well. I'm already pleased. The head is behaving itself pretty nicely. That's a good thing. Oh, dang it, that Cult of the Lamb song is catchy. It is wedged on in there now. or votes make the creature. That's anytime there's a time component, it makes it tricky. I have thought that like in the little quote-unquote Pokemon break we take on stream, I've thought about just doing like a live designing session where you guys get to make all the choices. So that's an option as well. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, good. And we'll do that again. The knock on the table made your housemate's dog freak out because they thought someone was knocking on the door. I'm so sorry. It was a crisp knock. You could have people send in small mystery patterns and you can guess what the animal is as you make it. True. But quality control would be difficult on that. And there's also the potential that people are sending in something that they have personally written. In fact, that'd probably be the main gear of it. And what happens if I can't interpret it? What happens if I can't make it? What happens if it turns out badly? Or, you know, I don't want to hurt anybody. That is not the goal of this channel in any way. And so, like, I try to, like, stick to paths that are never going to result in people having hurt feelings. Because, like, it's just as bad if somebody sends one in and theirs isn't picked. Like, that's a disappointment. I would never want to make someone disappointed. Good dogs, best dogs. Valiant, defend dog. It's true. He's defending the household. It's good. The duck song? I don't know about that. I think my bookcase might be too big. That's an entirely new sentence. I don't think anyone's ever said that one before. Yeah. So like, it's one of those things where it's not like, sorry, just in response to Loot there, it's like, it does feel bad if you're giving standard commentary and the pattern has a lot of flaws. That's also why I don't do like pattern reviews and that sort of thing. It's anything that depends on somebody else's pattern has the potential to hurt people. I don't want to hurt people. I'm not here as like some sort of like expert that has any right to. And also, I'm very vividly aware that a pattern that works for some people doesn't work for other people. And that does not mean that there is anything wrong with the pattern. Or the people, just to be clear there. Which is, yeah, so I tend to just sort of stay away from that whole thing. Noted here, we've done that. Skein Spider and I have traded patterns before and done mystery patterns. It's a little bit... So, the story behind that is that Skein Spider's sister actually picked the patterns from my channel that she was presented with as mystery patterns and picked some not super friendly ones. But yeah, that is something we have done before. And we're not ruling out the idea of maybe doing some more Crafternoon Clash. You guys seem to like that format well enough, and we had a good time working together on it. So there's always potential for a little bit more than that. I didn't expect my IKEA dreams to be dashed by Billy bookcases. Did you measure? Hello, Frog Green Rosie. Happy time zone. Okay. 5, 6. All right, so this is where I would put the next increase if we were doing that. I'm not convinced it needs one just yet. I think we might need a little bit of a straight and then flare out into the next jaw. So that's 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, cool, that's just 20 stitches. Some patterns don't work for me because drift stuff. Yeah. That's exactly it. Anytime you're like, it's kind of one of those things where patterns you sew together tend to not have as many drift issues. no-sew patterns are very susceptible to drift, particularly if they include front post or back post detailing, because honestly those stitches are indicators of massive amounts of drift. Or they seem to just like enhance the drift that already exists there. So yeah, they're kind of like, if you're doing a no-sew pattern, you have to be ready to adjust for drift, and I'm getting better at warning people about that and telling people how and where to fix or adjust their drift. It's not a broken thing, so it doesn't need to be fixed, but you can adjust it to fix it. The language just sort of happens that way. Whereas like sewing stuff on, you just put it where you want it to go. So like that's the pros and cons there. Alrighty, do we want to go back another level? I do. One more level. Yeah, so you've got a lovely tight tension, which means you have to deal with drift. So I'd say I have a moderate amount of drift, because I wouldn't say I have a particularly tight tension, but using a size smaller hook probably contributes to it. And I know that I get 1 stitch of drift every 3 rows. So honestly, knowing that and knowing the actual number behind it is really helpful to me, because it means that I know I have to warn you all if there's more than 3 rows between details that have to line up. And what I do is I just wait until the most convenient point within 3 rows of the next detail, usually a row of single crochet, and that's where we do our adjustments, because when there's no shaping in a row, it's the easiest point to adjust. Good morning! You did measure, but you got the corner brackets to make a cute little book corner. I didn't expect those to make the bookcases stand so far away from the wall. Oh yeah, that'll get you. That's rough. Is there a different kind of bracket you could maybe use? I don't know enough about stuff. You're left-handed, so when doing your patterns you drift the opposite way. That's interesting! I'm always wondering about that. I really should just take the time to learn how to crochet left-handed, or just teach Mr. Bones to crochet, because he is left-handed. Yeah, okay. That makes sense, though, that the stitches pull the opposite direction. Huh. Don't know how I can use that information, but it's good to know. You're getting better and better at noticing where the shaping is supposed to be and adjusting accordingly if it doesn't line up. That's really good, honestly. That means that if you don't already, you're probably more than ready to write your own patterns if you wanted to. I know that the reason I never used to put a bobby pin in to mark the end of my row is because I just used landmarks, things like where the last increase was, and then line up the next row with the like. If there's an increase in a row and I'm trying to like work a series of increases to increase in that one spot, I know that the next row's increase needs to line up with that increase, and so that's what I mean by like a landmark. And then I would only use a row marker if I wanted to do like 50 rows of something and I didn't want to have to count for 50 rows. But I use a bobby pin now more on camera because I think it's a helpful visual aid for folks trying to follow the pattern. Particularly some of the ones that I've been doing recently have been a little bit more complicated with the little feet. But I still think that paying attention to like landmark stitches, increases and decreases, is an extremely valuable thing, and seeking to understand how shapes are forming and why certain stitches are forming certain shapes, I think can be a really good way to push yourself forward as well. It doesn't have to be pushing yourself forward for any purpose, but just like increasing your skill at a craft. Because I gotta say, and this is one of those like thoughts that I should maybe have and not say out loud. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, the nerves are setting in. It's just like, I think that just because you've crocheted for 30 years, it doesn't necessarily mean that you are any better than someone who's crocheted for 5 years. If the person who's been crocheting for 5 was an arbitrary number, I've crocheted for probably closer to the 30 at this point. But like I see it sometimes of like, oh, I've been crocheting for so many years and this pattern doesn't work. So, oh, hey, this pattern was my first ever pattern and I did great. I don't think that like length of time indicates degree of expertise in a skill if you have not been actively seeking new information and trying stuff out. It does not mean it's a reason to dismiss that statement, but it is something that I have thought about a little bit. Well, so many, wow, so many Southpaws in the chat. Mr. Bones should make a Mr. Bones. Maybe. We could train for that. And 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Not that he should learn just for the streams or anything. It's one of those things where I don't know if it's really the Southpaw. Southpaw is just another way of saying left-handed. There is a lot of scope in what I can potentially learn in crochet, and I stand here as someone who I don't think I've even scratched the surface yet. Crochet stays interesting to me as long as I can keep finding new and interesting things to do with it, new ways to use it. And I don't mean new to the world, I mean new to me. I also don't like to be told anything. I like to discover, which does make it slightly more difficult to find new things. But it's stuff like when I'm putting a pattern up on Ravelry, I will be like scrolling through the list of techniques because it likes you to tick off what techniques you've used in it. And I'll see something like my go-to story here is a really old story, and I saw short rows. It's like, oh, I wonder what short rows are. And then I thought about it, I'm just like, I bet I know what short rows are. It's a row that wouldn't go the whole way around. I bet I could use that to help curve something. And then the little mouse was born, and I obsessively used short rows for the next 5 patterns while I worked out what that was. I actually don't use that as a shaping technique hardly ever anymore, but it was very helpful as a learning technique. These days I do my turning differently because I've learned other ways to do it. But like the second I stop finding new ways to do, like if I feel like I have learned everything there is to learn and discovered everything that there is to discover, I probably will move on to a different craft. That said, crochet is a good sturdy medium that has provided me with 5 years of not engagement, what's the word I'm looking for? It's what you have to do to animals to keep them like happy in their enclosures. Enrichment! It's provided me with 5 years of enrichment. I just spat directly at the camera. So far, or longer than that really, but like at least minimum 5 years of enrichment so far. And so, we're doing okay. You forget short rows exist now and then? Yeah, same. I love it when I rediscover something and then I'm just like, oh, that's right, I used to use that a lot and it's perfect for this moment. That was 2, 8, 3, 3. Yeah, environment enrichment is important. It is. Well, see, with short rows, my complaint is that the stitches look different, but now I know how to insert my, this is something I picked up recently, inserting my hook from the opposite side of the work when working, like, on the wrong side of a piece. You can get your stitches looking all right, so now my complaint about short rows is gone. There's a pretty good chance I'm going to make marigold again. Better and bigger, and maybe we're going to put that thought down, okay? That is a dangerous, we're just going to put that thought in a box. We're going to put that box in another box. I'm going to mail that box to someone else. Crochet is on your long list of crafts to try. Well, that's good. It still has all of its potential then. Hi. Okay, he's going to be cute. I don't know if he's going to look like Rhyhorn, but he's going to be cute, whatever he is. Alrighty. Close that off on both sides. Can you imagine a mega potted marigold with a bunch of, hold on, I got something for this. Where did I put it though? I got some new beads recently and they're really, really pretty. They're made out of polymer clay. I'm just scoping to see if I can, I'm gonna go get them. I'm gonna go get my beads. Hold on.
Panic skeleton sounds.
No panic skeleton sounds. Stop that. I'm not sure where they are. Oh well. I was really hoping that they would be right there. Are they on my, oh, I bet I put them in here. I'm gonna stop looking for things on stream. This isn't the experience you're signed up for, and I'm also not getting any of my work done. I didn't put them there. Where did I put them? My desk is a bit of a mess. Okay, I'm gonna give up on this in a second. Don't worry, we're not gonna leave you unattended for much longer. Where? The room's so organized that she can't find anything. That is not the scenario currently playing out. Okay, I'm gonna stop looking. I'm gonna give up on showing you these beads. But I will describe them to you in accurate detail. And we're back. Yeah. So they're basically just like polymer clay sequins. They're about this big. So they're tiny, tiny, tiny. And they're little discs with holes in the middle. And they came in a variety of different colors. And I don't have enough to do a full marigold, I don't think, but they'd be really good scales. I love tiny details. I love giant things with tiny, tiny details. And it's gonna be a problem. And I'm gonna make sure that it's a problem for everyone. Just post a pic in Discord when I do find them. Yeah. Just like, where on earth did I put them? They'll be under something. Like admittedly my room is a little bit chaotic. It always is after I finish a Soul Silver episode. But I need to clean it up to get started on my experiment tomorrow anyway. Pidgey Top Marigold. I feel like we've already got lots of little dragons. I will make bigger dragons. Rhyhorn reminds you of Jeff the Land Shark. Oh, I've seen that. I've seen references to that. I know of which you speak. And I have the hiccups, and that's okay. They're stress hiccups for not being able to find my beads. Alright, this got a little twisted, but I'm just going to fix it up now. They'll show up now eventually. Oh no, what'll happen is I'll go buy more. Not that I can. Because they were just, So our Coles over here does like these like stands of like stuff every so often. And they had like a craft, that was a bunch of craft stuff. And that's where I picked up these beads from. But they've moved on to like homewares again now. It sort of changes. I don't know even if it's every month. But it seems to change pretty regularly. It's just the stuff. But I could easily just look up polymer beads if I really wanted some. But I liked these ones. They were nice earthy tones. I don't know how to make him look less like a land shark. The horn and the V. Oh wow, this is actually really good. Sorry. The soldier from the mountain. Why are we all quoting Mulan? He uses the lava lamp as a heat source, for anyone who's missing that context. Okay, and the eyes are really low down. Oh, they're not that low down. They're gonna be that low down. Oh, you're just a little baby. Arr. It's the final Rhyhorn. Did I get it right? Did I get it right? I didn't. I did. I don't enjoy hiccups. I get really painful ones that feels like my entire digestive system is trying to yeet itself out of my throat. I swear I can feel things tearing in there. It's not fun. It's his face. It's not a head plate, it's his face. He's just going to be very chibi. Like very, very chibi. I should have made these legs smaller. I recognize that now. I might still do that. These ones could be moved to the back and I could make some slightly smaller ones for the front and just cheat it a little bit. Still tell you guys to do all of them the same size, but like instead of having to redo these two, just move them to the back, make the front ones 9 instead of 12. Nobody will ever know, because I won't tell them. Crochet 3 together. I'm just closing off the top now. Wasn't the Easy Bake Oven just a hot light bulb? Yeah. Still is. As far as I know, anyway. It's like on cold days, I make excuses to come in and film because I can turn on like my massive, like you can see one behind me, like I've got these giant fill lights. Though I have a fun new light coming in that I think is going to help me. Sorry, I've been doing YouTube for 5 years. I still haven't worked out how to light things correctly, but we're getting closer. I want to replace this giant ring light in the back. It's not strong enough, and neither is the one that I'm using on stream here, because like that's why the color's a little bit weird. I got this interesting new one that it's like an arch. And I was gonna just make one, but I found them relatively cheap, and I can use the frame for other things. And it's got like a phone clamp. And so like you might start seeing the little rainbow in the background of my video, of my stream, or you might not, because it could just be another failed attempt at me to solve the lighting issue. Your baby gets hiccups frequently, and it's adorable because she gets really frustrated by them, and it becomes hiccup, 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 wah. I relate to all of that, because like, how do you tell a baby, okay, you just need to like hold your breath, or you need to like, if I get persistent hiccups, you hold your breath and you sip consistently water until your lungs burn, and by then you've like reset your whole system and the hiccups go away. You can't tell a baby who's just learning how to breathe in the first place to hold its breath, and you don't really want to, I don't think you'd want to. What you called the head was the lower jaw. Ah. Hi, Jinx. Usually people don't have detached faces. An accurate statement, but a concerning lack of context. I hold your breath, try to swallow 10 times. It's hard to do and the focus seems to help. Yeah, same principle, Loot. It's just way easier with a glass of water involved. And also, hydration. I don't think the eyes are going to stay exactly here, but he's really cute with them there, and so I'm going to leave them there for now. I'm basically just closing off the top of this as much as possible, and then leaving room for the V that'll go on top and make him look a little bit more like he's supposed to. You want to make a flat, not round fish. Okay. Possibly the easiest way to approach that would be to make, like, don't get me wrong, you could use the same method that I've used for the head there, which is basically just loading increases at 2 points along the edges, and you use 3 single crochet into the same stitch, not regular 2-stitch increases, because then you end up with like an edge and both sides growing evenly, and that's how you get flat pieces. Or you could just literally crochet flat pieces back and forth, make 2 of them, sew them together with a fin and another fin and maybe some more fins for fun and the fear for one's own existence. Fish. I think we can all agree, though, that being startled does not help the hiccups. And is, in fact, just another way our parents were trying to be mean to us. Here comes Mr. Bones with an opinion. Hi. I heard you get up, so I announced your arrival.
People are turning on their lamps for me.
Aww.
The soldier from the mountain.
I know, people are turning on their lamps.
It's actually like Milan because
Guys, quick! Turn off the lamps! They're getting all excited! Turn the lamps off! Turn them off! For us all! Please! Ah!
It's just like Milan because I mentioned it and then someone turned their lamp on and then another person turned their lamp on. and it's slowly spreading across the world.
Okay, sorry, I'm done with that bit. You have a friend who swears by saying I am not a goldfish to cure hiccups. It worked with... That's so funny. I took my bobby pin out, so we're winging this now. I think I might just sew the back of that together because I think that's roughly the right shape. Right there, cut off in like a really harsh line. So I'll leave a little bit of a tail. And I'll leave it open for now as well because I don't know where those eyes want to be. And I'm not snapping them into the, like, through both layers. I've actually kind of just snapped them on the inside so that I can point the stems backwards. But I think that's not bad. It's not perfect, but it's not bad. Okay. What do we do to make it look more like the thing? Alright, everyone's turning on as many lights. Watching me play around with my creatures is always fun. Well, I'm glad you appreciate it. I am genuinely, like, I'm surrounded by toys. I'm going to play with them. And that's why I have to be so disciplined about keeping them as many as possible in the bag, which I can't even lift up to show you guys anymore because there's now a pile on top of the open bag. I need a new bag or a secondary bag. I got to keep them away because otherwise I get too distracted to do my work properly. Because, like, look, these two. Do 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 do. Like, they form a little family and they're holding hands. Mom and Dad, no! Big light counts. The big light is on, the big light counts. We need to do the eyebrowy thing. We could do the horn thing. Let's do the horn thing. These horns are very... I'm about to lose Ghastly to the gap in the desk. I currently have 1, 2, 3, 4 lights on in this room, not counting my computers, because my computer has like the rainbow lights going on inside them, and then I've got my monitors as well, which I also think count as lights. Which is why I have so many moths, in hindsight. 3, 4. Oh, I hate doing 4-stitch tubes, I do. But it's the only way to get the horn looking like it should. A light for you in these trying times. Well, we almost had a candle. Five, 6, 7, 8. That should be enough. I'm so tired of sewing things together. Can you take a break and do something else instead? Because, like, I can relate to that feeling. Sewing Venusaur together got to be a lot. But sometimes I'm just in the mood to, like, chill out and, like, play a game while sewing something together. Like, turn-based games are good for that. You despise big light? Okay. I like big windows with lots of light coming in. And when I don't edit on this computer, I have a different one out in the main living area, so I can be like parallel with Mr. Bones and we can spend time together, because otherwise I'd just be in this room all the time. But I have a lamp out there at my desk that I keep on when I'm working, and it's good. It almost helps me focus a little bit more. You are a plant? That's good. I never suspected a thing. Hi.
Nope. I've seen my favourite lamp. It's a little guy with arms and legs.
Okay.
And his head is the light bulb.
Okay.
But the wire that comes out of his butt.
Oh, his butt?
And then he's like...
That's not where I thought the wire was going to come out.
He's climbing up his own cable.
Oh!
And it's just...
You can do it, little dude.
Yeah, it looks
That reminds me of those like knife blocks that are just like little dudes stabbed multiple times.
Slightly less dramatic, but yes.
Same vibe. Okay, these eyes need to be moved back a little. Come on, help me out here. He looks ridiculous. It's fine. My husband heard me read, I'm a plant, and just... Sorry, I swapped ownership of that sentence in a strange place. I am a plant, and just goes, was that you? Did you say that? And like, dang, didn't realize I was that predictable. You just need photosynthesis, okay? You need someone who is going to lovingly make sure that you stay hydrated and you get enough sunshine. And we all need that in this world. And frankly, plants do better if people realize that they're plants. Big window good, but needs curtain for bright. Yes, I have diffusing shears over it, because like one wall of the apartment is just window. It's one of the biggest appeals of the apartment, honestly. That and this, like, it doesn't feel like a closed-in claustrophobic box. It has like relatively decent ceiling heights. So yeah, these were all things that were taken into account when I picked it. There we go. So I need a V shape for this eyebrow piece, which I'm probably going to cheat using like stitch sizes, which means I need to do like a decrease of quite significant nature here to form the right angle. I'm wondering if 3 is going to be enough, or if I might possibly have to do 5, because it is quite a sharp V. It's because it's not really a right angle. It's more like a almost 60 degrees instead of 90. So that means I just need to allow for 5 stitches to vanish into the ether for that nose piece. There is proof that plants really enjoy good singing, so how planty are they really? You need a curtain for nighttime most of all. Oh yeah, no, you need blackout shades. Like, my apartment is level with a street lamp. At this point, I've given you enough information you can probably find me. But like, yeah, directly level with a street lamp that shines directly in the bedroom window. No amount of blockout curtains is blocking that out, and that's not nice. I don't know why they do it. They changed them from old, like, I don't know if they were incandescent, but they changed them over like 2 years ago to like LED panels, and they could so easily just not have them shine into our room all night long. But I think there's a reason that my sleep schedule has shifted. It's because the street lamps don't turn out until like 1 or 2 a.m. depending on the time of year. And it's like, so I just don't go to sleep until 1 or 2 a.m. because that's when it actually gets dark. You know what? I'm blaming the council. You adore photosynthesizing, the more light the better. Unfortunately, though, I have very weak eyes that fatigue very easily. Yeah, I'm a sunglasses girly. I gotta wear them outside if I'm ever out there. Also, I am this shade, okay? The sun burns me instantly. Even the camera that is not picking up colors well is picking up my veins. Like... So yeah, I love the sun. The sun does not love me. And I have to wear sunscreen even in winter. We all should be wearing sunscreen, particularly here in Australia. We've got to look out for ourselves, and our sun is stronger here. Okay, I want to go all the way to the top like that. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think 8 gets us back to base. Then 5 to turn, and then 8 back to the top. So that's what, 21? 1, 2, 3, 4, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. And then we need an extra one, 22, because I'm going to start with a double crochet. I didn't write down the horn pattern at all, but that's okay, because I'm going to write it down now, and all will be well. We did a magic ring of 4, back loop only 4, and then I think it was 2 rows of 4. Just looking at you. Yeah. And finish off. I've given up on concealer and foundation. I just got the skin I got. In all of its strange and consistent glory. Blackout curtains are really good for quality sleep, but bad for seasonal depression. Well, plus I need the window open to sleep. I need the airflow. And so blackout curtains also block the airflow, which means I'm not sleeping anyway. So it's like, what do you do? And the answer is you take a paintball gun and you shoot the light. No, you don't do that. You move away. You move away from the lamppost. I'm allergic to heat and pale as a sheet. It's a cute little poem. Okay, so it was 2 decreases and 2 half doubles. Then I reckon we'll just do regular singles. 1, 2, 3, 4. Our massive decrease. 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now I can hear you asking why. No, you aren't, but I can hear other people potentially asking, why didn't you just do 5 fewer chains to start with? That's because we want the bend. If we just did fewer chains to start with, we wouldn't have the bend. I actually don't think I've done enough chains here. So I did 2 decreases, sorry, 2 doubles, 2 half doubles, and 4 singles. A single crochet 5 together. I don't think I have enough stitches for this. I think I shortchanged myself by 1. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16. Yeah, I only gave myself 1 turning chain and I used 2. So I'll just go back and add another chain. If we're doing something, let's do it right when it's this small of a piece. There we go. I don't know which ancestors to blame for being able to get sunburn in half an hour. Honestly, sometimes it doesn't even take that long. It is what it is, though. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Very bendy. Good job. Thank you very much. Your utility company put up a shield on your streetlight to keep it out of your window? Yeah. Yeah, I could probably contact the council about it, but honestly, at this point, it's like one of those problems that we've just lived with for so long that I forget that problems can be solved. 1, 2. All of your bits are sewn together. That's a sentence. That's alright, we know what you mean. Congratulations! You can put down the needle. You can stretch out the fingies. You can do literally anything else. Oh, the sprite is gone. Thank you. Sorry, I turned it off earlier, a long time ago. Where'd you go, buddy? Oh, he's angry. He's lurking. He's not happy. Brr. No, I will put him back on the screen, though. Do, 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 do. Chain 2, just to even it out and make sure both ends look the same. 4 single crochet, 2 half doubles, 2 double crochet, chain 2, slip stitch to side. I've started doing that more often with these little pieces, just because like you start with a turning chain, and I found that if you just chain 2 at the end as well, you can get both ends looking the same instead of one end looking like an end. Okay, so that's his little face piece. Let's take this horn off. Excuse me. I've been offered a snack. Hold on. I'll come out on break in a second and do this properly, but I'm hungry. Here's Rhyhorn. Oh, we need the name list again, though. I think we're all pretty attached to Hornelius, though. Devil in the Details, I actually find that as well. I'm extremely pink. I'm like very, very pale, but extremely pink. And so like, it just, yeah, even like the faintest of tones. The powder I use, because I do use a pressed powder, I literally have to use a sheer one to remove shine, and it just so helps with the skin tone evening out a little bit. But the rest of, but yeah, I just have to drink a lot of water and try not to break out. I have found it's an expensive one. The Clinique one, that's a really shiny one that I'm almost finished. Hold on. I have a backup. This one here works okay for my skin tone. And here is the proof. You're about to see yourselves in the mirror. That is almost all gone. It's taken years to get to that point, but I have a new one waiting. For when that one there does finally run out. It's the closest I've ever come to something that actually matches my skin tone, and it's literally sheer. And it's not at all the same thing as a foundation. It's just a powder. Cornelius Brute. Yeah, no, I'm the same. The whole having stuff on my face. I've actually gotten really like lazy about stream. I'm not wearing any. I used to be like really like, oh, gotta put the eyeliner on. And sometimes I still do. Sometimes I'm feeling it. Sometimes I'm not. Right now I have a little bit of powder, just evening my skin tone a little bit. But the glasses, guys, biggest life hack ever. You never have to wear eyeliner again if you've got glasses on. Nobody even, it's like, it's inbuilt eyeliner. And I don't feel the need to, like I don't sit here thinking, oh, I can't wait to wash my face. It's like, oh no, they might know. They might know that I don't have sparkly eyelids. Hydration time? Yes, that's true. I am currently hydrating with carbonation, but I will say though, I'm at the point where I can slap eyeliner on 30 seconds flat. That is just a survival mechanic of someone who doesn't like to get up more than 5 minutes before they leave the house, though. Okay, that's a cute little eyebrow. You got a little something something. Let's put the horn back on. I haven't pinned that on strictly evenly, but it's because the eyes need to be tweaked slightly. Let's just put this, put your schnoz back on. And I think we've really got something here. He's a little bit more nuggety than I thought he was going to be, but he is reading as what he is. I changed my mind. There's going to have to be 4 more streams. We're not getting through these fast enough today. Okay, so he needs little armor pieces, like 1 and 2, and 1 more over the top. 3 armor pieces for each side, as well as the line down the back. But that's his head. He doesn't have a lot of contrast on camera, but that's better. Happy taps. You're the blue sort of pale and have natural undershade shiners, so I'm real self-conscious when it comes to makeup. That's fine. I honestly think that makeup is, if it makes you happy, do it. It's fun to look at. It can be fun to play with. If it makes you uncomfortable, don't do it. And I say that having come from a corporate work environment where we were expected to be like relatively presentable, and I still just didn't wear any of it because if they had a problem with my face, they could take it up with me. I got Employee of the Month at one point and they gave me makeup. That was a long time ago now, but it still kind of like tilts me a little bit. Still didn't wear it because I didn't want to. Yeah. So it's like, our faces are fine. Can we just all just agree that we don't pass this on to the future generations of thinking they need to make changes to their faces? Your faces are fine, everybody. Anyway, sorry, I'm tucked back into my ball. You do desiccate in direct sunlight. That's true, Mr. Bones. We have to be careful about you. I've chilled out. I'm sorry.
Your face is my favourite.
Aw, your face is my favourite. You can go to bed the colour of a cooked lobster but wake up barely tanned. Yeah, I found that pawpaw ointment is the go-to. If I get a little burnt, slap pawpaw ointment on it, go to bed, wake up, you're all good again. Yeah, it was a different time, Loot. That was a while ago. Wild, I know. I think they learned because they stopped doing that after a certain point. That's okay. I don't speak much of that time of my life. I don't tan at all, but you get freckles. Oh, I'm actually kind of jealous about that. Don't get me wrong. There used to be a real stigma against freckles, like, growing up. But, like, as an adult, I find them so pretty. Because, like, forgive me for this, because I'm about to, like, talk about humans in a very rough way. When you see cool markings on other creatures, you admire their pretty spots and stripes. Humans have the ability to be spotty. That's really cool. There we go. That's the best way I can clarify my argument here. It's like, freckles are awesome. You get to be a spotted human. That's really cool. And I'm jealous. I have, like, spots, but that's just because of keratosis pilaris, and it's not actually freckles. I always thought it was freckles, and it's not. It's just a skin condition. You've had to put a lot of work into changing how you see yourself because I don't want to project your insecurities about... I'm swapping the pronouns here crazily, sorry. About my face or the possessives into my daughter who shares my features. I respect the ever-loving poop out of that. Good for you, because I think we all carry the baggage of that our parents have carried their whole lives and just never resolved. And yeah, what you are doing is a very good thing, and it was not. I can almost guarantee it wasn't an easy thing. Okay, I have a little base for an armored piece. Oh, they're almost like curly bits. I kind of have been picturing them as like swooshes, but they're not swooshes. He has one swoosh up here. I'm so sorry, I just burped on stream. That's so embarrassing. Burps are fine. If our faces are fine, our burps are fine. Emit your gases, people. There we go. So that's kind of like the shoulder one up here, but and that shoulder one is almost what this back one is as well. But this front one is actually more of a frill closer to the thing that goes down his back. So maybe I'll do the thing that goes down the back first. So we're rejecting this. Humans have invisible stripes. We do. We do. It shows up on like what, the ultraviolet spectrum or something? Spots over stripes, but stripes are also cool. Well, I had my gallbladder removed at one point, and the scars from where it was done laparoscopically, but I ended up with a couple of like stitch points where like the camera goes in one spot. And sorry, I'm not going to be graphic about this, but the stitch patterns formed the shape of these like little falling leaves, and I had like 4 of them, and so it looked like I had these little falling leaves. Now I just have like pink line scar tissue, but they were like scar. Like I kind of hoped that when they'd scar in the little leaf pattern, but of course they didn't. So I thought that was kind of cool as well. Just like but then I'm also fascinated by tattoos. I just have commitment issues when it comes to them. But I also think that that's just like, if I got one tattoo, I would end up with a bunch more. That seems to be how it works. The first one matters and has to be like a really relevant, big, important one, and then the rest are just sort of like, hey, I drew this little guy, and now I want this little guy on my face. Not my face, but my arm. Yeah, you've got a fun scar too. That's just where the zipper goes to get him in and out of the skin suit. Sorry. Well, stretch marks is also a fun one as well. I'm also, like, I know it's a different kind of thing, but I'm also actually a real fan of my silver hair. Like, my hair has been trying to go grey since I was 5 years old, so it's never been like a marker of age to me. The women on my mum's side of the family go grey really early. I think she was completely silver by the time she was 30, so I'm actually late to the game. I've got a little bit of my dad's salt and pepper happening. But, like, I like it. It's sparkly. It's taken over the shop at the moment, but, yeah, it's just, like, cool. Somebody at one point told me I could get the fine lines on my forehead zapped away really easy. I'm just like, I worked really hard for those. I might keep them, thanks. I think that one of the greatest compliments I can pay to being given the chance to live a life is to have some lines on my face at the end of it. And if they're happy lines, well, that just means I've done it right, you know? Tattoos are so cool to you because your skin is so thin and sensitive, so I would be scared to try and get one. That's true. I mean, like, that's also possibly an element of it. Got a scar on your leg from where you had a plate in your leg, but it's been covered up with a tattoo of Aang's glider. That's fun. I'm so mad I've just got an aggressive forehead wrinkle instead of grey hair. I mean, I've got like the really, like, intense ones there. Like, you can still kind of see them even when I'm relaxed, but yeah. It's my face. It's fine. We've been through this already. This is my face. This is what it looks like. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I don't have to look at it. It's not my problem. Because I've heard the theory recently that we weren't meant to see our faces as often as we do. Like, maybe distorted in, like, pools of water. But, like, from an animal standpoint, we shouldn't be encountering our own face as often as we do. And I'm just like, that is an interesting thought. Oh, Daiquiri. I wish you sleep, friend. I know that there's big storms going on and whatnot, but... Learning to love the lines in your face, they're new, so you're adjusting. That's fine, you're allowed an adjustment period. And, okay, look, you're also allowed to decide you hate them. And to do whatever you need to do to make them go away. That's also fine. It's a personal thing. It's just like... If something is making you persistently unhappy and you have the ability to fix it, fix it. If something is making you persistently unhappy and you don't have the ability to fix it, that's the lose-lose scenario that also falls into this square. But if something is not making you unhappy, don't fix it. And if something's making you unhappy and you can fix it, fix it. You're being a sound barrier, my love. You're very good at blocking the noise. Best skeleton ever. I'm lucky you don't play, like, calypso music whenever you're blocking sound. You know, like the ribcage. Doo-doo-doo-doo-doo-doo. I almost went to the Mario theme song.
So I was also listening to you.
Thank you for listening to me, even if
also,
it means you weren't
worried
listening.
about making a sound while I'm here.
Oh, it's not sleep, it's the pain. Oh, no. I thought you've had a lot is like, we don't know all that we are allergic to. You could be allergic to penguins and never know. There was an astronaut allergic to moon dust. Oh my goodness! Can you imagine working that hard and getting up there just to be like, entering like hay season nightmare zone? Hey, look, being lazy is a perfectly reasonable excuse to not do something. Half double. Sorry, we're just going to take a little note-taking break. I'm going to go on break soon as well, because we've been going for 3.5 hours. Oh, okay, you have half an hour left to get your votes in on Beedrill's name. Look at me, remembering. I thought I'd be through this Pokemon by now, but here we are, and that's fine. Everything is awesome. Oh, as a reminder of where that is, if you go to the live stream channel on the Discord, the pinned post, the most recent pinned post, is a vote on Beedrill's name. I have managed to completely insulate myself from what you all are voting for. So I will be revealing that when it closes. It'll close off automatically in 31 minutes. So now is your chance to vote on that. I'm sorry. I can't stop burping. Hey, Faith, you are nailing this today. Like, building furniture always feels like it's going to be fun, but it's actually really hard work. So you are doing great.
Earlier, you got a ping on Discord.
Did I?
That was me.
Oh!
I didn't realize it was me, but yeah. I was replying to your poll so people can click on.
Oh, okay. That's what it was. I am not very Discord literate. That's why I have you.
It's fine.
Even if you accidentally ping me sometimes.
Kind of want to ping you again.
It's alright. I still haven't open. Oh, nope. 2 people have pinged me recently. I don't know how to find out what's happened. I tend to just open the thing and hope it was recent. These little butterfly wings. He's got his little floaties on. So I did 2 in one, and then I changed 2 and slip stitched into the final one. You once had a woman think your husband was your son? I had no idea what to think of that because I thought I had a baby face. That's so weird. Okay. Alright, some people are just odd though. Like, I tend to just like give people leeway for having bad days because I know that every so often I verbally slip up and have just like say something horrid and I'm aghast and I just hope that they extend me the same grace. And so I mean things like I have frequently been called sir throughout my life and that is just like don't care. And also sometimes the look of panic on the person's face is worth it. Particularly if I'm having like a particularly femmy day. It's the Moody Cat. Oh, we love the Moody Cat. I missed the start of it. That's a good point, Annie. You've heard that instead of loving yourself, appreciating what your body can do can really help with body positivity. You struggle with your size, but remind yourself that this body grew and fed 2 humans. And that's magic. That's magic. That's something that cannot be replicated by technology, by the way. What you did is you grew a person. You are the OG 3D printer, which I consider a good thing, and please receive it in that fashion. But yeah, that's like, I have always been like on the big and tall scale. Not ridiculous, but like an outlier to a certain degree. And it's just like, at a certain point I realized, wow, I'm really strong and I can reach high shelves. And at that point it was just like, cool, I like being strong and reaching high shelves. Look how many groceries I can carry. Sturdy. I said when we got married and she gave me this really disturbed face and I thought she thought we were kids. So I said we were in our 20s. She goes, oh, I thought he was your son. Oh my goodness. You don't have to get up and bring in the washing. Your job is to be the pillow for the cat. And just like that, I've convinced a bunch of people to have children, and I'm panicking a little bit. Okay. So he has his little, like, one little floaty. I would do another one on the other side, obviously. They're not quite as, like, pointy as I thought they would be, but I think just the little ruffle is getting the job done here, given how many more we have to pack into this space. Because they've definitely changed his design over the years. They've, like, layered him up with full-on, like, petals of armor, and I don't feel the need to make all of them today. I might make the main spike that goes down the back, and then we might call it for him, because he really is just a bunch of petals after that point. And I think I might need to change the legs out for slightly smaller ones. Daiquiri, as a fellow PCOS haver, keeping the beard under control is real. Yeah, that is a real thing. Depends on how lazy or motivated I'm feeling and how much prep time I have. I've just been known to shave it. Such a cute chunk of a boy. He is. He's going to be very chunky. I actually think that before I do this, I should start the naming poll for him. And then we'll go check out what the Beedrill poll was. Alright. So, I know I'm going to write these from memory. Because I know that gets Mr. Bones all excited. Let's see. I know Rhombus was in there. Keeping in mind that the big fella is Donathan. So, Hornelius is a really good name. There's those panic skeleton noises. Hornelius. Rhombus. There was Chunky something, wasn't it? Chunky Rock? Change that one. Chunk Rock. And Brutus. Okay, we have some excellent names there. You can name the little guy while I make the strip down the back.
We have a winner.
Just immediately. Wow. I'm still gonna leave it open. While I make this piece. I do like it when you all are decisive though. Good for you. Okay, this is his tail. Alright, it's just going to be a little nub at the end of the back spines. We'll just do it as a little picot, like so. And he's happy to see us. That was a decisive victory. 2, 3 single crochet, Meatball. Oh, who was Meatball? Sorry, it's a good name. I just don't remember who it was assigned to. Control F. Meatball, the Tauros. You've named 2 recently. That is a good name. Rhydon doesn't have any. No, he doesn't have any. He has kind of like a little vesty piece. And he develops like these spikes down his back. That's it. And I guess he has little frills on his face. Maybe. But yeah, no, all of these flake off as part of the molting process as he grows to his full potential and stands on his hind legs. Oh my gosh, next to them, they're kind of like, this is my 30-pound toddler. Is that a lot for a toddler? I mean, this is my large toddler. This is my... We've all seen those tiny women with the massive children, right? That's what I'm referencing. Okay, so I chained 2. And we'll treble. Come on. There we go. And I'll chain 2 to get back down. Chain 2, treble. Chain 2, slip stitch in same chain. 2 single crochet. Maybe just 1 single crochet. No, we'll do 2. Be great. We like it this way. We'll do this second little bit. 2. Treble. we'll just slip stitch back to the start, which is just 2 of them. Okay. Just try that on for size. Go. There we go. You're 5'5" and you're the shortest person in your family. Mildly intimidated by how tall your daughter could wind up being. That's a great thing though, just to like watch the children grow taller. Like, that's awesome. Like, I'm pretty sure some of my nibblings are going to be very, very tall because I have the blood of giants running in my veins. Like, my granddad was... Okay, if any of my family are listening, you're welcome to correct me on this, but I think he was like 6'5" or 6'6", and my dad is comfortably 6'3", 6'4". I am pretty close to the tallest of my collection of siblings. I think my brother is slightly taller, though he would possibly disagree with that. Yeah, and I'm, what, 5'8"? 5'7", 5'8". You're 5'2" and your 12-year-old is taller than you. That's fantastic! Life is easier when you're just a little bit taller. Not too much taller, but just a little bit taller. Okay, he's all smart. He's going to be such a chunky little nugget. He's going to be real cute. He already kind of is. Wah. That is where I said we would stop that one there. So let us look at this poll, because I think that we have an answer. It actually did end up dropping, but 2/3 of the vote look like they went to the same person. Okay, Hornelius won with 67% of the vote. Then came Brutus with 13%, Rhombus at 10%, and Chonkrock at 8%. Thank you to everybody who volunteered a name there. I think we ended up with a really good one. So we have Hornelius and Donathan. I'm going to go on break in a second, but maybe I should start the next vote soon. So that is the nice board. Kind of want to move that sprite out to me. He's so moody. He's such a moody little sprite. Oh no, they've seen one another. Oh, he's getting aggressive. Can't let them make eye contact. We only have one left on this board, so it's the one that I want to make this week though. We also have 2 left on this board. And I don't feel like making them. Alright. Hold on while I collect my thoughts and turn them into an action. There we go. We love the illusion of choice around here. Alrighty, I am going to go take a little like 10-minute-ish break, and then when I come back we will get started on whoever you guys pick. So yeah. Hello. Hello. Hi, Nat. I grabbed him and I nearly fell off my chair grabbing him, and then I squawked. All of which you guys missed because I didn't have the microphone on. Alrighty. Yeah. Caterpickle came to say hello. It was definitely an attack. Cornelius is not a nice Pokemon. Let's clear some room for ourselves here, shall we? Okay, let's close this vote and see who you guys picked. Okay, you've put me in kind of an unusual position here because you haven't picked not 3 and you haven't picked not 4. So technically that means I have to do both 3 and 4. But you've also voted for this one, which I think is this one here. So thank you for voting for this one here. Let's reveal who is behind the door. For the record, I would have abided by the vote if you'd voted for something else. As I said, we believe in the illusion of choice here. It's just I really don't want this guy to like be on the to-do list any longer. I'm not particularly looking forward to making him now, but we can tick him off and get rid of him. Oh boy, I wonder what won the vote. Yeah, vote for this one won with 85% of the vote. Not 3 came in second at 8% and not 4 came in at 6%. You'll know who you are if you voted for the other 2. He has thumbs. Yeah. He has thumbs and he has a spoon, Mr. Bones. We need another spoon. We have 2 spoons for Alakazam, and so we need a spoon for this guy. The most concerning thing about this guy is the tail. Alright? Because it's so Cotton Eye Joe. Like, Abra. His tail doesn't look like that. Abra has a long skinny tail. Hold on, I'm going to work out how to turn this off. There we go. Abra has a long bony tail. Not big and fluffy and poofy. Alakazam, no tail at all. Naked cheeks. That's what I'm saying here. Also, he has 2 spoons. Dos spoons. And then we have this thing. Hold on, while I find the sprite. This little thing. Where is that tail? Like, does it just inflate from this point and pop before Alakazam? Because that's disturbing and upsetting. So yeah, it's very, where did it come from? Where did it go? Cotton Eye Joe. Dude looks like a bee from the top down. Which one? Oh yeah, he also has like stars and squiggles and tattoos and stuff. There's just a lot. There's a lot going on. He is a lot. He also doesn't get safety eyes because we haven't used them for any of the others. He's basically just Alakazam with a giant tail. So I'm going to just keep this as brief as possible. Rhyhorn really kind of took over the shop here. Kadabra, his top-down image looks like a bee. Bacon? Well, what did we name the other 2? Oh no, we've already named this one. Like, don't get me wrong, there will still be a vote, but one of the options has already been selected. And that is... Okay, Teleportato is Abra. Prestidigitato is Alakazam, and we have suggested Levitato for Kadabra, so that they would be Teleportato, Levitato, and Prestidigitato. You're fine, Nat. We're just excited to have you here. It explodes and disappears, just like pop, and off it goes. I have to draw this thing, and I don't like the sprite, so I'm just going to refer to literally anything else. Oh, I'm going to jump down to the unread section, skipping everything else in between. See, the tail I find upsetting. It's the tail with the posture. I'm going to lean over this way, so sorry, folks. I'm abandoning stream a little bit, just so that I can get a good angle here. He has a head, as most Pokemon do. And some ears, which I suppose are fine. For some reason he has a star in the middle of his forehead because he's a very special boy. And we need to give him just sewn on weird eyes like we did the others. Little nostrils. He has long drooping moustache, which I'm going to do exactly the same way as I did Alakazam's mustache. I'm just going to droop it downwards. We'll try and do the 2 colours. Did I do 2 colours for Alakazam? I did. Okay, well, he can get his 2 colours too. I almost feel like he's more bulky. He has like giant shoulder pads. Giant chest plate. Tiny little pink stripy crotch. He's trying to stand, but he will be put in the seated position like the other two. I will draw him standing for now, though. Looks like the same feet as Alakazam as well. Honestly, I kind of feel like I should just make Alakazam for a lot of these base pieces. He's off the page, so we'll just like drip this arm down here a little bit with its spoon. That can go up there. And then he's got like giant tail for some reason. Is that you helping? Mr. Bones has decided to phone it in today. Even this guy is just like, no thank you. No thank you. He seems oddly proportioned. He is. Half panic. No, I'm still here. You're still supervised. I'm late to the game. So his tail is huge and his posture is upsetting. So like from the side, like say this is his face. This is his face. His nose dripping downwards. His mustache dripping further. His hand is up here, right? That's his hand. Elbow. His shoulders are like here. So he's like a hunched little old man with this like weird bobbly crotch. And then his tail is like whoop. With a stripe because he just has to go that extra mile. And his legs are like this way. So like it's just not right. So I think in terms of the head and the... I'm just going to pull Alakazam in here. In terms of the head, I think I'm going to do the exact same base piece as this one here. It's going to mean it comes out the same size, but I think I'm fine with that. If you guys are fine with that, I'm fine with that. The hand holding a potential spoon would be the same as... Oh no, see, this guy has wrist guards and that guy doesn't. So like, his body armor is shifted. This guy also has knee pads and that guy doesn't. This guy has a giant tail. This guy doesn't. So it's kind of got to be a mashup of a couple of different things. I'm going to start just by making the head the same way. But I think everything else needs to be revisited. Maybe the main body chunk. No, even the main body chunk has different proportions. The head is the same though. And I wanted to make sure that I at least get that shape right. It's chicken legs on a mouse with a squirrel's tail. Yeah, basically. That's a good way to put it. I'm only doing this if it's in this book. If it's in another book, I don't think it's in this book. That's Gabite. It's Lydian. Staravia, Politoed, Blaziken, Gabite. No. Alright, well, he's in another book that's already been put away because it's full. So we're going to be starting from scratch and it's going to be fine. We could have him standing, but it means he will tower over the other two who we have put in seated positions. Because like these two are both sitting. And so if he was standing, he's going to be like standing over the top of them, and I don't know how I feel about that. We need colours though. We need some brown, and I used that very nice chocolatey brown for that. And we need some yellow, and we used this yellow. No further descriptors required. We used the yellow. Yellow. Brune. Where's my brune? Oh, is that all the brune I have left? I have fluff in my hair. Okay, that's the amount of brown I have left, but I can always grab more because I still have some on the shelf. I think that's... Oh no, he needs like pink for the pink gods. Yeah, he has pink stripies on his crotch, which is upsetting, frankly, but we'll make it work. I need this pink all the way back here. We did it. And I think the star on his head, no, the star on the head is red as well. For some reason I thought, sorry, pink as well. I thought it was red for some reason. We did it. And it was all yellow. I like them sitting. It's like they're also polite and well behaved. I like it too. Forgot to ink him. He's just squinting, trying to understand. You know, big old shoulder pads. Look, okay, I'm going to admit I phoned in this illustration a little bit. Okay, and then leg. He's just wearing like knee-high boots. The problem with having toes like this is that I can't just cheat them using the long stitches I've been using, because he needs like so much toe and then the color change right at the tip of it, but I also can't just stitch those in very easily. I mean, I can, but I don't want to. So he might end up with no toenails. Is a potential thing here. Oh, I forgot he has the lump. Does anyone mind if we just miss the crotch lump? I find it upsetting. And the tail goes back here. But objects are larger than they appear on camera. Oh, Beedrill's name, thank you. So that vote would have closed 5 minutes ago. I'm gonna go up and we're gonna check it. Okay, cool. Just opening the pin told me the answer. Okay, so 90 votes were cast, which is a respectable number of votes, and that's good. We'll go with that. And Beedrill has been officially named Buzzkill with 64% of the vote. Regina George came second at 16%. And then there was a tie between Knees and Bees. Each got 10% of the vote. So thank you to everybody who voted for Beedrill's name. That's just filling in that gap for us. The name is Buzzkill. Now, because we already have a name for the one we're currently making, I'm just going to look up to see who else is missing a name. And we might work on that name instead. We've named a lot of them now. Rhyhorn got a name when we made them. Kangaskhan we haven't made yet. Not naming them. Okay, so the only names we're missing are Mew and the Evolutions. So, yeah, okay. We need a name for Eevee, Vaporeon, Jolteon, and Flareon. I'm tempted to just do the Evolutions as more Discord votes. But you guys can come up with names for Mew if you like. I'll pop the picture up on the screen real quick because I don't know where Mew currently is. But you can see her all the way down here. Thank you. Right there. She's adorable. She's little. She's honestly very, very well made, if I do say so myself. We need a name for the little Mew. She sits on a spoon. Kadabra's going to eat her for breakfast if we don't name her quickly. So yeah, y'all come up with names for Mew because honestly, I don't think Kadabra is going to, I think it's just a farce if we go through the motions of renaming Kadabra at this point. Name Mew Bark. Muniverse. And she thinks you think she's a Mewman? A Mewman? Mew. Sorry. Got stuck in a sound. Yeah. So we're coming up with names for Mew. I'm gonna like bash out some base pieces for this guy really quickly though, I think. So for the head, write down some notes. Honestly, the sprite at this angle is just so useless to me. I have to keep the others on the screen. That's a musing. Yes. Mewtwo was named Diogenes, which is a Diogenes joke, which I'm very pleased with. So I don't think that really helps with naming Mew, but nevertheless. Related names for the evolutions, like with Abra, potentially. That's why I kind of want to like take a step back and review, because I know that there's a bunch of suggestions that came in for them. I just want to have a look at them and see if any like themes presented themselves. And it's also just the fact that like when I volunteered us to name one of them, I didn't want to volunteer Mr. Bones to name 4 of them in one hit. That was a little bit of a, yeah, that wasn't my intention. And when I realized that it was only the Eevees and Mew left, I was like, okay, cool. So we're naming Mew. She is a little muse. Yeah, it's like there's a lot of pose going on here. I think they were trying to just like make it look as different as possible from Alakazam, even though they are the same thing. I lost my bobby pin. There's my bobby pin. I found it. What's wrong, Kiara? Oh no, the autocorrect is getting ya. Oh, Mew could be called like Plato. Or the Greek muses, Calliope, Cleo. I've bitten off more than I can chew here. Talia, Euterpe, Melpomene, Terpsichore, Erato, Polyhymnia, and Urania. I think I did okay with some of those. Oh, Mulady. Yeah, wasn't it Plato that Diogenes was arguing with? Or am I wrong? I'm probably wrong. Unless I scroll up and see that I'm not wrong. I would want to check that. Somebody fact check me. Okay, I'm building cheeks. Oh, I forgot to update the counter. There we go. 3 left. We could call her homeowner because it's got Mew in it. Well, it's got Meow in it, but like, same thing. I wish I had her out for you guys. Just trying to see if I can spot her easily. That's lick your tongue though. She's the shared ancestor. I feel like we could go with something like crab, because all life is going to end up as crab. It's funny because Plato was very buff man, very well dressed, and Diogenes just looked a bit squalid and lived on a broken jar because he wanted to? This is good. This is sparking a lot of interesting conversation. I appreciate that. That's taking some of the heavy lifting off of me. I'm just having a nice time over here with my numbers and my ability to count. Like that. Gotta make sure your face doesn't end up bigger than this guy's, but it already kind of has. I think I have to go out one more and then close off. You might just sit there for me. It's actually kind of an interesting challenge now that I think about it. It's like design the same shape over and over and over again. Like don't remember how you did it. Design the same shape over and over again and just see if there's any differences in how you approach it every time. For me, the challenge would be that I would always remember how I did it. But be kind of an interesting long-term type of thing. Just to see how things would change. The same pattern over time. Yeah, it was a big jar though. He lived on the street and literally did everything there. Nat, healthy body, healthy mind. Diogenes, behold a moron. Yeah, that's what I mean. It's like memory would kick in. But like right now, I'm looking at the head of this guy. And he wasn't that long ago. And I don't remember how many rows I did. I remember my vague approach of just like, you put increases here. But that, I would know that coming into the shape fresh as well. Just like, oh, I put the increases there. So yeah, I do think that there's like potential there of maybe if I did like the same pattern once a month. Or tried to build the same shape once a month. With like all of the other crocheting I did in between. I don't know. I think there is an opportunity there. There's this anecdote that Alexander the Great once went to visit him because he admired him so and asked whether he could do anything for him, and Diogenes basically said to move because he was blocking the sun. Oh my goodness, this guy is a legend. So that was 3. This would have been 5. And then 3. Okay. I've given him the cheeks. His face is wider than Prestidigitator. Ah, sorry. You okay? You feeling alright? We could just call mu the Greek letter mu, but I don't know how to type that, and it would just sound exactly the same when spoken. So I feel like that's a missed opportunity. Opportunity? Immunity? Community? We're a good community. I like that. We could just call her Prut. I keep reading Diogenes as Davo-Genes. Yeah, I was worried about that. In fact, I actually think, like, while I think Diogenes is a good joke, I think it's only... I'm also concerned that we lost the spirit of both jokes because the joke was that a Pokemon named Dave is funny because Dave is such a banal name. And the Diogenes thing was the Beholder Man joke where he's a featherless biped. And so we had like both of those on their own are jokes, but I feel like we mashed them together, and I'm worried we lost both jokes in the meantime because he became Dave O'Genes, and like that's too much name to just be Dave, and it's not enough Ogenes to be Ogenes, Diogenes. But that's okay. We created something new. That's all right too. Oh wow. Bartholomew. I see Bartholomew. He is beautiful. Didn't we decide Bidoof was going to be Bidave? Did we decide that? Because he can still be Bidave if we decided that. Like, I feel like that sounds familiar. Yeah. Bidoof is Bidave. Which means I probably should have nixed Dave when we were talking about Mewtwo, but I misremembered what was happening there. But I also think that that's fine. I think that we can have Bidave and we can still have Davogenes. Because there's over 1,000 of them. There's going to be a little bit of similarity in the mix. As long as they're not too close together and they're a couple of gens apart, I'm kind of a little bit more flexible about it. We're going to have more cheese names, for example, even though we have Cheddar Cheese, Mozzarella, and Parmesan all in this gen. Cheese names will come up again. Yeah, Da'ata is many steps beyond the original joke. Exactly. And that's fine. It works for us. 8, 9, 10, 11. And like Feral Microwave, my goodness, the narrative I have to weave to make that name make any sense. Though I do like the idea that it's slowly becoming Feral Mike. Like Onyx will always be Feral Microwave when he's in trouble, but he might be shortened to Feral Mike when he's being a good boy. We do like cheese, and that's fine. Okay, go. How pointy is his face supposed to be? I need my reference images. Not very. Okay, we'll make it work. There are. Like, at some point, we need to just have a Pokemon named Brie, and we'll know it's a cheese joke. But to everybody else, it'll just sound like we gave them a pretty little flower name. Sorry. I associate the name Brie with just, like, a flowery meadow. There's no reason for that. I just do. You want to eat cheese now? You should. My glasses, you're right. Thank you. I'm supposed to wear them on computers. It's just I don't wear them the rest of the time, so when I go on break, I take them off because I'm moving around the house. Then I apparently forgot to put them back on. It's not like one of those, like, I'm blind without them type of situations. That is better, though. Three. Current name list is Cleo and Plato. Oh, night noted here. Sleep well. Thank you for hanging out. There we go. How close are we to the first gen being done? Oh yeah, we've started the final 5. We've got 3 to go after this guy. There's not many to go at all. fact, I was saying that this might be the second last stream, but it's feeling more and more like we might have one extra on after that, which is kind of a problem because like I was trying to get it all wrapped up because I don't know if you guys remember recently I rescheduled a stream to a Friday. Well, then the thing we were going to do that weekend ended up falling through, but I didn't want to like mess you guys around, so I just kept the stream on the scheduled for the Friday, and we did it on the Friday. That thing is coming back up again, and it means that I don't know if I can reschedule that stream. We might just have to not stream that week, and I was really hoping to have like the final stream be before that, which would be next week, but instead it's looking more and more like it's going to be after that. Just not ideal, but that's fine. Either way, the final stream for this series will fall in August. I was kind of hoping to get through 3 today, but I really thought that Rhyhorn wouldn't put up as much of a fight as he did. Hey, I got it right! Maybe I know what you are now, buddy. No, we are running out of streams though, so I will just park Caterpickle on the screen for no reason. I don't know what you're talking about, Heng Heng. All of the options are available on the board. Okay. That leaves me with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I should have 10 stitches. And I do. This will get me back down to 6. Which is good. It's the back of his little noggin. You've been containing yourself for so long. Let it out, Nat. Who knows if Caterpickle will ever appear on stream ever again after we finish Gen 1. Because he'll be going away with the rest of his friends. Ah, my reference image has moved. Where'd they go? Sorry, this Discord becomes a little bit nuts to try and navigate through. Where are my reference images? You guys talk so much while I'm on stream and I don't get to see any of it. Okay, alright, here we go. I found my reference images again. I'm calm. He's not going away, but he'll be like stored safely with the rest of his gen. I'm not going to leave them out all over the place. He wants to be with his friends. So this is why I had to tell you now, so that you had time to grieve. And yeah, there's a pretty good chance that Caterpickle will just go back up on the shelf, but like I will have fewer and fewer plausible reasons to pull down Caterpickle. Who, I'm sorry, I'm not sure how it happened, became such like a major celebrity of this project. Yeah. No, don't be sad. He's happy. He's happy to go and be. It's like the bittersweet happiness of watching your toddler and realizing that they're off to university. Like, it's like, oh, okay. Sunrise, sunset. Okay, maybe I rethink this decision. There's a little bit more pushback than I was expecting. I thought I was just giving like a friendly warning. Like, hey, I'm going to clean my desk. The Gen 1 Pokemon are going away. Oh no, here we go. Grime is fighting him for the bobby pin. And also kind of chewing on his nose. Nom 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 nom. I'm fine. I'm fine. This is a perfectly reasonable way to behave. Will I be starting a Gen 2 series? Of course. We are actually a pretty decent way of the way through. We only have 69 Gen 2 Pokemon to go. We are 31% of the way through. That's because of the Soul Silver run has really like been helping to chip away at them. In fact, by the time we start Gen 2, I probably will have done a few more episodes of the Soul Silver because I'm going to take a little Poke break in between. The streams will potentially continue if there's still interest, but we'll be doing stuff like we'll design together on stream. We'll work on the 12 Days of Crochet. Has been quite a popular suggestion. We might do some sketching together. We'll just hang out a little bit for a couple of episodes. I might take 1 or 2 off to clean my house. But yeah, no, that like we will be kicking back off with Gen 2 before the end of the year, and we'll probably be done with Gen 2 before June next year, is my guess. Yeah. But I don't really remember who was in Gen 2. Do y'all have any favourite Gen 2 Pokemon? Because like Gens 2, 3, and 4 kind of like merged together in my brain, because after Soul Silver I took like a little break, and the next one I played was, I think, Black and White. Could have been X. Which one came first? X or Black? Those ones anyway. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm making ears. Yes, streams must continue so I have people to hang out with. Yeah, cool. Well, like, they will continue. And they will go back to being Pokemon-y, focusing on Gen 2. It's just, I'm allowing myself the grace of not wanting to stream Pokemon while also editing the streams into the Gen 1 video for the main channel, which I'm hoping to get out October, November. One of the logistical things in the back of my mind. This one feels like a pupil blinker. No, he has a full-blown eye. There is a full-blown eye there. He wouldn't blink his pupils at us. He knows better. I'm not very good post-Gen 1, neither. In fact, I actually expect there to be a little bit of drop-off. Of like... Though, honestly, no, I don't, actually. Y'all aren't here just because it's Gen 1 Pokemon. Some of you don't even know the Pokemon. You're here because we're a good group of people having a fun little crafternoon on a Sunday, and I need to stop thinking that just because I'm not working on a popular subject, you'll all vanish. But, yeah, I don't expect, like, Gen 2 to have quite the same appeal as Gen 1 does. Because Gen 1 is pretty well known. I'm going to have a hard time guessing the colours for Gen 2. So that actually opens the door for some pretty funny hijinks, because I'm just not as familiar with them. And so it's going to get a little chaotic at times. You're obsessed with Gen 2? Oh, excellent! Now you know what your mum felt. I'm going to go give her a hug. Everybody call your parents, okay? I still watch all the Soul Silver run. I have no idea what most of those are. Still fun to watch. Oh, that's good. That's nice. I appreciate that, actually. That series is a labour of love. It feels like it will be fun. As soon as I stop working on it, I remember it fondly, and I think, oh, I can't wait to work on that some more. But I reach a point with it every single time, like a point in the playthroughs, a point in the making of them, and a point in the editing, where I'm just like, I would give anything to work on something else right now. I would give anything for this gameplay to be over. I would give anything to put down this lobster and go do something else. But I think that's a normal and healthy attitude to have towards your creative projects. He has one ear. He only needs one. Because he has little ears, comparatively. Okay, what else? Do I have a couple of black pins here, or are they all in use? I think they're all in use on Seeking at the moment. Oh, no, wait, hello. Let's just steal this one. He has one eye as well. Body. Play a little yarn chicken. Because why not? It's 12:30 in the morning. Maybe not. Oh no, my mum is not home. Oh no, she left me too. Drops on bed dramatically. Alone. So alone. Alright, what shape would we call this torso? Yeah, throw that around. Let's say it's like, and it's kind of long. And then it's kind of like narrowed in quickly. At which point it changes to yellow into just this like little uncomfortable blob. And from the side, it's very interestingly different from the side. So from the side, it's like this. It sticks all the way out, and this blobbles out from underneath. I think it's my language that's making it upsetting more than the actual shape. So that's good to know. I think that this is actually like this. And like that's just what they're trying to represent with this shape. It's good. I can work with both of those. Dunsparce? Oh yeah, but the question is, when we make the evolved form, do we make Dunsparce? Sorry, do we make Dunsparce or do we make Dunsparce? Are they both official forms, or is one just like a bonus? You forgot Dunsparce. You love him? I love him. I don't know. I am willing to be convinced on Dunsparce. I appreciate he is beloved, and I respect him because of it. But I have not personally found the appeal. But I'm sure I will. I'm a fan of Zigzagoon. Is he a Gen 2? 3, 4. And Shuckle, yeah, little tortoise boy. Oh my goodness. Oh, Centrum and Farret is Gen 2, dang. Breloom? Breloom feels like Gen 4. 2, 3. Though, I have to say, it was very odd that the last episode of Soul Silver, there was 1 Gen 1, 2 Gen 2, and 3 Gen 3. No Gen 4. That feels statistically unlikely. Somebody else can probably speak to that a little bit more accurately than I can, but that doesn't feel right. That doesn't feel like how that's supposed to work. I just like the little spiky boy. Don't get me wrong, I think he's going to be an absolute nightmare to try and make because of all of those harsh points. But I feel like we do it with ruffles, you know? Like, maybe they're not as pointy. Maybe we use Picos to help him be a little more pointy. There's a lot of colour changes in there. He's going to be a little bit obnoxious, but he's really just a little potato with some ruffles on him, so he's not going to be that bad. That's the fun. Slowking? Okay, cool. We'll be able to finish off that line. Hoot Hoot has not been made. Noctowl has been made, but Hoot Hoot has a very disturbing foot. Just the one. The list of Gen 2 and realise there are a ton. We have Mareep. We do. We've actually already made Teddiursa. Teddiursa came up as part of the Gen 2 I Catch It, I Crochet It series. In fact, if you like, well, I'm just working on a little brown blob of a body. Let's put the Pokédex up on the screen so you all can have a look at who we've made in Gen 2. I think that's a good idea. Here we go. It's completely up to date as well. We'll scroll it on up. That's who we've made in Gen 2. So, like you can see, we've made a lot from Gen 2. I'm not super happy with how Skiploom or Jumpluff turned out, but in general, and I want to update Quagsai's picture to the closed mouth version, I do think I did Potato Boy a little bit dirty. In general, I really like most of the others and how they turned out. I'm trying to think if there's any other, like, Umbreon and Espeon. So, Umbreon turned out great. Espeon I'm a little bit like, about, but I think it's fine. Noctowl's not my favourite. But yeah, I think a lot of what we've chipped away at from this gen, it's actually turned out really well so far for us. Yeah, it's just a little gen. It's only got 100 Pokemon in it. We've already made 31 of them. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 around. Is Donphan Gen 2? Oh yeah, no, the Vampy's there. So yeah, Donphan must be Gen 2. There are some evolutions added. Like we had Politoed and Blossom added. Who else? Who else got an evolution? Oh, Porygon 2, which we've already done. There's probably a few more in the mix. But there's also like tiny little potato mons as well. So like we've got the baby mon, who are little. We have things like Marill, who is going to take no time at all to make. We've got Sunkern, who's just a stripy little ball. So there's plenty of like complicated ones because there's the other two legendary dogs we have to make, and Raikou was already a lot. But honestly, we've already even knocked off Ho-Oh. Like, this should not be a punitive season. You made 4 echidnas during this stream. That's amazing. You really weren't kidding when you said you were in an echidna frame of mind. Heracross has already been made, I'm sorry. Now I'm worried that having this up on the screen is just making people excited for ones that we've already made. They aren't dogs, they're legendary beasts. My apologies. Spoke out of ignorance, not out of malice. Okay. We are currently 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 16 stitches around. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. If y'all are all done, I'm gonna like... Oh, I'm a bit nervous about Sizer. Blissey, I think we've made. Because Blissey has ended many a run. Oh, Steelix. I'm interested for Steelix. Oh, Hitmontop. Yeah. I glanced at a list. I did not whip that out of memory. I really like Blossom because there used to be a holographic Pokemon disc to collect in certain crisp patterns, and that's the only... Oh, I remember the little holographic... No, I didn't get the discs, but we used to have like these little cards. They held the Gen 1 Pokemon on them. They were really cool. Interesting. Yeah, no, there's some really good ones in the mix there. That we should all be excited for. Okay, so now I've built up to 16. I'm going to establish 4 corners because he feels like a 4 corners kind of guy. Write that down. It's 2, increase, 2, increase, 2, and we're going to do that twice. Just going to get us up to 20. Remember when Gen 2 came out, you were in 5th grade, and I immediately loved the fluffy electric sheep. Yeah, Mareep and Ampharos. I always end up with an Ampharos on my team. I'm also a big fan of Crobat. Which gen was Crobat? I love Crobat. I always have a Crobat on my team. Little CrossFit. I need to stop saying this. I love this entire gen. Well, yeah, cool. So, awesome. So we're going to have some good positive vibes for Gen 2. I think we're going to hit a problem maybe in Gen 5 when we start having to make, like, the ice cream cone. But even then, I feel like y'all can make a box of rocks fun, so I know I'm going to have a good time anyway. Crobat is Gen 2? Yay! Okay, because, like, I kind of feel like I did Zubat and Golbat a little bit dirty. They are like, I went through all of Gen 1, and I managed to find maybe 10 that I would remake given the opportunity, and they were both on that list. So it's one of those things where I feel like I did them a little bit dirty, and I would probably take the chance to just, like, rather than trying to inherit features from the previous line, I would try to, like, start fresh with Crobat. Make Crobat excellently, and then later if I decide to do any of, like, we go back and fix up... Stop chewing on Caterpillar, I forgot about that. If we go back and try and, like, fix the ones we didn't do super well, I would go back and fix Zubat and Golbat afterwards. We're going to do the variants. like Alolan, I'm not ruling that out. I consider that to be like a theme we could do at some point, but it's not currently a planned series per se. My goal is to just get one Pokemon into every line item. So like one version of Vulpix, one version of Meowth. And then after that, there's options for like spin-off series. Like all the Megas, all of the like the Alolan, the Hisuian, like go back through and do the versions and the forms. There's plenty of Pokemon. Like as long as you guys are interested in watching Pokemon content, I can make Pokemon content. I think the Megas in particular has potential. Like we pick one Mega per stream and we just like make it as cool as we can. Jupiter, the new YouTube update, if you're talking about the thing in Australia, yeah, potentially. I don't know yet. We don't know yet. We're gonna have to wait and see. Just know that if we have access to YouTube, I will be still on YouTube. That's all. Pokemon do have fun shapes, and like I said it before, as I started this series because I needed the creative break. This is good for this is good training. I'm training the skills. I'm training the shape making. I'm training the techniques, the color changes. Like it's the training for me. It's a warm up exercise, and then I can take these things and add in the actual creativity of actually like this is designing a pattern, but there's also the designing of the thing that you're making, the shape, the creature, the making all of those design choices. And I think it's actually really important to practice both. And I neglect the first. I neglect the whole like sitting down and drawing characters, like original characters to crochet. And it's somewhere where I do let myself down a little bit. I have been focused a lot this last 12 months on training up the skills, which I've been using Pokemon to do, which has led us to some really fun new techniques and stuff. But I really do need to make more time for sketching. It's actually kind of an important thing. You have to Google the ice cream cone. Oh, US with capital. I don't know about that. There's some stuff going on with YouTube here in Australia is all. Klefki is your last favorite Pokemon, but it's Gen 6, so it'll be a while until I get there. That's true, but I was just talking about how when we finish Soul Silver, there is potential for at some point a new run to start, and I would focus it on Gens 3, 4, 5, and 6, or, you know, some subsection of that, so that Gen 2 would be for the streams, and then those other gens would be for the run, because it makes scheduling a lot simpler if there's not that crossover to have to deal with. The Australian thing in brief, because I don't like to get too involved in these subjects, in very, very brief, is that there is potential that there's a bunch of negotiations happening right now that might result in Australians not being able to access YouTube potentially. I don't want to fearmonger or spread false information. Please, go out and do your own research. I'm skimming the surface of this very briefly. There is potential for that to happen. And up to and until that happens, and in any kind of perpetuity, I'm going to be here business as usual. But again, I'm potentially speaking from a place of ignorance, and I've potentially absorbed information that isn't true. So it's just, we're not going to talk about it a lot, but just, yeah, there is a potential thing happening with Australia and YouTube right now. That much I know is true. I'm going to go grab some more brown. Hold on one second. You will never know what pants I wear on stream. Never. Oh, I found some more of the brown. Hey, I got another little cluster of it. Maybe I don't need new after all. I'm going to put this back on the shelf. Alrighty. Thank you all for your lack of panic. We appreciate you. There are only 3 or 4 Pokemon looking Pokemon in Gen 2. Who are they? You want to, please? 1, 2, 3. So that was 3 rows of 20. I think you're an uncomfortable little cretin, you are. No, I think we go around again. That's true, Sketchwolf. You will never know. Tyrogue and Hitmontop. Okay, that's not too bad. We can suck it up and just do like a people stream, and we'll just. And even then, Hitmontop. He's not. It's funny. He doesn't really cross my threshold into properly Peoplemon because he's got such unusual shapes to him. Where I have an issue with the Peoplemon is when they are just very, very human shaped. Because like even Mewtwo doesn't really hit my Mewtwo my Peoplemon Pokemon button. Miltank, we're going to have a problem because I think Miltank is going to get Mega Potted, and it's because I'm not. It's. This sentence is about to be spoken. Brace yourselves. It's all going to come down to the nipples. Though I feel like, can I post this picture of something I've made in the live stream chat? I don't think it will be very interesting for the rest of Discord people. Yeah, go ahead, Nat. That's not a problem. What's wrong? What's wrong, honey?
The line you said.
Oh, okay. Mr. Bones came in to judge me. I see, I'm a fan of cows. Like, and I think Miltank is a really fun little potato cow. And so, like, I'm pleased with that. I'm just really nervous about certain parts of Miltank's anatomy. But I think that we could probably use the same method that I do for, like, fingers and toes and use those. And I think that will maybe keep her all proportionate. Fun fact, when joining new yarn in, just use a color change to do it. And then the knot will always be on the inside of your work. And you don't have to worry about stitching with a knot in the middle of your yarn. And even when you frog it, it'll stay together. There we go, see? And we're just continuing on in the same colour. Smoochum. Ugh. Is Smoochum in Gen 2? I have an irrational hatred for Smoochum. Maybe it's a rational hatred for Smoochum. Maybe I am legitimate in my thoughts. My problem is right now I don't want to click away from the reference images I'm looking at for this guy because they're kind of foundational. Maybe Sneasel? Okay, yeah, Sneasel has not a lot of bulk to it, which is going to make it hard, but I don't think it's going to be a problem in terms of the people nature of it. But then what do I know? Sometimes I struggle with something like a snow runt, and other times I'm just like casually whipping out. I'm sorry, he turned out perfect. I'm proud of it. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, cool. Some days I can do that, and some days it takes me 3 goes to do this. Some days we're just doing things. Yeah, I don't like the dance. Those who know what this means. Oh. Yeah, the movement was uncomfortable. Okay, now if I put all of my decreases at the front. Oh good, I just wrote 2 single crochet instead of writing down how many rows I did. See, in my brain I wrote down how many rows I did, but instead I wrote down 2 single crochet, which has absolutely nothing to do with anything. Why? Why am I like this? That's an increase. Is that the most recent increase though? No, that's an increase. 2, 3, 4. It's 4 rows. The babies. Pichu, Cleffa, Igglybuff, Togepi, Sunkern. Sunkern counts as a baby? Vampy we've already made. Oh, okay, we've already made a couple of these. Vampy I didn't realise counted as a baby either. Because, like, to me, a baby is, in order to get them, you have to, like, have a special item in the daycare centre. Elekid, Magpie, they're babies. Smoochum's baby. Vampy, again, I didn't realise, but we've already made. Sunkern we haven't made. Cleffa we've already made. Togepi is going to be interesting because of the markings. I sense a lot of embroidery in my future. Woo. No, I do my best. I think I'm getting better. Okay, let's say I'm center back right now. Let's close off the front here. So we're at 20, so let's do 2 decreases at the front. Nice and easy. We'll do one there and one there. No, we'll do them here and here. No. Hold on. Sorry, my gremlin got angry for a second. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You know what's really interesting about having a camera pointed at you is that suddenly you have to realize exactly who you are as a person. 7. It's fine. It's fine. 7 plus 5 is a number, and plus 2 more is another number, and that leaves us with 6 in the middle. Cool. I love Pokemon Infinite Fusion, but I don't think I'll ever make any of them. Well, I mean, they're an option after we do all of like the regional forms, I suppose, so I'll never say never. I really admire the amount of design that goes into some of them, but 5, 6, 7, I don't know. Something about them just doesn't quite hit with me in terms of wanting to spend hours making them. And I think that makes sense. Loot, I would never ignore you, but yeah, I'm glad to know that I'm not crazy about that. Sorry, I only have 3 stitches left at the end of that, which does not bode well for my ability to count. Oh, I know what happened. I keep forgetting to account for the fact that a decrease is 2 stitches. But we got there. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 15. Yeah, cool. That does add up properly and leaves us with 18, which was the goal. And I did back loops there so that we have like a nice little pectoral illusion, which is going to help with just like the shaping of this underbit thing. Because I'm going to go from 18 now down to like 6, maybe 9 around. Like I'm going to decrease pretty aggressively for this bottom half of it. I just need to make my back loop notes. I feel like if I wanted to do 1 or 2, we'd be happy to watch and there'd be no pressure to make more. Yeah, no, that's fine. Like it would have to be a design that captures my imagination beyond what Pokemon they are for me to want to make it. Like it would have to be just like an amazing creature to make me want to make it, as opposed to like the Pokemon, I'm making them all because it's the point. Whereas like with the Infinite Fusions, if they made a cool enough like dragon looking thing, I could be encouraged to make a cool looking dragon looking thing. If that makes, yeah, I think that makes sense. My boy Magikarp is treated as the punchline of the Pokemon universe. And I don't appreciate it. I love that fish. I do. I love the fish. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. 4. 4 is the way. We'll do a single crochet 3 together. And we'll do a single crochet 3 together. So single crochet. There we go. 3 together. And 3 together. And 2 back to the start. How many was that? I don't know. But we'll find out together. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. Which means I removed 8 stitches, so I did 4 single crochet 3 togethers. The name is certainly obnoxious. They ran out of characters to use for its name. What? What happened? You loved Natu? Yeah. Well, see, Natu's a fun little green ball. Nat liked the little ballmon with a similar name. What a surprise! Would I ever do a Franken Pokey with 2 to 3 different Pokemon mashed up? I'm not going to rule it out as an idea, but yeah, it's one of those just like never say never type of things. It's like, yeah, I potentially will. It's not hitting me as something I'm particularly excited about doing right now. But plenty of years ahead of us. Yellow. And like, I can see the fun would be I would put my Pokemon in a box and pick 3 out and be like, okay, we're gonna mash these 3 up. But like I don't know, there's something about the idea of mashing Pokemon up together doesn't quite hit the magic button in me. It's just like, I don't find it particularly, it's complicated, right? Because like I said, I like looking at the fusions. I think that they're really cool. I can appreciate their designs. I don't find them inspiring, I think, is what I'm trying to express. Where is the end of you? What is going on? Seriously. Oh my gosh. Seriously, I was just using you. Have you fused into a single noodle? This is ridiculous. This is ridiculous. What? I don't understand. Is that the end hidden in there? No? I'm gonna ball this back up, don't you worry about that. Just like, I don't want to cut a new end. Like, the end has to be here. Okay. Technically there should have been 2 ends in there and there were none. Okay, there we go. So nobody said panic. Everyone calm down. I'm okay. I'm all right, I promise. Oh, do you want to be helpful? I'm sorry. You hold this so I don't lose it. Thank you. He's helping. I'm winding. We're good. It's going to take a second, but we're winding. It's only a little bit of a tangled mess. Fine, we're doing fine. Yeah, I need to start coming up with some ideas specific to Halloween. Because, like, I feel like I have some written down somewhere. But, I don't know. What did I do last year? Because I know I did the year before I did the tree and Hocus Crocus. I think that was the year before. I don't think I really did anything for Halloween last year. A build your own dragon, like with like different pieces. Yeah, I get that. I think a lot of my dragons have relatively interchangeable pieces. Thank you, love. He's still standing there helping me. Thank you. Have I done ghosts? Ghosts are complicated because they don't show up super well on camera. We've done Spookity and I've done like a little potato ghost. I feel like ghosts get a lot of their interest from the transparent nature. It's kind of like I'd love to do a gelatinous cube, but when you crochet a gelatinous cube, it's just a cube. It loses something in translation. So like there's that whole thing. I checked the ice cream Pokemon. What's wrong with it? The fact that it's just an ice cream, that's all. I was just making fun of it for just being an ice cream. A graveyard for Halloween? What's up?
I finally worked out how to do gelatinous ooze, right? Because this has been something we've been like puzzling on for, what, 4 years now?
Yeah.
I worked it out.
Because crochet just can't be transparent.
No, but it can be in this case.
Tell
I
me
worked
more.
that away.
Wait, is this... Should we save this for a video? Or should we tell them now? Or
Oh,
should
no,
we...
it's not that good of an idea.
Oh, okay.
It's more of a bit.
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, carry
So, yeah,
on.
Amazing idea, right? This is the best idea for transparent yarn ever. You know how for my dice bag I've got the Mimic?
Yes.
And so the mimic spits out all the dice?
Yes.
Oh, what if you made a minifig bag and it was a gelatinous cube, right?
Okay.
And so it's just like you have your model that you use for D&D inside of it. And so you just go into the cube and then you can carry it around in your bag and shake it. And your minifig is absolutely fine. And when you get there, you just pull them out of the cube.
Well, see, I thought it could be fun if I just crocheted a regular cube, but we filled it with some sort of like semi-liquid slime or Newtonian fluid. So like when you squeezed it, or even just a sponge with soapy water, you squeeze it and it oozes everywhere.
For me, it's just like happy, smiling cube, like big smiley face, no transparency, and then like you open it up and you realize it's.
Hey, we believe in transparency here.
Oh yeah, but then you open it up and you reveal that it's filled with skeletons and like bits of people. But you've got the big happy face on the outside.
Hey, sorry, not you, sorry, chat. There wasn't a dragon skull last year. We drew a sketch for a potential dragon skull, but then I don't think we made it. I did make a bat. I did. Hocus in the Tree was last year? Was it? I'm pretty sure Hocus in the Tree were the year before because I went to the library for that and I didn't go to the library last year. Just exposing myself. I've been to the library in this area exactly once. It was a lovely day and I was just like, I should do this more. It was peaceful and there was room to work, and then I never went back. Bones and the Pumpkin Kitty was the year before that. I feel like YouTube is potentially not reporting the dates correctly here because like I feel like all of that was like 1 year shifted. Though you could be right and I could just not know what I'm talking about. I don't know if I can look my channel up properly while I'm streaming on another channel. Okay. Making a crotch. It's fine. We're crocheting. Yeah, see, they report, like, their year reporting gets really vague at a certain point. So, like, between something's 1 and 2 year anniversary, it'll all just be reported as, like, a year ago. So it's actually, like, Hocus Crocus will be coming up on 2 years, but until we hit 2 years, it'll just be, like, a year ago. The Grim Squeaker! That's what it was. It was the Grim Squeaker, and we made a bat. Because, like, I relate to being like a slightly spooky person who is becoming spookier as I get older, and I kind of love that evolution for me, and we're going to lean more into that. Like, I've got my little spell books in today, which I'm quite a fan of. Yeah, I'm beginning to feel a little bit like a little witchy. So, but Halloween's not a thing here. So it's kind of like hard for me to like get super excited about the season. And particularly as, like, I used to use it as a reason to wear, like, my little spiderweb earrings and my bats, and now I just wear my bats all year round. It's like the witchiness has infected my whole life. Thank you. That was actually genuinely bothering me. It's like, what did I do? I know I did something. Candy-themed critters would be... Oh, candy-themed would be fun, actually, and also a reason to eat candy, which is always just like, you know the weird part of the stream? That tends to happen because I eat sugar on break. You've almost forgot about the no-so mole. Tusk. On the to-do list with you. Could I do a will it crochet with fishing line to see how transparent you could make it? That's true. I'm worried that would cut my hands up, though. Just because that line is designed to, like, break you before it breaks itself, if that makes sense. But it's an option. I have a couple of fun... Like I said, I've got a fun experiment I'm literally starting tomorrow, but you won't see for a couple of weeks. So I have at least one really interesting experiment coming up, and then as spring ticks around, I've got another really fun experiment that I want to try, but we'll just have to wait and see. Platycornicus is from my very first year on YouTube. In fact, Platycornicus was part of a very experimental thing I was trying, because, like, I was doing not pattern crochet content. Like I was doing like, this is how I designed this thing. And it wasn't like, I wasn't really getting any traction. And so I was just like, oh, I'll just do a limited run of patterns over Halloween. And Platycornicus was the second pattern of that. And I was like, oh, okay, patterns is how you get the algorithm to push you out a little bit further. And so we did patterns. And now I'm just slowly creeping back. Like, I'm not abandoning patterns from the channel or anything, but we're slowly creeping back to like more and more of just like the fun stuff. I could try tie-dyeing stuff. Yeah, I'd be interested to see like getting some natural yarn and tie-dyeing it and then crocheting with it. I think that could be a fun thing. Get transparent or clear sewing thread. That's true. Like there's options there. There's also plenty of like food options to try. I will admit that my experiments tend to be augmenting a crochet base as opposed to messing around with what the crochet is itself. That just means that there's room for more experimentation in the future. I like my experiments too. They keep everything really interesting to me, and like I make it a point that like I know this comes up in the comments every time. I know I can just Google half this stuff. I do. I know that there are tutorials out there. I know that there are guides out there. It's like, that's not what the fun bit is though. The fun bit is like, I wonder if I can work out how to make these things work. And if I get frustrated, I know I always have the ability to seek guidance. I never end up seeking guidance. Food options. Noodles, licorice, rope type foods to be crocheted with. Ooh, transparent shimmery ribbon. Did Skein Spider do tie-dye or am I losing it? She might have. I don't know. I haven't spoken to her in a while. I should check in with her. Honestly, I expect that there's a lot of crossover in some of the subjects we some of the subjects we cover because we're in the same zone of variety crochet. Witchy and spooky can be fun and colourful. It doesn't have to be scary and dark. I agree. Like, look, I've got a mushroom jumper on. Okay. We have a body and a head, and he has to be slouching because it's not a phase, Mom. He's a little teenage punk. You don't want to stand up straight. Is his head meant to be that far down? Maybe not quite that far down. Just... There we go. For the record, I'm making fun of myself as a teenager, not any teenagers currently present. What do we do next? We balance on our ball. We seek Zen. Love how frogging a project makes your yarn look like instant ramen. Yeah, a little bit. Has dyed and bleached a bunch of different yarns to compare results. Acrylic did nothing as expected. Yeah, I would seek out like cotton or natural fiber, bamboo maybe. And the natural stuff that hasn't already been treated and dyed for the purposes of that video. Yeah. We need some stuff. Instead of a dragon, can I have a modern day monstrous creature for a mount? Specifically a skeleton bucket wheel excavator. What? Though the skeleton animals is always a big request, and so maybe we do like a skeleton animal this year. Yeah, Coletti Spaghetti, I do that too. I have had to learn to edit myself a little bit because I tend to forget. Do not out yourselves in this moment, please. There are people under the age of majority as part of our community. Whereas I tend to like assume all spaces I'm in are adult spaces. And so like that's been an adjustment. It has been. Because like I tend to picture all of y'all out there as others. Like, we're all in our late 30s, right? A skeleton camel doesn't look like a camel. The hump isn't bone. This is a camel, right? I don't know. An approximation of a camel. Not a good one. It has like a long necks. Camels have long necks as well. I know what camel feet, camel bodies look like, but I've mucked up this head real bad. How do I make that look more like a camel? Oh, look, there we go. It's a bit closer. So camels like that, their spines are there. There is no spine up like that with giant ribs. That's just like a big blobby fat mass. The skeleton forklift is just a forklift. Squirmy-o and schooly rat. Becky, we're reaching a point where that meme is becoming unintelligible. Oh, sorry. And also, tail. You're alright. Anyway, sorry. I'm going to focus in again a little bit here. Arms or legs? I don't want to make the tail. We should make the tail. We should just get the tail over with. We're going to make the tail. Ooh, I need to get a finger splint for my knuckle. Because my finger does this thing where it like pops. It's starting to ache a little bit. Fancy trying a crochet terrarium. Oh, I would love that, but the scale I would have to do it at to be happy with the detail. Because like don't get me wrong, I love my canvases. You can see them like behind me a little bit there. But the scale is too big, but also there's a lot of work that goes into making something even that big. And I like my detail to be a lot finer than that. So I either need to work with smaller, like finer thread and a smaller hook and make a regular size terrarium, or I need to make a giant terrarium. Maybe someday I'll have a house and I can make the whole room like a crochet jungle. And don't get me wrong, my lungs hurt at just the idea of any space gathering that much dust, but it could be magical for a little while. Could hide all the little crochet creatures around as like a little exploration thing. A normal camel would be a good pattern too. Okay, I'll take that under advisement. Yeah, the crazy Hobby Lobby skeletons. We just get those in like our Colesworth type places. Like I have the rat up there that has the ears. And it's like, they don't have those. And I always find the skeleton octopus simultaneously, it fills me with glee and I hate it. And that's just like a really interesting combination of emotions to try and reconcile, because I love it, but it fills me with rage. I want it around always, but I don't want to look at it. I gotta stop talking about stuff to crochet with, since I already said my yarn collecting hobby is out of control. Okay, I mean, if it's out of control, that's one thing, but I don't know I don't think there is a predetermined limit outside of your own limitations, which is also okay. You're allowed to have limitations, and you're allowed to want to stick to those. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Working at a vet, the skeletons make you laugh so much. Yeah. Well, I know that at Costco they have like giant human skeletons at the moment. I kind of thought it would be funny to get one and just have it set up in like the background of my stream, because like even all the way back there it would like look like it was like looming over the top of me for a stream. But that's just like a really expensive single stream kind of joke, and then I have a giant skeleton I have to store somewhere, and we already have storage issues. So I've put that thought away, but I did think it would be really funny. Hi Sam. Well, in general, anything with an exoskeleton has a skeleton, they're just not the skeletons the way you're thinking of them. Like spiders, I'm pretty sure they have an exoskeleton. Means their bones are on the outside. The carapace. Yeah, exactly. Needing to be able to move in your bedroom is a personal set limitation, and that's fine. If you want to draw the line there, you can draw the line there. I too prioritize being able to move through my spaces over hoarding all the pretty yarn, so I can respect that boundary. I'm just saying, you're the one limiting yourself. I already have a giant skeleton walking around at my... I'm not trying to replace Mr. Bones. It's just to be... like, I just thought it would be funny to have one on stream. Maybe just, like, for the month of October. But, again, it's just a very expensive and inconvenient kind of joke to make for a handful of streams, and it's not even that funny. 8, 9, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Someone down the street from you has a skeleton that they decorate year round for different holidays. It's like 10 feet tall. I love that. I want neighbors like that. I want to live on that street. That's perfect. The places with like the beautifully manicured gardens, but the really crazy giant T-Rex or the skeleton, or you know what I mean? Like just the people who know how to have fun. They don't have femurs and tibia like the craft stores sell. I assume we're still talking about octopuses or possibly spiders. See, I got him a skeleton hand and arm last year and he broke it because he wanted to work out how it worked. And that's okay. I got it for him and it was him to do with as he pleased. Yeah, can we get a name update from you? Honey, it's on top of the DVDs if you're looking for that.
I must defend my honor because I did not break it.
You'll hear me tell you where it is in a second. How behind is your stream? Honey, it's on top of the DVDs. How did you post the name list? I'm sitting here talking to you.
The problem is when you said, you'll hear me say it in a second.
I could have said it over the top?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Bartholomew on the name list? Oh, I like muesli. It's like Leslie, but muse. Oh, I wasn't suggesting Brie for Mew, but I'm open to it. This tail is ridiculous. This is a ridiculous tail. Kadabra feels a little fancy, and that's okay. Good morning to Canada! I hope you are having a fancy day with no nasty geese haunting your doorstep. It's kind of like the whole spiders thing here in Australia. I assume all Canadians have to contend daily with moose and geese. Okay. Well, I mean, I've grown a tail. I haven't grown a tail. Well, that's true. If we name Mew Brie, she does become one of the cheese cats. Again, I'm not against it. Canadian geese extended to the US and they come to fight. Yeah, good. That's what I expect. They are representing. Yeah. We have the battle turkeys here. Cassowaries, for those who don't know. We also have emus. We can name Mew Muse. Like moose. You fell asleep, then had a shower, then had dinner, and we're still going. We are still going, Daiquiri. Also, I'm glad that you got a little bit of sleep. And food and shower are also good things. You're not Canadian, by the way. That's fine. Wait, did I call you Canadian? No. Oh, we also have the bin chickens. But I actually have... Okay, look. I get that bin chickens is a funny name and a fun meme to get on board. And, like, look at the silly birds as they drink garbage juice from the garbage cans. It's like, I grew up in a rural place, and you know what we called bin chickens in rural places? We called them farmers' friends because they're excellent for stripping pest-like creatures out of the paddocks. Like, they would eat all of the nasty bugs, and so you just see these beautiful flocks of, like, for those who don't know what they look like, I'm running out of pencil here, but they're like long-beaked. This is all like black, and this is all black. And then they're like these beautiful giant white birds with fantastic white wings and really long legs. They are beautiful, and when you see them fly, they're just like, It's amazing to watch a whole flock of them move around. And then I come to the city, and these beautiful birds who conduct themselves with such grace and dignity are reduced to eating out of the garbage cans, and people laugh at them for that. And that just gets right up my nose for some reason. Well, no, I know why, but like, it's just like, I'm not doing it. I'm not calling them bin chickens. They're ibis. And if you ever get up close to one, my goodness, those things look like dinosaurs, because they're one of those birds that don't have feathers on their faces. They have like the leathery skin type stuff. They look like dinosaurs. They do. The plural should be ibi. Dude, you took all the rage out of my rage balloon. Hello, Mitch. Happy time zone. I'm glad that you cooked her dinner. Thank you. Thank you for doing that. Thought bin chickens were cockatoos? Nope, that's something else. Cockatoos will chew through your walls to get at your wires and then chew through those as well. They're a wading bird, exactly. The plural being ibi, though, is going to stick with me for a while. Yeah. So, yeah. It's just like the bin chicken just kind of rankles me a little bit. I can take a joke, though. I'm on board with the meme. I'll even employ the meme at will. I just want everybody to also know that they are called ibis. And they... yeah. They have a name. Historically, they are royal birds in many cultures. That makes sense to me. I'm pretty sure like they were pretty prominent in Egypt as well. I don't know if they're literally the same type of ibis, because like it's kind of like what we call a magpie isn't a magpie everywhere, and what we call a crow isn't a crow everywhere. What we call a robin isn't a robin everywhere. See, I love pigeons. I think pigeons... I have a Lego pigeon, and it's my prized possession at the moment. I love pigeons. I think they have a lot of character, and I think that they live in built-up cities because we brought them to built-up cities, and we domesticated them, and then we abandoned them. It's like, I think that making fun of a pigeon is kind of like, you know, your ancestors are judging you for that. It's like rage. Like, we defend the birds around here. I've realized recently through my purchasing choices, specifically to do with Lego, that I might have more of a soft spot for birds than previously anticipated. It looks like a fluffy white bird whose head caught fire and this is the aftermath. What? What are you looking at, Coletti? Is Australia just stealing bird names and drawing them out of a hat? No, we name the birds. Oh, sorry.
That's what they're laughing at.
Okay, no, that is an accurate representation of an ibis. They're also bigger than they look in that picture. I think I would Google it before I said exactly how tall I think they are. I used to eat lunch in a park and they'd walk past, and so like it's not an accurate representation, but I'm pretty sure seated they were we were at eye level. A Halloweenish bird series is needed? I don't know. Because, like, to me, that's not necessarily a Halloween type of thing. That said, I think a vulture could be a really fun make. I have a lot of love for the unusual birds out there, but then I also really like bugs, and I think maybe I'm just, like, relating too hard to the outcasts. It's like the not cute creatures are cute creatures to me. This is a giant tail. I may have gone overboard even for this guy with this tail, but we're on a course now. We've set our path is set. I think I've done 3 rows of wow, 24. 12 days of Birdsmas. You'd have to sew wings on every time. I'm not saying no. We can absolutely put it in the ideas box. Yeah, because we do have to come up with a theme for this year. Good point. That is 12 days of sewing wings. Like, it's like we can attach them as we go. But I mean, I know you all had so much fun making all of those bugs with all of those made up stitches. I remember getting in trouble for discussing Christmas back in April. But like, we're in August now. I feel like I'm in safer territory. And I'm not talking about Christmas. We're talking about the crochet theme that we're doing this year. So it's different. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. No so mas. Well, it's already pretty close to that because I do try to keep them no so because alright, here's the real tea. The reason I keep them no so, it cuts down on filming time by about half an hour per creature, and when you're doing 12 of them, that adds up. Also, I like the idea of somebody being able to just like, I understand a lot of people travel over Christmas and go places over Christmas and don't have necessarily a lot of time over Christmas. So I like the idea of these projects, like the Christmas, I've said this before, that series being advent calendar like, in like you sit down for an hour, maybe you've left home and you're somewhere else, but you've taken a ball of yarn and a hook, and with that you can make the whole project, and like that's part of the appeal to me. I want to raise you marabou stalk. Shoebills. Shoebills are creepier. They might be the same creature. But also, baby go in pelican mouth. Pelican mouth, good place for baby. Baby sleep real good in pelican mouth. Take good photo. Baby love pelican mouth. Put baby in pelican mouth. I've stopped. Yeah, well, I mean, I said an hour conservatively, Mark. It's allowed to take you longer than that. I mean, I tend to film them and they only take like 30 or 40 minutes, but I've done them multiple times, and also I am the creator. So the creator never takes as long. Yeah. Like about an hour is the goal. Like an hour to film for me tends to translate to however long it takes you guys to make them is fine. But like the goal is an hour for me. See, I've thought about doing that daiquiri, but like the 12 days being like all pieces for something that assemble into something else. But I personally really don't like watching series like that. I think they make things take way longer than they need to, and I feel like there's no real joy in making a leg one day and then an arm the next day. I don't know. I like them being like self-enclosed little treasures. Yes, the creator. Trying to work out what this tail is supposed to look like, and all my reference images have been lost to the sands of time. Oh no, there they are. Haha, I found them. Okay, so it's like... my notebook discipline is just out the window at this point. Okay, well, I feel like I can do the brown stripe. And then we'll increase a lot at the bottom and we'll start decreasing at the top. Brown strip. Forest friends, maybe? Like, in terms of like the building up to something, I don't mind the idea of it being like, hypothetically here, the 12 days of fish. And like we do 12 things that can fit into an aquarium. Because like we did the 12 bugs this year. And so all 12 of those things can go into some kind of terrarium. In fact, I saw some people put them in terrariums. I thought that was really cool. I think Beetle Makes has gone to bed at this point, but I'm pretty sure I saw her do some really interesting ones, so I liked that. There we go. And we'll change to our brown. 12 days of shrooms. Ooh. Schwabberways. Yeah, that's appealing. Or even just like 12 days of like little flowers or little potted plants. I'm liking the ideas, folks. Got to get through the last of the Pokemon. Oh my goodness, that's so wild to be saying that. But yeah, we'll get through the last of the Pokemon, and then Then we'll spend a couple of weeks at least brainstorming and playing around with. I know some of you guys don't like spoilers, but at least the initial sketching phase. Maybe 1 or 2 gets spoiled. That just is what it is. It'd be really healthy for me, frankly, to start that process August, September instead of late October, November. I wouldn't mind taking a chunk of time off in December, actually. We are not naming the slip stitch Mew. No, that is a totem. That is an artifact. That is not part of the public domain. Yeah, I think inaccurate skeletons could be really fun. All of the components of a terrarium, and people can arrange them into jars for their final pictures. Yeah, see, something like that I think has appeal. Like the individual parts have to stand alone. Like Mark was saying, with like different plants or flowers, and then you can make like 3 of one if you like that one, and like arrange them into some sort of bouquet. I think that has some pretty strong potential. I'm gonna ruminate, because like honestly, flowers in terms of a bouquet came up pretty close to being the plan last year. It got beat out by the final 2 of like, I think there was like dinosaurs / prehistoric creatures and the bugs. And then like, I've been wanting to make tiny bugs for so long, it won because tiny bugs.
If you were going to do inaccurate skeletons, would that mean you could do a skeleton forklift?
Honey, a skeleton forklift is just a forklift.
No, it would have like bones inside.
No, but forklifts already don't have any cases.
And so like instead of tires, it would have little tiny legs. Like little itty bitty stubby legs.
You're thinking of like the Flintstones type vehicles.
No, but it would be made of bones. Because it's one that is...
Is it made of bone? Or is it forklift? It screams, for it does not know.
Like picture this, right? You've got like the necromantic
split end, hold on. No, it's fine, I got it.
Like, the necromancer is coming, oh no, and like all the skeletons come over the hill, and
Run
then
away!
you see him, the terrifying mage, riding a fearsome skeletal forklift. Oh god, he's forklift certified.
We're forked.
Yeah, exactly. And it's just got like the little tiny feet on the side, because you know, like...
I can make that joke, you can't make that joke.
Yeah, no one can make that joke.
Please don't make that joke in chat.
I'm gonna go ban everyone who makes the joke.
12 Days of Frogmas? Maybe. I do like frogs, but I think 12 is a lot. 12 is a lot of anything. People already get fatigued by day 7 during the 12 days. So, like, the last 5 have to be something really exciting. So, yeah, brainstorming is a fun thing to do, and we will be doing it during a stream. In the meantime, I'm trying to make this tail, and I hate it. And I wanted to feel bad. It's back loops only, 24 single crochet, and then we'll do a regular 24 single crochet. Then we'll get this done. This tail is stupid. Like a terrarium version of the canvases, a little bit, yeah. But they would have to be more specific. Like the canvases were pretty much like, they were like a little bit formless. The closest thing would be maybe the one with the pink flower and the leaves on it. I think that one's my favorite. I liked some of the mushroom ones, but some of the other mushroom pieces were kind of just filler, and the whole point would be that there is no filler. Each project has to be a thing. 12 Things from the Days of Christmas song. That's fine and all, Corey, until you realize that half the things in that song are people. Like, do we want to make leaping lords and like ladies dancing? Maids are milking. Like, there's a lot of birds, but there's a lot of people in that song. And then one of them is just golden rings. I'm not sure how interesting that is. Plus, a big part of that series is the fact that it's not specifically, like, the music around it, I lean a little Christmassy because I'm feeling Christmassy. I use tinsel for the decorations, but the projects themselves aren't Christmas projects, which is the point. And I stand firm on that. Maybe they are frog ladies dancing, maybe. Keep like sneaking back off camera. Sorry, guys. Not that I don't think this is particularly interesting viewing, but we're doing it. Here we go. And we're back to our yellow, meaning we are now here. And we'll do one more row, closing off in the top half. Just a little bit. Just a little bit, just a scooch. Closing off at the top. And then the following row, I'll be expanding out the bottom. This is a silly shape and it should feel bad. I don't think anybody would blame me if I like phoned the rest of this in a little bit, but I'm not going to. Yeah. Yeah, see? Yeah. What am I doing? What am I doing? It's 12 stitches. And I would like to put 3 decreases in, which leaves me with 9 stitches remaining, so that'll be 3, 6, and 1. Which is fine in this context because it's wide enough to absorb some uneven type things. Plus, if I put 2 at the start and 1 at the end, the drift will eventually balance it out for me. At least my level of drift will. 2 single crochet, decrease, 3 single crochet. I've stopped complaining, guys. It's okay. You can come out. 12 Days of Instruments. By the end, you can build your own orchestra. Rare breed chooks. That's just a lot of colour changes. Sorry, you're all just like... I'm not sitting here shooting down your ideas. It's just you're encountering some of my own internal rules. And so as you do so, I'm realising that I follow a series of rules when picking things. And that's interesting to me, so I'm talking about it. So like with the chooks thing, I understand that there's like the ones with like the pom-poms on their heads and there's the big fat broody hens and there's like... Like, you know, there's like different types of chicken, but when I think of chickens, I think of like, that's mainly color change differences, if I'm going to find 7 or 12 of them. And I've specifically in my designs try to stay away from trying to like thinking of a green one versus a blue one as being 2 different patterns. It's like, no, that's the same shape. People can work out to just use blue yarn for that. And if there's anything I learned from the snail last year, it's that the ones that let you guys take it and run with it and customize it and make it something really fun for yourself, they're the really magical, exciting ones. Because that snail, I saw so many variations of snail. It was the best. I had the best time looking at the photos of that. I should go back and look at the photos of that again because it was just so lovely. Whereas like the ones like the praying mantis that were so specific and kind of just had to be made the way they were written, I feel like there's just like less room for all of you to have as much fun with those ones there. That said, they can't all be super customizable because I would go crazy trying to come up with that many. What's that word again? I feel like I've used the word crazy a lot this stream. Oh. It's okay, I'm used to my boss shooting down my ideas then coming back to me with his own idea that was definitely mine. Oh no! 7 days of domestic birds. Your newest whip is a chicken. I ran into yours recently. I accidentally made his shell look like a cinnamon roll. That sounds wonderful though. He's all cinnamon roll snail. Yeah, Daiquiri, that's what we were talking about. Like flowers or pieces of greenery that could potentially be turned into like a customizable flower arrangement. So like maybe we do a gerbet daisy one day and a nice big leaf another day. And if people like the daisies, they can do a bunch of daisies. People like the leaf, they can do some leaves in there too. That's no accident, that's a miracle. A delicious miracle. I'm sorry. The best name for a rare breed is the Transylvanian naked neck. I'm sorry. People get positively unhinged when naming birds specifically. Like, is there no process? Is there no approval process? Is there no bureaucracy around naming birds, or are we just allowed to name birds? 12 days of animals that will fight you. Number 1 is me. I'll fight you. Making a chicken based on a kiwi pattern because it was the right size. Yeah, see, that's a great way to do it. Find something that's approximately what you're looking for and customize it. Hi.
Hey, 12 days of animals that Mr. Bones could take in a fight. And it starts small
and it just
and
escalates.
grows increasingly more unhinged with time.
It's like, okay, on day 12 we're making Tiamat. I think mythical creatures would be cool, but I'm not sure I have the discipline to limit myself to small enough projects for that, because like I feel like those mythical creatures are made or broken in like the very specific details, and I'd just be worried about letting everyone down. 7 days of animals that won't fight you but easily could. Okay, look, I am from Australia. I'm allowed to mutter. I'm not making fun of the names. I was just pointing out the fact that there doesn't seem to be any checks and balances in place. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait, no, that can't be right. It's fine, I fixed it, but I'm not happy. Sorry, the gremlin. I'm frustrated because I keep making the same mistake over and over again. It's not a big mistake. Like, it's fine. It's not a problem. It's just also really annoying me right now. Single crochet, increase, single crochet, 3 increases. Single crochet, increase, single crochet. Yes, that's what we will do. That's those 9 stitches at the end. And then we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13? No, it's 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 12 stitches. 12, yes, 12. Hi.
Hello. I've got a serious one, actually.
I too have a serious.
That's why I'm taking down the energy a little bit.
Okay.
12 days of animals who've been given like a bad rap. I don't like title work in progress, but like the ibis.
I don't give a damn
Who's
about my
called
reputation.
And like there's a bunch of really nice animals out there that like have been messed up in the public eye. For example, I'm not sure if this is a spoiler or not, but okay, I have to narrate it. Minus 1. That fish.
What was that?
That one. Yeah, that one.
That one?
Yeah, that one. And then you've also got like.
I don't think that has a bad rap, honey, but I'm loving the fact that I just saw you. I wish I could tell you guys what he just mimed to me, but let's just say there is a fish that has a bad reputation for swimming up inside people.
No, not that one. Not that one.
Now you know why I'm laughing at you?
No, the fish that was deep in the ocean and they brought it up to the surface and they're like, look, he looks stupid. Like, the poor fish. And like.
Oh, I understand why you think that. Okay, never mind.
And so like, giving like a bunch of the animals that, should be loved.
Excuse me, I have to turn the microphone off for just a second.
Yeah,
We're back.
Not that fish.
Not that
the
fish.
Other one.
The other fish.
But like, the bin chicken and that
Yeah.
sort of thing. Animals which are wonderful and beautiful and they deserve, some love and everything.
Like
that
rats. I'm sorry.
misunderstood.
Rats didn't spread the Black Plague. Fleas did.
Yeah.
And
so
also
it's
just
like
the general lack of hygiene standards.
12 days of redemption.
Yeah.
These animals are lovely and people think that they're not and they're wrong for doing so.
Yeah, it does appeal. Oh my goodness! Honey Chat got it. They knew what you were doing. It's crazy to me. So I did crazy again. Why am I so fixated on that word? It's very odd to me that you guys could tell what we were discussing. Yeah, hyenas. Great example. For the record, yeah, that is a spoiler for something. But it's fine. go. Alright, we have turned the tail. As old as time. I don't know if I can be bothered doing all of this. I don't think it deserves that level of detail. But we are chipping away at it. My goodness, we've been going for a while. Decrease. I think a big part of it is I don't want to be left alone with these two. So we're gonna work on them on stream. 12 days of something you take out of a jar? What? I didn't see a book rec, sorry Annie. I'd love a pigeon too, but I kind of feel like a pigeon deserves its own week, not just a day in the day lineup. Though I recently, Lego released a toucan. A little Lego toucan. $15 from Kmart. It's wonderful. It comes with its own watermelon slice. I love it so much. That's what I mean when I've discovered recently that I'm an absolute sucker for Lego birds. If you could see my cabinet, you'd understand. Two, three. No. No. 4. Six. 4 increases, and then I should be able to... Oh, no, it's only 3 increases across. Sorry, folks. I'll back in a second. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5. That should only be 5. And then 4 increases, and then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
I do love the 12 days of unhinged Mr. Bode suggestions. Day 1, a skeleton forklift. Day 2, a feral microwave. Day 3, a blobfish.
It's so specific, though.
No, that's not a serious one.
Oh, it could be hilarious.
I've only had one serious suggestion, and I want you to seriously consider that one, and ignore all the other ones. That's just noise.
Wait, was that the fish one?
No, that was the one where it's like animals that deserve more respect.
Oh, right. No, that was a good one. Solid suggestion. Again, I would have to secure the rights to Bad Reputation, the song, for the theme song for the year. I don't give a damn about my... Yeah.
Like each episode, you do the little spiel of this animal is actually really lovely because of this. And
yeah.
It's bad rep because of this, but that's all wrong. But
I'm worried that whole series would just turn into a we people are the problem, people suck. Like, I'm worried that that's what my rant would become. Yeah. And I feel like that's just a really negative thing for that time of year.
Yeah, I don't like that.
Because a lot of them, it comes down to, it's us. We're the bad guys.
The flip side of that is 12 animals that are no longer endangered because we're awesome.
See, that's an uplifting, positive message, and that's also why I don't want to do like endangered animals as a theme.
I might have mumbled that, so I'll type it in case anyone was like, "Wait, what was that?"
I cannot count to save me poor wee life right now. Okay, starting from the start. 1, 2, 3, and a decrease. 2, and a decrease. 1, 2, 3. Cool. 1, 2, and there's the problem. I don't know what's wrong with it. Ain't got no gas in it. I'm not a fan of Mr. Organs, and I refuse to acknowledge his existence. Yeah, the no longer endangered animals idea came up last year as well. It's just a very nice, hopeful thing. Because they recently discovered or rediscovered, I should say, noticed, I think it was a type of kiwi that was thought to be, I don't know if they're endangered or extinct or whatever, but just like happily bopping around not South Korea, what am I saying? The Philippines, I think it was. One of those like islandy places. Geography is not my strong suit. You're gonna need to extend me some grace. 12 days of poisonous or venomous things. Well, it's important to know if they're poisonous or venomous, and like it becomes crucial when they have to work it out because they've bitten their own tongue. Field guide to dumb birds of the whole stupid world. Oh no! What's really fun about the whole 12 days of animals that are no longer endangered is if we can only find 11 of them, we have to go out and help save an animal. We only have 11 animals for our lineup. We have to go out there and find something endangered and fix it. I don't know why I have such a vivid image of all of us like making little candlelit dinners for a very confused looking rhino right now. But like... I don't know why I'm putting so much effort into this dang tail. It's gonna be worth it when he looks good. It's all... We're fine. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 18. Okay, we're 28 around. Such a big tail. 12 days of sharks. Sharks, sharks, sharks. Smushing two animals together like, come on, we need to save the species. Grimer just looks like he enjoys it. I'm sorry. It's just the nomming. It's the om nom nom ability. Nom. When Bun was little, we were talking about flightless birds. She knew about penguins and such. I added the kiwi. She's like 4 and she looks at me like I'm a giant moron. What? Of course kiwis can't fly. They're fruit. Oh my goodness, that's amazing. Oh, I love that. I'm a little vague on the specifics, but I have a similar story from a nibbling of mine. My dad, so his grandfather, was being, hey, look, mate, look at the stars. He was pointing at some pictures, like, look at all the stars. And he goes, Poppy, nebula, or something like it was either nebula or like some big space word. He's 2. Nat, we're doing it for the good of the species. Are they the same egg group? If not, we'll have to separate them. Got to stay on mission. It's an incredibly disturbing line of conversation. I'm sorry, we can stop. He's just a friendly little guy. What's funny here is that him and Muck are so similar that I could probably do a stop motion animation really easily of just like, you know, like bonk, flatten him out. Like just change it in between. Yeah. Bloom. And then just like... They have 2 gremlins in a trench coat energy. Whee! Bird first, fruit after. I'm sorry. We set up blind dates for endangered animals. We play Careless Whisper. Nope, not the same egg group. Sorry, guys. You gotta keep them separated. I do think for April Fools it could be fun to do an anything but crochet stitches pattern, where like, or anything but numbers pattern, I think was the original plan, where it's stuff like single crochet back around to the start of your row. Like, that's still a usable instruction, but it's not the same as 18 single crochet. So like, I think that it could be a fun challenge for me to put together a pattern that doesn't use any numbers, and it would be a fun experiment for you guys to see how the experience of it is to follow it. It's just another thought that I had that I thought could be fun. Me, I'm full of fun ideas. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10. And it was 18 single crochet back around to the start. I didn't know that at the time. "26. 12 days of things that hatch from eggs." Yeah, I've actually thought about doing that one before, because then you've got like lizards and frogs and fish and eggs and birds. Well, eggs don't hatch from eggs, you know what I mean. Did stream cut out? I'm not showing any problems on this end. Am I sitting here talking to myself? These are the questions we must ask. I mean, technically, yes, I am, but you're all listening in. So, who's the bigger weirdo here? It's me. It's always me. Single crochet until your heart tells you it's enough. Yeah, the anything but numbers pattern. I just think it could be really fun. I also just perfectly found the middle of that as well. Sometimes, I don't think it's that I feel like I'm getting witchier. I think I might actually be getting witchier. Reinvoke the bunny. 12 days of inside out animals. Oh, that's a lot of organs. 12 days of things I would throw at Duchess Cassandra to save Caterpickle. Oh. Wait, is platypus a suggestion for the biggest weirdo here? Because that's so funny to me. You got a 3D printed Omanite? A 3D printed Omanite plant spike. I would have to Google that to see it specifically, but it sounds fun. Okay, Daiquiri, I just got a very vivid mental image of like, I see you say you're the biggest weirdo, but I don't know, I think I'm the biggest stalker. I just pictured like I turned around and you're just there staring in my window. Just like this. This is Daiquiri staring in the window. It's just like, wait, how do I... I just realized I could have just like... I have the technology. We'll decrease and we'll decrease. Honestly, I've just kind of let my heart, my hands, take over the shaping of this. I'm barely paying attention to it. It's doing what it's doing. Complicated Knot's official position is please do not stare into our windows. Mr. Bones' official position is Lord help you. One and a two and a three. many stitches was meant to be in the previous row? 16, 5, 21. And we've just taken out 6 more from that, so there should be 15. 4, so there should be 5 stitches back to the start, which isn't quite even, but it's pretty dang close. 12 days of appliances? That's just Rotom. And like, while cute in theory, I don't think anyone's tuning in for like day 3. The frying pan. No, that's not an appliance. Microwave is just a grey box. Fridge is just a grey box. Oven is just a grey box. Toaster is just a grey box. Can't really do blenders properly because we can't do translucent. Like, I like the idea in theory. It's one of those ones where like some of these ideas are really, really great, but they translate way better to like a different medium. What makes the microwave feral? I went to catch it in the depth of a jungle as opposed to buying it in a store. I love you guys. I do. It's like they warn creators about parasocial relationships, but I'm worried that I'm inversely parasocially connecting with some of you. "12 Days of Grey Boxes." My favourite. It's just what I wanted. I open up the pretty sparkly blue boxes to reveal a solid grey cube. They're like bits of Lego could be fun. Like 1 Lego brick for every day, and then you could make as many as you needed to build something. That's a labour of love right there, though. And you'd also have to be very specifically a Lego person, and I don't... Yeah. That's a big ask. Because to make anything, you have to make like 100. Which is something I'm thinking about doing for a project, but I don't think it's a 12 days of crochet type of thing. Oh yeah, no, the stream has gotten odd, but that's because I've been here for 6 hours. Do you know how long it's been since I've been here for 6 hours? And we've still only gotten 2 done. Well, 1.5. I've sunk my teeth in now, though. I'm not going anywhere until this dang Pokemon's finished. Did we name Mew? Who do you think you are? Doot doot. What? It's 7. It's 7! And now it's 11. That makes sense if you can see my numbers. It doesn't if you can't, but that's not my problem. Alright, I'm going to start the poll for Mew. Not because I think that I'm necessarily going to end stream, but I'm just also, I can't rule out the idea of me ending stream. Mr. Bones, please provide the list or I'm going to go rogue. Hey! Just dig out the keyboard. Ah. Bartholomew? Oh, I like these names. These are good names. Bartholomew. I'm glad I don't have to pick. Because, like, Plato, Bartholomew, and Muesli are all very good. And, like, Cleo is a reference to a Greek muse, which makes sense. So, like, it doesn't hit me the same kind of joy. But, like, it's still a good name. We are naming Mew, not Kadabra. In fact, I might actually type a question in for once. Name Mew. You know what? No. Mew who? It's not Mewtwo, it's Mew who. Okay. Mutiny. Because we've already named Kadabra. Because Abra is Teleportato, Kadabra is Levitato, and Alakazam is Prestidigitato, and those names are so good I'm not allowing them to be rewritten. That's what that comes down to. I'm not sorry. I've gotten a bit bossier as these streams have gone on. It's good, I found my voice. Mutiny was a good name, but unfortunately it kind of just like happened right past the bell. I actually should probably draw this out to make it even. I've been winging it a little too hard today. Let's just single, and we do the thingy, and we do the thingy. And we do it, and we do it. Happen about, happen. I'm just a little squirrel. 1, 2, 3. What am I talking about? There we go. This is down to 10. Oh, my nose is full of fibers. It's driving me nuts. Yeah, this line is the Tatoes. The magical Tatoes. It's specific. I'm particularly pleased with Prestidigitato, though Teleportato was pretty funny. Teleportato is technically a reference to Don't Starve. So, but Prestidigitato, that one's all me, baby. Ew. Oh, night Amanda, thank you for hanging out. And welcome back, if you come back for the replay. This is where you left off. Barnabas, the nice Neddington, 69th of his name, will potentially be the longest named Pokemon from the streams if this trend holds up. Yeah. Bartholomew is a pretty good name, though. Mathmew. Would have been a contender. Oh, wait, no. Bam Bam, the Bone-Wielding Man, Fastest Femur in Pallet Town, I think is the longest name. And I remember that one. Mathmew is funny, but we've just named Venomoth Mothew. So I kind of feel like we need to take a little breather between our Matthew names. 3, 4, 5, 6. Single crochet 3 together. Giving a fine juicy point to this tail. Seriously, this is the most effort I've put into shaping in a while, and I don't know why Kadabra, what Kadabra did to deserve it, but here we are. It's not even going to be visible in the Pokédex photo. Wait, what are we talking about eating? And I'm finishing off there. I'm not continuing this. Yeah, it's just because like Teleportato and Levitato, we were originally going to name Prestidigitato as Levitato, because Levitato was the name suggestion that came up after Teleportato, but then we thought of Prestidigitato, and Levitato was still such a good name, and so it made sense to be an escalation of things. And so like normally when we've like pre-decided a name, I just include it as one of the options, but I feel really strongly about this particular one, and so I offered Mew up as a sacrifice instead, because we still needed to name Mew. And keep your eyes open on the Discord for other polls that will probably come up over the next week or so as we name the evolutions, because they don't have names. Honestly, if I was going to go back and redesign some, Zubat and Golbat are top contenders, but all of the evolutions, particularly Eevee, Vaporeon I think is fine. Flareon is perfect, but I would redesign Jolteon and Eevee as well. They're on my list. Most of what we've done together has been pretty good. It's just some of those really old ones just didn't quite get the love they deserved. Wait, what's happening? Yeah, there's only 3 left. In fact, we're done with this board. This board is done. Grimer's on there twice because of a lie. Venomoth. Venomoth complicated things for me. But Grimer saved the day. It's fine. Let's close that. There we are. That's our board. That's what we have left. I finished the tail, by the way. I clicked away from it. Didn't give you guys time to admire how much work I put into shaping this dang thing. It goes on the back like that. like that. There we go. Ah, right into my finger. It's fine. Gotta pivot those pins. No more nice mons left? Nope. In fact, honestly, we ran out of nice mons a couple of mons ago. It's just any that didn't fit nicely on the complicated board ended up in the nice board. It is well shaped. I think it's upside down now. I'll work out which way up it goes. It goes up away. Thank you. Thank you for appreciating the tail. I appreciate it. Let's see. Arms, legs, shoulders. Stopping? Let's close off the name vote because I think we have a decision there. Kadabra looks like a weird bug. Honestly, all of this line kind of does. So, Mew who? Bartholomew is the answer. So, Mew has been named Bartholomew, and Beedrill, for anyone who missed it, was named Buzzkill earlier on in the stream. Bartholomew won with 42% of the vote, followed by Muesli at 34%, Plato at 19%, and Cleo at just 3%. Thank you for everybody who voted for that. Bartholomew. It's nice to have a name slotted in there. So now the Eevees and the 3 we haven't made yet are the only ones we haven't named, which is a good place to be in. We managed to whittle that down. Yeah, Mew is now Barty. And it's hard to be the bard. Quiet you. Just move you back out the way. Move you back out the way. Move you back out the way. Guys, been almost 6.5 hours. I might call it there. We could sit around and make the limbs, but I don't think we will. I'll bring Seeking back out because he got a lot of work done between last episode and this episode. So he just needs some sewing and his lips put on and he's all good. I'm thinking about making the lips as a separate piece so I can do inbuilt teeth, but I also might just stitch it on. It's just be a shame to miss his little buck teeth because they were really cute in that sprite on the game. But yeah, the plan is for next week, I will have these 3 finished. We have 3 Pokemon to go. I've shown the guessing board up on the screen. At this point, it's not a huge surprise as to who is missing. We're all scrolled up. Scroll on down. There we go. So, I'm using my lovely assistant Spoon here. So coming soon, that one there is Seeking. Then we have this one here that we've just filled in, which is you. And we've just filled in this one here as well, which is our chunky boy. Who we named a good name. We named Cornelius. That is an excellent name. So we have some options coming up. Either next stream we will just tick off the 2 that are missing, which they're Kabuto and they're Kangaskhan. Okay, those are the 2 who are missing. So Kabutops and Kangaskhan are the 2 that are missing. And we also have Gyarados. And I do want Gyarados to be last, but I'm also really nervous about saving him for last. And I don't know if that should be a completely separate stream, because kind of like Venusaur, it's kind of one of those Pokemon that's going to take a lot. But if we make it a separate stream, there'll be a week in between us doing the last, like the 2, then there'll be a week with no stream, and then there'll be Gyarados after that, or I can try and pack them all in. So I have some thinking to do before next week, but next week will be either the ultimate or the penultimate stream. I'm guessing penultimate stream. Yeah, okay. I'm just going to call it now. Next week is going to be our second last stream in this series, and Gyarados will get his own, and it might be scheduled for a special time. Or maybe there's a special one in between. I don't know. Sorry. I'm not very assertive or decisive at the moment. I'll work it out. But yeah, we have 3 left. Yeah, you got the Boring Color Brigade officially outlasted the Purple Menaces last week. I just couldn't announce it because of Venomoth. Who joined us in Soul Silver. Though apparently he has meant to have three legs on either side, and I've only done 2. I don't know what it was about me and my leg counting last episode, but yeah, nevertheless. We're gonna go now. Thank you all for hanging out so much. Happy time zone, everybody. I'm gonna go enjoy the last little scrap of this stormy weather, and get something to eat. So we'll let you all know next stream. I will fill in some of the gaps in my own knowledge before next stream. But in any case, bye everybody.